It's in 10 days, don't worry. I'm supposed to be on the beach, man. Oh my god. I read your name as Meat Cracker. I was like, that's fucking crazy. It's Met Cracker. Hi. Hello. How are you? Hello from Germany. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. I live in the Florida suburbs and I hate it here. Yeah, I feel like if I was in the suburbs, I would not, like if I wasn't by the ocean, I wouldn't be happy. I'd have to live by the water in order to have a fulfilling life. Do you know what I mean? I finished FF7 Rebirth. What do you think? What do you think? Do you like it? Thoughts? Sub General here. Remember to sub with a free with Prime. Can we get that pinned? Thank you, Chad. Can we get that pinned? My boy Charizard, yeah, he's just there. I don't know how I'm supposed to take that back home with me. Your swimsuit was very beautiful. Which one? Which one? I got a white one recently. It do be looking kind of crazy on me. Carried on the plane. We'll see. We'll see what I do. The white one's nice. Thank you. So tan, let's go. Thank you so much, Papa Husky. Tan and buff now. When can they call me long, tan, and handsome? Am I close? The photo you posted today was amazing. For my story, yeah, the water was hella clear, wasn't it? I have one photo that's crazy. Can I show it? Omega, can I show the crazy photo? 10 subs and I show it. Is it Twitter? It 100% is Twitter controversial crazy. It is like Twitter would blow my ass up if I showed it on Twitter. It can't be that bad. It's pretty bad. Let me see if I can find it. Wait, only 10 subs? Okay, fuck, 15 then. 15 subs. Jamiria! Jesus! God forbid, that's what I'm saying. God forbid a woman take a picture in the beach. Let me find it, hold on. I sent it to the group chat. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah, it's worth 50. It is worth 50. I think because I've been like in my bathing suit on the beach, so like every single day, I'm not like, oh my God, don't look at my skin. Oh my God. I go to the beach, I throw off my clothes, and then I jump in the water. Dude. Can I show it? Holy fuck. Now that I'm looking at it, it is pretty crazy. Chat. Ass so fat you literally see it from the water. Ripples can't even hide that shit. Goodness gracious. Those ripples are from your ass? Literally. It's not bad. It's... No, I mean, it's a clear view. God would probably forbid that. The craziest thing is that God made it. So what are we doing? Really, what are we doing at the end of the day? Who do you think made it in the first place, buddy? Come on, let's be for real for a second. Twitter freaks would lose it over this. They would. They would. You look amazing, Aruuu. Thank you. So, Sue Stormcore. Bitch, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Oh, it is very Sue Stormcore, isn't it? Rubber Raggy. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm really happy that my tan is coming in quite perfect. Nintendo Gamer with the 15! Thank you so much. You know what? Listen, I got another photo to drop. This one's really crazy. This is the one that Vic didn't want me to show you guys. Are you a mermaid? I actually am, and I have proof. No! This one is like actually crazy. I was trying... I don't know if I can show. It is crazy. I'm looking at it right now. It's actually fucking batshit insane, bruh. Hey, Anna, thank you so much for that 5 gifterinos. Thank you so much. Wait, no, hang on. This one's like the oh my god. Bitch, how the fuck did I get this? How did this... Okay, I'll show it. I'll show it real quick and that's it, okay? Bam, bam. There you go. That's all you're getting. Oh my god! I was jumping in the water. So crazy. It's for ass jump scare. Flashbang. Jarvis, clip that. Yeah, no. Oh shit, we wild today. Yeah, no, this photo is awesome. I actually think this is my favorite photo, but I can never post it. Because if I post it, they'll fucking shoot me. Clipper's getting sure you can. Yeah, no, you deadass can't. Even though it's such a good photo. Never mind, that photo's crazy. Deadass, I think you broke Twitter. I think I did too. The moment that I posted ass, Twitter broke. Crazy. I highly doubt it's a coincidence. Chat, we haven't like really talked about it that much, but first off, bitch, can we just take a moment? Come on. Let's just take a moment for a second. Hold on, I gotta make this smaller. Take a moment. Come on. Come on. You're 90% legs. I got them Sailor Senshi legs. But the feet, I have, dude, okay, I'm not even doing this. Like, people think I do this because I sell foot pictures. No, if I sold foot pictures, I'd be advertising that shit everywhere. So 1, I don't. 2, the craziest part is that feet people are way weirder than like ass people. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're so weird about it. I've had people in detail describe to me what they think my feet look like and what they would want to do with my feet. Never have I had an ass guy do that in my DMs. Ass people are really just like fucking like nice ass, right? And as weird as it is, it's like, all right, at least it's like a single layered thing. But foot people are fucking weird, bro. Like actually fucking weird. Kenshiro, thank you so much for the sub. 6 months. Thank you so much. I love your outfit. Thank you. I like this. See, I got the top part of a set at Marshall's. I love this top. I think it's very cute. It makes me look rich. And I got it at Marshall's. Cover of Vogue type pic there. Thank you. Do you know who's the artist? This is the playlist. I don't know know, this Iridium Beats does like city pop remixes for like video games. They're very good. Where am I? Yeah, continuing though. This is the photo that broke the internet. Broke Twitter. Not the internet, but it broke Twitter. So real. That's what I'm saying. That is literally Sue Storm's ass, by the way. Literally Sue Storm's ass. And it's a woman. Dude, when I tell you, people acted like they act like I summoned the Antichrist. I'm not even kidding you. I was like, motherfucker, I am at the beach. Now, if I was doing this in my room, like just in underwear or something, I get it. They're like, oh, so you're like leaning towards that type of content. Then it's like, you know what? I get it. It's whatever, you know, but I'm at the beach. The people next to me were literally wearing less. Literally wearing less. God forbid I take a picture at the beach though. Fuck you. You should cosplay it in her Tifa in her beachwear. I wanted to. I did. Check how many bookmarks it has. 28K. This is literally just you living life in your moment and peeps just aggro Dark Souls you. I know, bro. And you know, it wasn't, the sad part is, no, I don't want to be mean today. I haven't been mean today. I'm not going to be mean today. Yesterday was my cheat day. If you weren't there for it yesterday, you missed out. Today, I'm an angel. Almost 30K bookmarks, I know. The first photo reminds me of Laura from Street Fighter 5. Really? Does it look like her? Hello, Aruuu. Hi, Dark Angel. How are you? How do you personally feel about those bookmarks? What do you want me to say? Huh? What do you want me to say? Hopefully they're all for really great reasons and not nefarious ones. I doubt. I just don't know why they, like, what was the point of making bookmarks public? Why? I just want you to know that I didn't bookmark because I respect women. Hashtag short king. Should I tell them the DM you sent me today, Anochi? Yeah, that should have stayed gone. I don't know what they were. I don't know what Elon was thinking. Chill, gang. Yeah, but the first photo is amazing, but my favorite is the second one. In my opinion, it's better. Dude, people were being so weird about the second photo. Like, I feel as though some people were being weirder about the second photo than the first photo. I don't even want to talk about it. It made me feel fucking violated. No way, how? It was bad. It was, if I told you, you guys would be grossed out. But straight, because of the tan lines, yes. Yes, Omega, because of the tan lines. And then I kept getting the repeated comment, like the really fucking violating comment where, like, I think at least like 20 times in a row, like there was someone saying like, I don't even want to say it because it sounds so vile. It sounds so fucking vile. You know, but they're like, I don't want to say it. They were just gross. I feel like people don't know that, like, you can compliment a woman without sexually harassing her. Like, that's almost how it comes off. It's like, I feel like some people don't know that you can, like, be respectful and kind to a woman without resorting to sexual harassment. Like, straight up. Right, exactly. Twitter moment, yeah. The one that had their followers turn on them? Oh, bitch. That's tea. That's tea. It's so funny. No, I won't. I'm gonna be nice. Jamiria, stop. Stop. I'm gonna be nice. I won't. I'm gonna be nice today. I was nice today. Come on, Aruuu. No, because I dead ass, I become a mean bitch. And I don't like being a mean bitch. And if I'm a mean bitch to you, you deserve it. But I don't like being that way. Do you know what I mean? I don't like it. I don't like being that person. I don't like resorting to it. I'm better than that. But tea time's so good. It is. Is it not? I'll tell the story one day. When I'm feeling when Bitch Rue's here, she'll tell the story. Right now you have Mermaid Rue. Is this Final Fantasy X? It is, Robot Hearts. It is, it is. At least Aruuu isn't mean to me, thankfully. Yet. I love Mermaid Rue. Me too. Life is so great right now. Life is so great that when I go home, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, chat, when I go home? I'm gonna be so depressed. I shared that drawing you made me on Instagram. Thank you. Thank you. We gotta play, yeah, we have the Switch 2, we have Expedition 33, and then we have Kiwami. Why do you like Mermaid so much? Is it Ariel or Mermaid Melody? All of it. All of it. I just love mermaids. I love the idea of mermaids. I think they're great. We need more mermaids. Greetings from Argentina. Hello. How's the weather in Argentina right now? I used to have an obsession with mermaids when I was a kid. Same. Mermaids were my favorite mythical creature for a very long time. I was today years old when I found out your real name isn't Aruuu. I don't know, I thought it was. I mean, kind of, right? It's my nickname. My brother calls me Aruuu sometimes, which is really weird. Hey Aruuu, hey Spade, how are you? How's your day been? It's been good. I didn't swim a lot today though. I feel bad. My mom's really scared. My mom is really scared of me going out there, but I can't, like, the thing is for me, if I'm swimming, I want to swim far out. Even Vic gets mad at me. I'll go really deep and Vic will be like, you're going too deep, you're going too deep. Are you interested to watch the new Mission Impossible movie? Not really, honestly. I never got into Mission Impossible. Have you gone to Disney or Universal? Nope, not yet. I always thought Aruuu is the name the wolves have given her. Yeah, because Aruuu is the sound a wolf makes. That's why I made it. Because I've said this before, but like the national animal of Turkey is a gray wolf. And because I'm Turkish, I was like, well, what kind of sound does a wolf make? And then I came up with Aruuu. Because it goes, ow, you know? I got wolf blood in my veins. I turn into a werewolf when the moon is full. Watch out. Your parents shouldn't mind you swimming? No, but they get mad because my mom gets mad because she's afraid a shark's gonna attack me. Because when you go past the sandbank, that's when you're in the danger zone. My brother doesn't go past his knees. My Patronus is a wolf. No! Stop quoting that! You need a new sub goal? Oh, fuck, we hit it! Let's fucking go. Let's go. How's her psoriasis? Literally, the first day she went in, the inflammation went down. And guess what? My mom can literally step on her feet. She's been stepping on her feet. Isn't that great? My mom doesn't have to bleed every night anymore on her feetsies. I'm really thankful. It makes me very happy. That's wonderful. I'm glad for her. Here, I got a good sub goal. What about this? How's this? How's this one? Let's go. That'll be great. It'll be great content. I promise. My other brother, he's gonna be here, I think on Monday. So they'll both be here. They're gonna look at you in a new light. Oh, we'll see. Can you introduce all the boys? Yeah, I'll do all the boys. It's fine. That's nice. Bless your mother. Yeah, she's feeling a lot better. Girl's about to show the whole family to Silas. I'd love to do that. I would actually love to do that. Do you want to know something crazy? See, I wasn't going to tell this story on stream because I felt as though people would have thought I was lying. So I was like, you know what? I can't even tell stream because people are going to think I'm lying. But today we were at dinner, right? And you can literally call my sister in here to like verify, right? Not that like you guys will believe it, but I promise you, I swear, wallahi, I swear on my father's grave. I swear on my father's grave that this happened. So we were at a restaurant today and our server, I could just tell that like our server was a nerd, right? And so we're talking and like my whole family is like, oh, this guy's like really nice. He seems like a really well put together guy. And I literally told them, I said, he's a nerd. I can tell you, I swear to God, this is an anime nerd and a video game nerd. And nobody at the table believed me. And my mom's like, I'll bet you $25. And my sister's like, I'll bet you $5. And my brother's like, there's no way. How are you gonna find out? And so then he came to the table and I said, hey man, we're having a debate. What do you think the best anime of all time is? And he's like, you can't ask me a question like that. Like, that's a really hard question to answer. Like, there's so many anime out there, you know? And he's like, I changed mine. And I was like, he's like, what are you debating it on? Like classic or like new? And I was like, I was like, well, if you had to answer, what would you answer? And he's like, let me think. And he's like, I guess my top two choices would be Cowboy Bebop or Freyrin for the best anime of all time. And I was like, those are really, really good answers. So then he walks away and I got my money. Everybody at the table was fucking shocked. And they're like, how the fuck did you know that he was a nerd? Because he didn't look like a nerd at all. Like when I say like he looked like a really good looking normal dude, right? Who was super social. They like did not know how I knew. But there's always like a tell. There's always a tell with nerds. I don't know what it is, but you can just tell when someone else is a fucking nerd, right? So anime guys aren't normal? Absolutely fucking not. Anybody that watches anime is not fucking normal. And so I was like, dude, there's a tell with people. Like when you are a fellow nerd, you know. Like dead ass, when you like, you just know. And so then my mom's like, well, he seems like a great guy. Like you should be friends with him. And I was like, yeah, he seems like a fun dude to like talk about anime and video games with. And I told him, I said, dude, like I stream, like if you ever want to come on my stream and talk about anime, like we do anime debates basically on my stream and all that fun stuff, like you should join us sometime. And so I was like, do you play Marvel Rivals? And he's like, no, but I can learn. I was like, okay, that's fun. I said, what's your favorite game? Dead ass, he literally hits me with the Final Fantasy. And I was like, you're joking. I said, you're joking. And then I was like, do you know Final Fantasy 7? And he's like, literally, I'm about to finish Rebirth. I'm very close to finishing Rebirth. And I was like, who are your favorite characters in Rebirth right now? And he said Vincent is his favorite and Sid is his favorite. And we were talking about Sid in 16. We were talking about Sid's daughter. You spoiled him, right? No, I didn't. And so then we're just talking about that. And I'm like, oh, like, I said, out of curiosity, like, who did you get on your golden saucer date? And he said, oh, I got Aerith. And I was like, oh really? You got Aerith? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, but I just got to the golden saucer for the second time, so I'm towards the end. So I don't know who he got on his like real golden saucer date. He owned like, this is the first golden saucer date. So the first golden saucer date he got Aerith, but like he hasn't done the second one yet, right? And so I was like, this out of curiosity, like, are you an Aerith Cloud shipper or like a Tifa and Cloud shipper? And he's like, he's like Tifa and Cloud shipper. He's like, Tifa and Cloud shipper for sure. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I'm a hardcore Cloud and Aerith shipper. And I said, so we're like on the opposites. And he's like, no, like, don't get me wrong. Like, Cloud and Aerith are truly in love with each other, like madly in love, but she dies, you know? And he's like, the only reason like I ship Tifa with Cloud is because Aerith dies. And I was like, all right, well, I would have dabbed him up, but I was like, I didn't know how to perceive that. I was like, I get it. And you've recognized it. So I'm not really upset with you. Do you know what I mean? Not a real yearner for sure, but at least my thing is at least he recognized it. I wasn't upset because he's like, don't get me wrong, like Cloud and Aerith are madly in love with each other, but she dies. And I was like, shit, dab me up. Deadass, that was why I was a Klessie. I chose my tragedy. She's not dead, she's right there. Well, I couldn't spoil him. So I'm really curious. I'll probably like message him and say, hey, hit me up when you finish Rebirth. And then I want to know where he is, like mentally on that, you know? Because then if there's a chance that Aerith is alive, do you then ship Cloud and Aerith, or do you still stick to your guns? Because I told him, I said I get that because like in Advent Children, Tifa's the one that's there for him. So I said, I understand that. Like in Advent Children, Tifa really is there for Cloud a lot. So I said, I understand where you're coming from, you know? I also feel like it's easier to be a Claudie based off the OG game. I don't know. See, that's the hardest part for me. I don't know. I feel like if anything, the thing that would make people lean more towards being a Claudie would be Advent Children. Yeah, my family just didn't know what to say. Clarith mid for real. Demi, someone kidnapped Demi. Someone kidnapped Demi and is typing on her computer! Save her! Advent Children made me a Claudie, sorry. No, I think, see, because when I first watched Advent Children, I was a hardcore Claudie. Like, hardcore. I thought Cloud and Tifa were canon. There was no other possible way that they weren't. And then when I played Remake, I was like, something's not right. What's going on? Crisis Core made me a Claudie. Feels bad for Zach. See, that's the thing. It's like, I feel like, yeah, if you're like a hardcore Zach stan, you don't want him to be sad either. It's such a tough situation because it's so messy. It's so messy and convoluted, you know? But like the thing is like, I don't know how people, and this is just my personal opinion, because I say this as someone who loves Zach, right? I still love Zach. I've always said like, if someone asked me to choose between Zach and Cloud, I wouldn't be able to do it. My whole thing is that I just want Aerith to be happy. Do you know what I mean? So if Aerith chose Zach, I would be a hardcore Aerith. If Aerith chooses Cloud, which is what it feels like in Rebirth, then I'm a hardcore Clarith. Do you know what I mean? But I do, this is where I agree with a lot of Clarith, is I don't like the way that they like everything, all the like tiny little details with Aerith comes from Zach. I don't like that. I think that they could have rewritten it better, which is what I hope they do. Because because my most frustrating thing about Xerath is that it has a lot of potential. And it's almost like, it almost to some degree feels watered down sometimes. Like they could make it such a well-written relationship that is like literally could surpass a lot of other relationships, except they don't do it. They don't like capitalize on the opportunity that's in front of them. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so for me, my whole thing is like whatever Aerith wants, Aerith gets. The only thing that I feel is like, why in Rebirth, and maybe someone can explain this to me who's on the other side, right? Why in Rebirth do they have Marlene literally confirm to Zack that Aerith has feelings, like romantic feelings for Cloud? What is the point of that scene? Because some people will be like, oh, well, she's 4. She doesn't know what she's talking about. But the fucking devs put it in there in the first place for a reason, for the audience to see it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and literally, like, Zack tells Cloud, like, you have to save her, Cloud. So my whole point is, like, it's so, for me, it's very telling that they put that in there and showed the audience that Zack now knows that Aerith has romantic feelings for Cloud. Do you know what I mean? So if they were like going to make Xerath endgame, like Zack and Aerith endgame, then why would they put that in there? That's the one thing where I'm like, but the thing that I'm looking forward to most, my number one thing that I'm looking forward to most in part 3 is the Zack and Aerith reunion. Zack's such a big brother for that. Dude, even after that scene, he puts the ribbon on his hand. That's why it's like some people that are like Zack stans, and this is not for all Zack stans, right? Like there are really good Zack stans who like understand his character, but some people who are Zack stans will say like, oh, like, what is she gonna do? Cheat on my boy Zack? She's gonna betray him like that? You don't know Zack. Because even from the beginning, I said, even in Remake, if Zack knew that Aerith had feelings for Cloud, he would still support her no matter what. He would never, ever in a million years view Aerith in like a negative light because she has feelings for someone else. Do you know what I mean? Like, wait to not understand his character at all. He loves her beyond just romantic, like just beyond a romantic interest. Do you know what I mean? Like he truly loves her and cares about her. Zack loves Cloud and Aerith so much. Exactly. And the reason why Cloud and Aerith have that kind of connection is because Zack is kind of the middle point of them, right? Like their love for Zack also brings them a lot closer together because they both lost him and they both dealt with that grief in different ways. Like Yuki with Toru, basically, right? Like, I knew when Yuki had that entire speech about viewing Toru like his mom, I knew it was over. Even though, like, even to this day, I'm a Yuki and Toru shipper, that moment that happened in the show, I knew it was over. I knew my ship was not gonna sail. The writer literally told me, like, hey, this ain't happening, by the way. And I was like, oh, fuck. Zack and Aerith synergy is way better than Cloud and Aerith for me. I mean, it's just, that's the thing. It's like, it's very dependent on like a person to person basis, you know? And my ship pitched its sail even higher, which is fucking crazy. She's said so many times that she's moved on both in the OG and remakes. People just unintentionally ignore it all, which is because like, you guys are going to get me started, bitch. You guys are going to get me started. People say, like, Aerith likes Cloud because it reminds her of Zack. Maybe very much in the beginning, but Aerith is quite literally the first person to know that Cloud is really not himself. You know? And she is so gentle with him. She's so gentle with him and attentive to him. And the entirety of Remake is literally showing us that Aerith is the only person that is able to make Cloud come out of his shell and have moments where he is really himself. Like truly himself and not putting on this fucking persona. Do you know what I mean? So the fact that people can play Remake and then come out with the conclusion that Aerith knows nothing about the real Cloud, it's like, really, media literacy is fucking dead. And don't get me wrong, I think, and I think this for both, I think that you can be like a Claudie, but also recognize that, like, recognize these things that I'm saying, you know? And same with Claris. Like, you can be a Claris, but also recognize that Cloud does have complicated feelings towards Tifa, and that he still loves and cares about Tifa, and there are romantic moments there. Like, there is definitely romantic undertones with Cloud and Tifa. And I, as a hardcore Clara shipper, see that and recognize it. Do you know what I mean? If I sat here and said, well, Cloud has no romantic interest in Tifa whatsoever, I'd sound like a fucking idiot, wouldn't I? Fuck. That's why it's like, you can't have a nuanced conversation on Twitter about this, no matter what. Do you know what I mean? That's true. Tifa was scared, but Aerith helped him come out of his shell. Of course, like, and that's like, I just wish people would like recognize that. I think that Cloud does start off having a crush on Tifa when they reunite, but when he meets Aerith, he falls in love with her, and then she's ripped away from him. I just want her to be happy, like I cannot lose her again, man. That's what I'm saying. Exactly how I feel. Literally exactly how I feel. It's a love triangle. Cloud has feelings for Aerith, and Aerith has complicated feelings towards Cloud. Tifa has feelings for Cloud. Exactly. It's like a love quadruple at this point. It really is. And you know what the craziest thing is? And I didn't hear that. Corn is good. Thank you so much for the $10 dono. Thank you so much. Twitter is where nuance goes to die. Yeah, Twitter is not like a real place. I feel like Aerith should just ditch Cloud. I feel like that for Tifa too. I feel like Tifa, like, when I see Cloud ignore her calls and, like, not treat her well, I'm like, bitch, the fuck? And then, you know what? People will say, like, oh, it's funny, Aruuu only says this about Tifa, but doesn't feel that way about Cloud and Aerith. Bitch, go watch my fucking playthrough, you stupid fuck. Did I not say that about Cloud the moment he started being rude to her? I turned on Cloud real fucking quick. Trust me, go watch my fucking playthrough at the temple when Cloud was being mean to Aerith. Look at all the shit I said about Cloud, and I'll fucking say it again too. Damn. Fuck. It just drives me crazy that people say shit and they just straight up lie when the proof is literally right there in 4K. Literally in 4K. That was wild, I remember. And I meant every word, and I'd fucking say it again if I could too. Pocket Pussy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate you, Pocket Pussy. I heard you're a big Clody fan. Maybe in part 3. We'll see what they do with Cloud and Tifa in part 3. Do you think they'll ever canonize a side? See, that's my fear, is like, I don't think they ever will. Even though I want them to, I don't know if they ever will. Even though I'm a hardcore Claudie, I still love how Aerith and Cloud work well together. And I think that's what you can do. Like, I'm a hardcore Clarith, but one of my favorite side quests in Rebirth is the frog quest between Cloud and Tifa. Do you know what I mean? They're gonna keep milking it. That's what, dude, okay, can I say something fucking crazy? Holy shit, this drives me fucking insane. Like, the no promises to keep bullshit literally convinced me that they are not gonna ever canonize one side. They're gonna keep stringing people along because they make too much money from shippers. So if they were ever to come out and say it outright, I feel like it's not I mean, I just feel like they won't, even though in a perfect world they do. In a perfect world, they do come out and they confirm it, and finally the ship war dies. Because I feel like the ship war is so fucking terrible that, like, if I were a dev, I'd be like, you know what, we're just fucking confirming this at this point. Like, this is fucking, like, this is vile, right? But they never will. Do you know what I mean? They never will. The creators don't want to confirm it because they pleased respect the choices of the player who would have taken Tifa, but after almost 30 years, it starts to be long and it's really cowardly. Yeah, they won't do it. They won't. But I will, like I say, I will always say that I think Clarith is canon. Like, you genuinely cannot change my mind. I think the canon route is Clarith. Now, do they give you options to see how things would go with Tifa? Absolutely. And I think that, like, again, like, post Advent children, there's always potential, right? There's always post Advent children for them to say, like, yeah, post Advent children, Cloud and Tifa do end up together. But for me, the canon of the story is that Cloud was so deeply in love with Aerith, and vice versa. They should leave it ambiguous because people are going to be mad no matter what. That's also true. But it'd still be fun. Like, for me, it'd still be fun if they confirm Clarith. I'd have the best fucking life ever. Holy shit. That would be awesome. That would be epic. Clarith Kiss in part 3. I hope so. But I actually don't know. I'm praying to God, though, that would be nice. It's still jarring to see how Cloud was when he was with Sephiroth and Tifa. Like, bro looks so much like Zack, but now it's like SpongeBob to Squidward. It's nice to see his happiness. Her date is okay, hold on. Whoa, Jesus. That made me unbalanced mentally. Her date is canon according to the books, and it's canon that he can't tell Tifa he loves her because of Aerith. Yeah, I mean, but even if you say this to people, they're going to be like, no, it's not because of A, B, C, D. There's always like some sort of like rebuttal. Do you know what I mean? Same Mario, I was a Claudie when I played the OG FF7 and then remakes started making me doubt myself. Aerith took over my heart because they did it so well on bringing her character to life. And I think now I'm more mature and I was able to see the story as a complex love story rather than like caring about ships. But that's exactly what it is. It is a really complex love story with like really, really valid human emotions. Do you know what I mean? Remake Aerith, OG Aerith. I love all of Aerith, honestly. It's the problem with OG Aerith. Do you know what the problem is? Is that people were projecting their own shit onto how they read her, like her dialogue, right? So like when she was teasing Cloud, people would read that as her being like a colossal bitch because they were just projecting their own shit onto her in the game. And so in the OG, they're like, oh, like she's just mean, when she's not being mean, she's being cheeky, right? And also, yeah, people hate her because she dies, apparently. It's the lack of voice. Yeah, that's why it's so good that they got like Brianna, because I feel like Brianna does a great job at like portraying Aerith's mannerisms. Do you know what I mean? Brianna's the best. Yeah, she has her voice is so perfect for Aerith. It was the lack of voice and lack of life in the second half of the game. Do you know what I'm really curious about? Did you hear that they started voice recording? I saw that, but that's shocking to me. Do you know what I mean? I love the entire voice cast of the remake. Saga, Bree's amazing. They're all so talented. I mean, they're all really talented and perfect. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say one thing. Oh, I'm so curious to how they're gonna tackle the Highwind scene, because that's such a highly debated thing, right? That is such a highly debated moment in the like FF7 community. So I'm very curious on how they're going to do it, if they do it at all. Because if they don't do it, people are gonna fucking riot. But if they do it, then they're either gonna confirm that, like, there was sex involved or not. Do you know what I mean? If Square was real, they would make them fuck. God, that'd be awful. Can you imagine? Fuck, I never hear the end of it. You know what? Because, like, I'll tell you what, every fucking time anything massive happens in the FF7 community, I get fucking attacked. And I get it because, like, I'm Clarith mother, and I'm one of the biggest people that, like, is vocal about Clarith, which is a sin, apparently a sin in the FF7 community. So, like, anytime anything happens, even if I don't say anything about it, people are tweeting about me. And when I say people, I mean, like, toxic shippers, right? And so, can you imagine if that happened? Oh my God, I never hear the end of it, brother. I'd be like, fucking shit. I pray to God they don't do it, but if they do it, they do it. What can I do? I've watched the scene, and I think people that think that they slept together, I think they're valid for having that take. I think they're like, yeah, they slept together. Granted, it's not confirmed, right? And they've even come out and said, like, we didn't do that. We didn't, like, do a sex scene because that's way too far. So we didn't want to do that. That's too much. But for people who are like, dude, it's clearly implied. Like, I get it. I get why they say that. I'm not against it. Do you know what I mean? I thought they've said that it wasn't at all that at all. They did. They said no. They said someone from the team literally said that they should do a sex scene, and then everybody else was like, "No, we're not doing a sex scene. That's way too fucking far. We're not doing that." And that was basically the conversations that happened around the Highwind scene. But then when you watch it and people are like, "All right, well they didn't do a sex scene, but they did imply it," you know? What if they show Tifa sleeping on Cloud's chest and that's all they do? That's pretty cute, though. That would be cute. I don't think the Highwind will happen. Kato, who wrote it, hasn't worked on at all on any of the remakes and hasn't worked on a Square Enix game since FF7, so I think he got blacklisted from all the projects. Oh shit. That's what I thought when I first played it, but now I read that they just slept next to each other. Yeah, that's like the debate. That's like the big debate, right? About the Highwind scene is that a lot of people just say like, dude, they slept next to each other. Like, they didn't sleep with each other. It literally says that they slept next to each other. But then other people are like, okay, bro, they're saying that to be family friendly, but anybody who's an adult knows what they're implying when you like sleep next to someone. Do you know what I mean? So I get both. I get both. That's why I'm waiting for part 3, because I'm like, at part 3 we're gonna know for sure. Was it or was it not? We'll find out. That's just one of those things where like I feel like I understand where both sides are coming from, so I don't really argue it. Do you know what I mean? Redline, thank you so much for the sub. 18 months. Thank you so much. They might skip that scene completely. We're gonna find out. As a Clarith, I've always liked the Highwind scene because of how nice a scene it is for Cloud and Tifa's friendship. I never once thought they slept together there. It made no sense to me for that to happen at that point in the story. Yeah, I mean, also, it's just, this is where I come from. I just feel like it's kind of icky. Do you know what I mean? Like, someone they both love very dearly just got murdered in front of them, and they're sleeping with each other like right after. Do you know what I mean? It's like just the pacing is really weird. You know, it's like I feel like the pacing is very similar to, like, you remember in Arcane where, sorry to spoil if you guys haven't spoiled it, but in Arcane, like when Jinx runs away and then Vi literally sleeps with Caitlyn in that fucking, in like the same cell that Jinx was self-harming in, it's like, I'm sorry, bro, it's dog shit writing and it makes me feeling icky. I wish the scene would have happened at a different pace, in a different location, like at least, at the very least, a different location, motherfucker. Do you know what I mean? So it just feels similar to that for me. Isn't it very well documented thing that people who are grieving after funerals often sleep with someone? What? I've never heard that in my life. That's crazy. Human nature is fucking wild. I think they're going to keep it intentionally vague and interpretive, low key, like the hand job massage scene in the remake. That might be true too, because I could see them doing that. Because the problem with the devs, and sometimes it feels like they move away from it, but sometimes it feels like they really, really focus on it, is that they try so hard to make everybody happy. Do you know what I mean? And like, I think another good example of this that's like outside of shipping is like Aerith's death scene, right? Like they tried so hard to keep all parties happy with Aerith's death scene that it unironically made no one happy. Do you know what I mean? It just left people really confused and like not really sure how to feel. So I feel like one of the things that I feel are kind of like concerning when it comes to the devs, not even with the devs, like just some of the things that are a little concerning with FF7 is they try so hard to keep everybody happy. Do you know what I mean? I hope in part 3 that mentality, like for myself, I hope for part 3 that mentality is completely gone. I hope they're just like, we're gonna do what we want to fucking do, and it's over. The only reason I'm not mad about the altar scene in the church is because, no, it was like the most beautiful scene that we've ever gotten, Demi. Like, dead ass, the most beautiful scene in like gaming history. And the vid you're gonna watch explains it way better. It's pretty obvious the devs actually don't give a shit about fan feedback. Really? Okay, well then I'm excited. I'm actually really excited because then if that's gonna change my perspective about the scene, I would be so happy. Because to be totally honest with you, I really wasn't happy with it. I sat on it for like 2 days, and then on day 2, I was like, wow, I don't really think I like that. So if Subtxt'S is about to change my mind and make me super excited again for part 3, I'm really excited for that. I'm really happy. I'm gonna be happy no matter what ship is canon. I would say yes, but like I said, I can't lie here, right? This is where I have to pause the music. This is where I can't lie. I would have never, ever been like devastated, and I say devastated, but I explain. I wouldn't have been devastated if like Cloud and Tifa got confirmed canon, but when you have a group of people that have shielded behind Cloud and Tifa as a means to fucking attack you and your family and bring up your deceased father and like literally try to dox you and affect your livelihood, I'm sorry, but it genuinely has made me hope that those people don't get anything. Do you know what I mean? And I can't lie. This is just my human nature. I wish I was above it all, being like, oh, like, I don't care, whatever ship is canon is canon. Like, it's nothing. But then when you have that happening for the past, it has been happening since Remake launched. So it's been happening. Like, I've faced an onslaught of like literal harassment for years from those shippers. Like, it's made me literally despise that entire fan base, you know? And like, I'm mature enough to acknowledge that like not everybody who ships Cloud and Tifa are like that. But I still don't fuck with it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's something that is now like very personal. Do you know what I mean? I keep saying, do you know what I mean? But like, I hope you understand what I mean. And I have to say, do you know what I mean? Because these people twist my words and like put words in my mouth that I'm not saying. So like this will get clipped and then they'll post it and be like, Aruuu, by the way, is saying that she thinks that all Cloud and Tifa shippers shouldn't have anything in life. It's like, well, yeah, if you're fucking toxic, then you shouldn't. And I hope you get fucking hit with a blunt fucking object in Minecraft. Calbrogo, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. The second picture from your latest post, your smile, wow. Thank you. That's very nice. Wallahi, I know what you mean. Exactly. Exactly. I'm a Cloud Tifa enjoyer, but I love being here. That's the thing. Like, I can acknowledge, like, people who ship Cloud and Tifa are normal people, especially if you're coming into my chat and you're just like, yeah, like, or likes Clarith, it's whatever. Usually I'm like that. Like, for Johnny, one of my best friends, ships Cloud and Tifa. And we've had heated debates over it, and we've gotten, like, into it, but that does, like, I don't dislike Johnny because he ships something. I'm just talking about collectively when people are constantly harassing others while using these two characters as a shield. Yes, it fucking sullies the ship for me. Do you know what I mean? It literally sullies the ship for me. I don't like it. It can have cute moments, and I understand why people ship it, but on a moral, personal, like, on a moral and personal stance, the ship is sullied for me because of those people. Like, fuck the ship and fuck those people. Do you know what I mean? That's all I gotta say about it. I think it's cute. I think it has cute moments, and I can understand why people like it, but it's more of a personal thing. Because people were using that ship as a reasons and a means to literally go after me personally and do the most vile shit of all time. And I'm sure there are people that feel the way that I feel about Claris. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Fucking shit. If I say it one more time, I'm gonna shoot myself in the fucking head. That okay, guy? Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That okay, guy? I appreciate you so much. Claudia is basically like a slur to me now. I said what I said. Yeah, I mean, and I get why Wednesday's like that too, because Wednesday saw it firsthand how badly they were on my fucking ass, bruh. I had an experience where people would make me sour on a certain topic because of their behavior, but after learning about not giving a shit, I can like something despite the drama. Like, yeah, I don't think I'll ever truly like Claudie. I'll say this. I don't think I'll ever truly like Khalifa, but I respect it. And I think that I wish people were like that with Clarith. I wish people were like, I don't ship it, but I respect it. You know? Anthony, thank you so much for continuing your gifts of you got from Jamiria. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't interact with Khalifa people anymore because of that shit. Yeah, there's a lot. I literally had to unfollow an oomph the other day because they were making like fun of Claris for the Sora Sun headcanon, right? And so this has been like the Sora, like Cloud and Aerith being Sora's parents has been a headcanon ever since like Kingdom Hearts 1. So this is not something that's new, but I literally had an oomph, like someone that I was mutuals with, that started making fun of Clara shippers because of it. And I was like, yeah, I gotta unfollow you. Like, dead ass, that made me unfollow them. And at first I was like, wow, am I overreacting? But at the same time, like, I don't want to see that shit on my timeline. Like, if you shit on Clarith, I'll unfollow you. And it shouldn't be a big deal for you. Like, I don't want to see that shit on my timeline. Sorry. View count is going up. Anochi, they fucking hit the group chat, bitch. They hit the group chat. They're flooding in. Bro, they're clipping this shit. Your life is so funny. No, dead ass, Johnny asked me, he's like, would you? No, because I'm really that sensitive too. Don't piss me off on my timeline. I will unfollow a bitch for no reason. If you just as so breathe the wrong way, I will unfollow. Deadass. Don't piss me off on my timeline. It's my timeline. If I see something that makes me angry, I'm unfollowing. I'm sorry. Take it personally if you want. What do you want me to do? Calbrogo, thank you so much for the 5,000 bits. Nice color choice for your nails. Oh yeah, these are the new nails. I don't know how to feel about them. I was trying to go for like mermaid nails, like make it pearly, but I don't know. What do we think? Are they pearly? Are they pearly, Calbrogo? I don't know how you can be a fan of Aerith and Tifa and hate the other. Like, they love each other so much. How do you hate them unless you're... That's how I feel. That's how I feel. If I see someone literally, like, pitting them, like, just being, like, misogynistic, straight up. Because there are some people who will say, like, well, I don't like the way this was written. Or I don't like how Aerith was written here. Or I don't like how Tifa was written here. That I can understand where you're, like, being critical. Like, if you're being critical, I get it. But if you're just straight up being misogynistic, I'm like, whoa, let's take a step back. I don't like you. Unfollow. Oh my god. Anochi, you're right. They hit the group chat. Anochi, holy fuck. Oh my god, we were right. Anochi, they hit the group chat. Oh! Slay bitch. Love that you guys are watching my streams. Holy shit. I knew something was up. Shit, man. Oh my god. Peace and love, though. Peace and love. You're joking. I'm not joking. Hey, girls. They can't get enough of you. I mean, it is what it is at this point. I said what I said and I meant what I said. And I'll say it again, bitch. I'll say it here, I'll say it on Twitter, I'll say it wherever you fucking need me to. T. Call them mean things. Girls, we're not being mean today. We're in our mermaid era. We're one with the ocean. The emotions come like waves, crash and go back. Live evidence is actually crazy work, girl. All this for mid. It's crazy, isn't it? A mean maid? I don't think I've been that mean today, though. Genuinely, I don't think I've been that mean. I feel like I've been pretty tame. I did call someone an asshole today, but I don't know if you guys were watching Fidel's stream. I don't know if you were watching Fidel's stream, but basically this guy was making us wait in front of him for like 15 minutes. And so I stuck my head out the window. I was like, you fucking asshole! And then Fidel wouldn't let me get out of the car. I never watched his stream. You're so based for that, Anochi. Keep it that way, bestie. Hi, Aruuu. Hi, Semi. I love you, Semi. I love you. I love you. I love you. Semi, we gotta get you on DreamCon. You gotta start managing that shit, because what was that? I agree with that tweet, Semi. You have to be the social media manager for DreamCon at this point. Isn't it crazy that you got a hate watcher in here that watches the entire stream, waits for you to mention Claudia, and then goes to their group chat like, oh my god, she's talking about CT. That happens all the time, though. Like, there's genuinely a group of CT that, like, stalk every tweet I make. Every single tweet I make, they stalk it, waiting for me to mention Final Fantasy or Clarith or Claudie. And then anytime I mention it, they start tweeting about it, even though I have them blocked. You have me blocked. I have you blocked. Why are you still tweeting about me? Like, is your life that boring, dog? Go get a job. Go make friends. Isn't it just easier to watch shit you like? No, apparently not. But that's what I'm saying. These people, at the end of the day, these people don't like Final Fantasy. They like bullying people, and then they like using Final Fantasy as a front to bully people. Do you know what I mean? They don't really like Final Fantasy. They just like being bullies. Let's be real. Aerith can only be with Zach. Me when I'm a fucking moron. But you do you, okay? See, I'm getting mean! Stop! I don't want to be mean, but you're asking for it. You're literally asking for it. Fuck! Okay, that was my only mean. That was the only time I was gonna be mean today. I used my one. I swear. The rest, I'm putting aside, okay? That was my one mean card. You saw, okay, to be fair, Fidel, you saw. I ignored 3. The 4th one I popped off. That's on me. That genuinely is on me. The 4th one I popped off.
Oh my god!
Okay, we give you a pass. Okay, I'm done. I'm done now. I'm not gonna be mean. I'm gonna ignore it. I promise. I promise. Calbrogo, thank you so much for the 5,000 bits. Thank you so much. You just keep being yourself and the haters will remain in shambles. True that, amen. Can we get some bitty hype for Calbrogo? Or they got used to doing it when there was like only 10 active Claris on Tumblr and now people are like, hey, I actually like this and they can't help it. That's really true, Anthony. After Rebirth dropped, I literally saw so many Claris like come out of the woodworks. Clarith Nation growing. W. Okay, everybody breathe. Just have a good time. We're gonna have a good time tonight. We're gonna react to stuff. It's Zach and Elmira, let's be real. That is the OTP, and people have a problem with it. What happened with Twitter? What do you mean? With Twitter fingers? What are you talking about? Did I miss Rajaru? No, it wasn't Rajaru. It was just a little bit of a pop-off. Just tiny pop-off. You're gonna watch Sonic Slop. I know, I'm not looking forward to it. Don't get me started with the crack ship drama. Dude, can I tell you? Can I talk about that? That's tea. That's real fucking tea, Anochi. That is real fucking tea. Do you guys want to hear crack ship drama? Oh my god. So there's been like a popular, very popular crack ship for so long. I think over like 2 years now. Where, no, maybe more than 2 years. But long story short, there's a big crack ship of Aerith and Noctis. Okay? And what's a crack ship? A ship on crack, basically. Like something that would never, ever, ever happen. It's just for funsies. And so there's a massive fucking crack ship of Noctis and Aerith. And this is like really like a lot of Aerith stans love this ship because they're like, oh, if Aerith and Noctis dated, like they would love each other, like dead ass, like they would be so good together, TTTT. And like a bunch of Aerith stans are having so much fun with like Noct Aerith, right? And we're like making little fan edits and like little like fan cams, and it's just a fun time. It's like, imagine like a bunch of girls at a sleepover, like just having fun, right? And I kid you not, there was a group of like toxic Claudies that dead ass got fucking mad at Aerith and Noctis shippers. Dead ass got so mad at Aerith and Noctis shippers. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what is wrong with, unprovoked by the way, Like, okay girl, what are we doing? Is fun not allowed? I love crack ships. I love crack ships. They are so much fun. There is not a single thing they are not mad. That's what I'm saying. Why does it bother you? It's a literal crack ship. What's the problem? Those Disney crack ships. Can I get an Aerith Kiryu ship? Oh, Kiryu would love Aerith. Oh my god, Kiryu would absolutely love Aerith. He would protect, Kiryu would be the bodyguard. Oh, I need this now. Or Majima and Aerith would be good too. Majima would find Aerith so cute. Oh my god, that would be so good. I'd cry. Claudia when hating on a shipper was a job. Deadass, actually. I met Ash Ketchum's voice actor And the voice actor for Zelda. Wait, I met Ash Ketchum and the voice actor for Zelda today. How'd that go, Flaco? AJ, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much, AJ. I love you. Thank you. I'd cry again. My crack ship is Aerith and Cecil from FF4, Dark Knight, or Paladin. What is Cecil's personality like, Anthony? I want Aerith to be the next companion on Doctor Who. Guys, stop crack shipping. They're gonna get you. They're gonna get you. You guys are gonna get canceled. You guys are actually gonna get canceled if you keep crack shipping like this. Cecil has a wife? Oh. Why is everyone spamming sea salt? Is that how I'm supposed... Sea salt is his name? Elsa and Jack Frost. Yeah, they're acting like... I see... Oh, I love Tifa and Vincent. I think that crack ship is fucking crazy. It's so... Like... I think Tifa and Vincent on like a legitimate... On a legitimate, like... shipping wave, like, doesn't really make sense because of their personalities. I don't think their personalities would ever be like romantically intertwined. However, the aesthetics, that's what I'm saying. On an aesthetic, like a purely like aesthetic level, it's so good. It's so good. They are like, take the two hottest characters in the game and put them together. Of course. Omnisoap, thank you so much for this shove. Thank you so much, Omnisoap. I appreciate you. Thank you. Vincent was dating Genova. Also, do you know that also bothers me, Dan? That's another thing that really pissed me off, is they're putting exclusive content in the fucking gacha game. Stop! They better put it in part 3. I better get Sephiroth lore, Vincent lore, all of it in part 3. Cause if it's only in the gacha, do you remember like when that guy showed up in Rebirth and everybody was like, who the fuck is this? I still don't know who that guy is. Who was that man? Who the fuck was he? Why did you put him in there? I hated that. Glenn, whatever the fuck his name was, bro. Who was he? Who? Still. Just some guy. Literally just some guy. Glenn is likely Cloud's dad. See, when you say that, Dan, it sounds fucking crazy to me. I'm pretty sure that, like, obviously there's a reason you're saying it, but the fact that, like, that sounds like batshit insane to me. You know who looks like Cloud's dad? And I say, you know who looks like Cloud's dad as if I've ever seen Cloud's dad? Rufus. Rufus looks so similar to Cloud, it's crazy. That could be your father. That could be your father, Cloud. Chat, I can't believe some of you said that you wouldn't. Like, I get that he's a terrible human being, but really, are we being honest? I don't think you guys are being as honest as you think you are. Sora's dad looks like Cloud. Sora's mom looks like Aerith. Interesting. Women love criminals confirmed. Aruuu, we will help you. For the sake of my sexuality, I will not speak. Just Rufus for one night. Rufus for one night, be honest. Don't lie. Okay, fun question. You get one night. Consensual, obviously. I just need to preface, it's all consensual. You get one night with one character from FF7. Who is it? Tifa? Yeah, I think it would go... This is what I think it would go. Tifa number 1 this is for like the majority of people. Tifa number 1, Aerith number 2, Vincent number 3. After that, it's like kind of hard. I just leave it at that. Aerith? No, see, my number 1 would be Aerith. Can it not be sexual? No, it doesn't have to be sexual. You just get one night with them. It's up to you what you want to do. Can I have Tifa and Jessie? You can only choose one, Omega. Don't be fucking greedy. I choose Aerith. For me, it has to be Aerith. Yeah, I would have to. I mean, for me, it would have to be Aerith. I mean, that would change my life. That would change the trajectory of my life. Zach, for me, you just know Zach would hold you up the whole time. You just know he would have the stamina to do so.
Oh my god!
Stop it. Get some help. Honestly, one night with Scarlet would be amazing, as I know I would be alone for the rest of my life afterwards. Scarlet, really? That's who you choose, Shadow, out of everyone? I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you guys are... I'm shocked that Scarlet... I feel like we haven't seen, like... We don't know enough about Scarlet to know, like, what she's really like, other than a fucking... I mean, I guess if you're, like, into Dami mommies. Yeah, Dan, I deadass was gonna say that, but I didn't know if it would be, like, a little bit too brash. But yeah, I think she deadass would, like, peg you. Basittin oyun karakterlerine benzeyen Türk ünlü tanıyor mu? Wait, tam anlamadım. Tanıyor musun? Anlamadım. Sora. I'm curious. Have you watched the Kotaku video? Let's Mosey with Tim Rogers. Can I be honest? I stay away from Kotaku because I thought that Kotaku didn't have like a good rep. So every time I see anything Kotaku related, I just kind of ignore it. But I'm like that with most gaming journalists, to be honest. Benzeyen ve Türk olanını biliyor musun? Hayır, bilmiyorum. Kotaku is not a reliable source. Okay, that's what I heard. Yeah, literally the only gaming journalist I trust is Ultima and Gene Park. Those are the two. Kotaku does have some interesting takes. Ultima, no, dude, deadass Ultima's like, if you want someone that's reliable, is only gonna tell you facts, gonna have no bias, Ultima's the one. Do not trust anyone else except Ultima. I've never been steered wrong because of Ultima. My number one, my GOAT. Prince Food, thank you so much for this sub. One more sub before the Switch 2. I'm so hyped for it. Me too. I can't wait for all of us to play Mario Kart World. Holy shit. Game Informer cracks me up. Oh yeah, I had to sell Game Informers. Fuck, that was terrible. That was really the worst when I had to push Game Informer. If any of you have ever worked at GameStop, basically what they do is they hold a fucking... You feel something metal in the back of your head, and they push it up against your head, and they're like, you better sell those fucking Game Informers. You better get those subscriptions. At least that's what it felt like. Now, for legal purposes, I must say, that's just what it felt like. Shit's the worst. It's so bad. And they kept having me push it. And I'm like, dude, nobody here wants to fucking sign up for Game Informer. Stop forcing me to do this. Did you invest in GameStop? God, no. No, I just worked there. And it was a really bad experience for me. You worked at GameStop? Yeah, I don't fuck with GameStop in any capacity. I think they're really awful. Have you ever been told you look crazy? Like, not that you are crazy, just that you look crazy? All right, man. What the fuck am I supposed to say to you right now? What do you want me to say to that? No, I haven't. Maybe I have resting bitch face. I don't know. I am crazy. I am, but I think I do a good job of hiding it if I say nothing. When I'm quiet, it's really hard to tell. The moment I start talking is when people start to notice that I am crazy. I feel like I'm the fun crazy though. I hope I'm not the bad crazy. The bad crazy is like really bad. Like, have you ever met a crazy bitch? I have. Holy fuck, they're scary. You're like the loose cannon crazy. Yeah. No, I am loose cannon crazy. Fuck, I get mad really quick. I go from 0 to 100 in an instant. I dated one and yeah, no, like they're like yeah, there's bad. I mean, there's levels of crazy, right? There's like tiers of crazy. Like there's good crazy where she's like really fun, YOLO, wants to do everything, like will jump off cliffs with you, you know? She's the type of girl to like jump out of a plane with you. She'll do everything. That's like the really good crazy. That's the best crazy you can get. Then there's crazy like Luna Lovegood crazy, like very quirky crazy, but crazy to the point where you're like, wow, like this is really weird crazy. Like I've never experienced anything like this in my life. Like she's the type of crazy to like collect bugs, right? And like see things that aren't there. You know what I mean? But it's like quirky. It's still quirky. It's still cute. Then you have like, yeah, you deadass have like the bipolar crazy, where it's like, that's what I got. I got the bipolar crazy, where I'll go from 0 to 100 really quick. I will be loud, obnoxious, and all of a sudden, you know, maybe I got murderous intent if someone makes me really, really angry, right? But then you've got like the actual murderers, right? Like you've got women that'll actually fucking kill you. Holy fuck. They'll dead ass key your car. And they won't feel bad about it. They will not feel bad about it. You've got, what is it called when people do really, really terrible shit and they like don't feel bad? There's a word for it. They just don't feel bad no matter what. No way. Oh, a sociopath. Yes, there you go. You have like sociopaths. Like there is sociopathic people out there who will do like, they will literally key your car and fucking ruin your life all over you not calling them. Do you know what I mean? That's the bad crazy. That's the bad crazy. But I do be honest. I do got the bipolar crazy. I have to actively remind myself to be nice to people that piss me off. It is a constant effort. Ebo Ball, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Every time someone says something mean to me, I have to count to 10 and remind myself, you want to be a nice person. You don't want to make people feel bad. That's not what you want to do. You want to be a nice person who does nice things. Damn, the background song is good. Can you say the name? It's kind of chill. I like the vibe. Corrupted Ghost, let me send you the playlist. This is my playlist. Here you go. Enjoy. All the songs are banger on here, by the way. You guys can bookmark that and listen to it. It takes mad growth to be able to do that. I don't know. For some people, it becomes like, really naturally to be just very nice, very caring, very patient. But yeah. See, I saw a quote today that made a lot of sense to me. If you grew up with an angry man in the house, there will always be an angry man in the house. And I sat back in my chair and I was like, well, shit. If that ain't the truth, bitch. Because I was like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. Do you know what I mean? It makes perfect sense. What type of Riz are you looking for the Switch 2? Dan, you gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out. So you became the angry man? I absolutely did. I absolutely did become the angry man. I did, unfortunately. But you know what my therapist says? My therapist says you shouldn't hate. He's like, well, you shouldn't hate all the time that you're angry. He said, when you are angry, it is your subconscious telling you that you are being wronged, that someone is not treating you the way that you deserve to be treating you. And he said that is the part of you that loves yourself that is telling you someone is not treating you the way that you deserve. And it is protecting you. He said, you being angry is your instinctive need to protect yourself because you love yourself. And I was like, spit, bitch. Spit, bitch. I love my therapist so much. I haven't talked to my therapist in a long time, but I love my therapist so much. I don't trust American therapists though. No, there was one therapist I saw her 3 times. And by the fourth time, oh my God, it was the worst. She really fucked me up. Like, she really fucked me up. And then after that, I was like, I'm never going to therapy again. How are you, Aruuu? Minfa, I'm good. How are you, Minfa? But yeah, the best therapist though is the ocean, if I'm being honest with you. The best therapist I had is the ocean. I love going out to open water away from all civilization and just watching the waves. It's like, wow, I'm so small and nothing matters. It really reminds me that nothing really matters. That's why I love swimming out past the sandbank where all the noise just drowns out. And it's the best too when the waves are so big that you can't see what's past the waves. Do you know what I mean? You're so small. You are so small in the vast ocean that literally nothing fucking matters. And it's such a freeing thought. That's why I love swimming out. I love being by myself in the water because nothing matters. Literally nothing matters. I'm so small. I'm so insignificant in this big, vast world that nothing I do fucking matters. What a freeing thought. I like looking out the window and flying, and it puts the world in perspective. Exactly. I can float on my back in the water for hours. Yes. And I sit there and I'm like, wow, a shark could totally attack me right now and I could die. And nothing would really change in the world. It's very freeing. Do you know what I mean? Being in Florida right now would heal me. It 100% would. It would 100% would. I totally, to anybody that can do it, go to Florida, go to the beach, swim out there and just float on your back. 2 hours in and not one. Yes. 2 hours in and not one video has been reacted. Hashtag my streamer. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, Enochi. Okay, damn. Onaka ayabon olmuşum. Yay. Smart danger çok teşekkürler. Allah razı olsun. 2 hours long. Okay, are we ready to react? Are we ready to do our reaction stream? Let's go! God forbid a bitch have a podcast, Enochi. God forbid. God forbid I have a podcast episode. Damn. If I was a straight white male on the mic right now, would you say what you just did? I don't fucking think so, bitch. Wait, this is a reaction stream. Dan, don't join in. You can't join in on that. The fuck? Dan, you're on my side. All right, Fidel, are you going to react or no? Also, where's my iced coffee? 2 hours and I still don't have a fucking iced coffee. Isn't that
They
crazy?
fucking canceled it on me. And I had to get another. Don't worry. Oh, sir.
Hello.
Don't talk to me, no.
What? The next
I
one's
wanted
arriving.
iced.
Oh,
No,
okay.
don't talk to
it's
me. I
literally
wanted
about
iced
to arrive.
coffee.
It's literally arriving.
No, don't
But
talk.
they canceled the first.
Don't talk to me. I just wanted
Or
one
it's
iced
literally
coffee.
arrived. It says your dash is arriving.
What's
Don't
cracking?
talk to me. You fucking hate me. You fucking hate me for no reason. After all I am is nice to you. You fucking hate
I
me.
got mad too.
That's my favorite thing in the whole world. I deadass think that's my catchphrase, unironically.
You fucking hate me?
Yeah, so you hate me. Just say you hate me.
You gotta pick one or which one?
Did Aruuu move? No, I'm still on vacation. Damn, people are like, damn, this bitch is still on vacation? Yes.
There's no working
Rockeezy,
vacation.
thank you so much for the 100 bits. I love the name Rockeezy.
Which one are we doing?
The OVA.
So you gotta. I think you gotta pick one today.
We're doing
No,
the
we're
other
doing
first?
both.
You doing both?
Yeah, we're doing both.
That subtext.
Oh, you know the other one is 2 hours, right?
Okay, so do you want to start with the subtext video and end with Sonic?
I think so.
Okay. Chat, we're starting with the subtext video, then we're ending with Sonic.
For sure.
Americans, when they see someone get more than 3 days vacation, deadass, that's how it be though.
Because I'm factoring the fact that like you're gonna be pausing and commenting on the video too. Jesus Christ!
Jesus Christ, to what?
Don't do it. What is okay? Art, why do you do this bit?
What? It's me swimming. What am I doing? I'm literally swimming in the water. What is wrong with this? Omega, what's wrong with this
Yeah, I see-
photo other than me swimming in the
How
water?
majestic, man. How majestic.
That's
I
what
see
I'm
something else
saying.
swimming down there.
The water's so clear, man.
It's hella
Like
It does not-
clear.
It does not leave. It does
No,
not leave much to
it's a good
the.
photo. I mean, it's just
It doesn't
doing
leave much
mermaid
to the
things, man.
imagination.
Oh my god!
I want my... Jameer, I
No,
literally showed you my fucking big ass for a millisecond. 1 millisecond.
I can't believe you showed that. Goddamn.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit. Crazy.
No, the
Quite a
water's
view.
crystal
Good view.
clear, bro.
Damn.
Yeah, I see that.
No more red flags.
I know. Isn't it nice?
Yeah.
We went to the Henderson one, Omega. It was pretty good.
Oh shit.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah. That was like day 2 or something.
Are we sync tubing this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should.
Nobody's watched subtext video, right?
Nope.
No,
I don't know what subtext
I
video
don't
is.
know
What
what
is
that
that?
means.
That's all I needed to know. Is that invisible?
Thanks
Is,
for Final Fantasy, man.
is that invisible? Okay. Fucking hell. Is that invisible
brother.
woman? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's me. Pick me. Oh, no, we're being nice today. I was nice today.
I was nice today.
That's how I be though. No, if there's a day where I'm being nice, I literally sit in my bed at like 3 a.m. I'll be like, I was nice today.
I was
They
nice
still don't
today.
appreciate me even though I was nice today.
Yeah.
Because trust me, bitch, I could be a lot meaner.
That's true.
Yeah, I've
I
seen you,
hold
man.
back 99.9% of the time. The only time
That's
I'm
true.
not holding back is when a physical altercation appears.
Then you swing.
Then I'm not holding back. When I'm swinging, that's me full throttle.
Oh, not even God can stop you.
Oh, you mean like that poor punching bag?
Yeah. Yeah. Irish DC, thanks for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Americans, when they find out foreigners get paid vacation. Dude, isn't that crazy? Shouldn't everyone in America have paid vacation? Like
We
I
have
feel
paid
like
vacation. We
no
do.
matter what job you're working, everyone should have the right to a paid vacation.
Oh, okay. I get what you mean.
Do we not? No. No. You
Retail,
don't.
no, right?
I think retail. I think food service. I think
Oh, yeah.
there's a bunch. Like I don't even think like when you're an independent contractor, you don't get like any benefits whatsoever from anywhere. You don't get
No.
like
Yeah.
healthcare. You don't get vacation. You don't get sick days because you're independent.
Yeah, you work for
Which I
yourself.
feel like independent contracting is kind of like there needs to be a better system in place for that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. See, independent contractor
Oh
hurt
shit.
here. Yeah, we don't get shit, which is crazy. I feel like that's fucking insane. Like you're going your whole life not having any, what is it, like any
Stability.
stability, even though everybody contracts you out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Like
very,
God forbid you get
that's
hurt.
so, yeah, God forbid. That's such a scary, like, reality. Rockeezy, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate you. I was babysitting my brother's pets last year in Memphis, but if you don't count that, then
Oh
I've
my
never been on
God.
vacation. Nathan, we gotta get you on a
Huh?
vacation.
Wait, how old are you?
I hope you have a nice stream and the rest of your vacation. Thanks, Cal Brogo. Thank you so much for the 5,000 bits. I love you. Thank you so much. God bless. God bless you.
Oh, 23?
23? Oh, okay. So you're right
Ah, you're
around
still young.
vacation time. Yeah, this is like
Yeah.
23 to 25 is like when people start taking like their first vacations.
Yeah. Just save your money first. Buy a house.
We got to pay our own taxes, healthcare. Pretty much any day we can lose our job and be screwed. Wait, don't independent contractors get taxed more too?
Not necessarily.
I thought they had like a tax increase because they're like independent and they're not signed with like a company.
Depends on the company you do the job for.
Yeah, it depends on the company.
Nintendo Gamer, thank you so much for the Prime Shop. Thank you so much. 3 months, thank you. But like, they just have flat tax that they have to pay. Oh. But yeah, that's scary. You know how there's like, and this is like me talking out of my ass. I just want to preface this, by the way. Like, this is me talking out of my asshole. But do you know how like there's, what is it called? BAFTA for like voice actors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shouldn't there be something like that for like independent contractors that like protects them?
I see what you mean.
Okay. Thanks, guys, for the commentary. I'm glad that you agree with me.
I'm trying to think.
You mean like a
I'm trying to
union?
think
Wait, is
too.
BAFTA a union?
I have no idea.
Yeah, well,
Kinda.
I didn't know
yeah,
BAFTA
it's
was
a
a
kinda like a
union.
union.
I thought it was just like a... BAFTA's an award. Oh, SAG-AFTRA. There we go. SAG-AFTRA.
yeah, BAFTA is an award
Thank you.
show, I think.
Yeah, I meant
Oh.
SAG-AFTRA. I just wanted to say that the video's on Kotaku, but the video's by Tim Roger. He is a Clarith who spent 10 years living in Japan, translating manga and video games, and as a teacher, he made a video to give people an accurate translation of the OG game. Sorry if I scared you away with the Kotaku part. No, you didn't scare me. Can you send it to me, Anthony? I missed the Phasmophobia streams. Oh, what a fucking throwback. Holy shit. See, I wish that we'd get like a good Phasmophobia game. I want a horror co-op game, but like I want it to be scary because Phasmophobia when it first dropped was like super I would have nightmares of Phasmophobia. Like that's how scared I was. But it was like
we need
If
to
it
show
was
Wayne
all
genuinely frightening, I don't know if you'd play it.
I would though cuz Phasmophobia was genuinely frightening and so we would all play it together. I wish that we'd get something like that. You know
Scary
what we
co-op.
could, you know how they could do it? They
No.
could make like they could make like an escape room game, but like make it genuinely fucking terrifying.
Oh yeah, and then 4 people got sobbed.
Have you tried the other side? No, there was one game. Okay, I promise after this we're starting. This is the last thing, bitch. There was one game that I
Okay.
saw today that genuinely does look frightening. Omega, look this up and tell me how good it is. Hold on, because I bookmarked it just today. Like literally when I was laying on the couch here. Not the couch. Laying here during Fidel's stream. Hold on.
Emily wants to play. I'll play that already, Neon King. It's not scary.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you
It was
sure?
not like he's choking.
I don't know. Okay, Omega, it's
What is
called...
what's
Who's
wrong?
it?
Let me see.
It's called
How?
Emissary Zero. Emissary Zero.
I'm gonna need you to spell that.
EMISSARY 0.
0. $9.
But it looked
good
scary.
can it
Like
be?
I saw it on a reel and it looked scary, but I actually don't know how scary it is.
Oh, okay. So it's like what's that game? Like the Among Us game. What's it called again? The Space People.
Yeah, apparently Magharaga chases you.
Oh, I shall play it later.
You need to play Titanfall 2, but Titanfall 2 isn't scary.
Yeah, it's not scary.
No, but it's a lot of fun.
Titanfall 2?
Someone said,
Titanfall?
someone said Claudia should play this very scary game. It's called Indeed. You play it by filling out a job resume and submitting a job application.
That's scary, dog.
Ooh,
Holy shit. Oh,
ooh, I'm a
fuck.
job application.
True, though. It's hard because contractors aren't technically employed by businesses. They're hired to perform work for a set period and then let go when the contract's up. Employees are hired to work until dismissal, resign, retirement, etc. It's how businesses like Ubers use contract drivers to skirt around workers' protections. That's what I'm saying. It's so fucking, like, it's so corrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also the reason why, like, esports orgs get away with such, like, blatant mistreatment. The only reason a lot of esports orgs don't get away with it is because someone will, like, out them publicly. And so, like, they get shit on by the court of public opinion, and maybe it hurts their stocks, but usually, like, esports orgs get away with a lot of fucked up shit because they hire on people as, like, independent contractors and then screw them over in, like, really nefarious ways.
If you hear an org say we're a family, you run.
Yeah, any org that says they're a family, I promise you, they are not, bitch. They evil. They're fucking evil.
Yeah, no, you run for the hills, man.
Most of the
They
time.
don't mean it.
Any jobs that say that too.
That shit was so funny, though. The other day, someone's like, you use Tekken for clout, as if I didn't fucking outgrow the org I was on, bitch. Are you kidding me? What clout? I literally outgrew the entire org that I was on while I was on it, bitch, in the span of 2 fucking years. Eat my fucking ass.
True.
Okay,
That org
They
doesn't
need
even
you.
exist anymore.
let's react. Bitch is fucking sitting there typing on their computer, fucking praying for what I got.
You know what you should be typing in the subtext video on YouTube.
Wednesday, you want me to, you just fucking hate me, I guess.
Aruuu, it has been 2 hours, and
Oh,
Jamiria said an hour and a half ago that this was a 2-hour video. And you still want to watch Sonic OVA?
Oh yeah, thank you for saying that.
Well, one's
Guys-
gonna have to go.
Okay, you guys are yapping with a yapper, and then you get upset that you yapped it out. I told you, if we start, I could yap for literal hours. You don't understand. You don't
I love
understand
yapping.
what
I
it's
love
like
drama.
to be a yappy yapperton.
I'm a quiet
yeah.
McQuarton.
I get
It's
it.
been boring.
What?
There's no
I
drama
understand.
no more.
What do you understand?
Yapping.
What is it?
Oh, but you yap on a different level,
5%
though.
yap.
You don't understand yapping. You can't yap like I do.
You
Dude,
yap
you're
like different
yapping.
stuff
No,
from me.
no,
Or
you,
I
no,
yap
shut the,
2.5
no. See,
hours.
this is why it makes me upset because yours is literally brain rot. Like, you're like, oh, chicken jockey, lava. And then you're like, guys, I'm such a yapper. Oh my God. To the nether. That's what he thinks. No, that's what he thinks yapping is. That's what he thinks yapping is. He'll literally talk to you and he'll be like, people are sleeping. And then he'll be like, this is good news. This is good news. This is good news. Chicken jockey. And he'll be like, oh my God, dude, I was just yapping my head off. It's like, you don't yap. I have meaningful, deep, multi-layered conversations that transcend time, space, and time. I am a
Your yaps have
philosopher. I
substance.
am a philosopher in my right.
Yesterday, Asha, I spent the first 2.5 hours of
I
my
am a
stream
modern day fucking
yapping
poet.
about game news. I spent 2.5 hours yapping about game news.
Bro, you're fucking no. You just look at Nintendo sales. What did the
It's
fuck?
not true, but
What
I
the
keep
fuck does he
talking
look
about
at?
it.
Nintendo
I look at
sales? Like,
everything.
what did you
Listen, I
look?
talk about everything.
He looks at.
Mystery
Oh,
He
there's
literally
fucking.
looks at the Nintendo sales reports, and he thinks that's. He
Yeah, the
thinks that's
yearly shit.
yapping.
Yeah.
He thinks that's yapping.
So this is what
Oh
we're doing.
my
Google Docky.
So this is what we're
That's
doing.
logistics, bro.
Bro, I'm still laughing about that one time. Remember he said like, "Hey, people sleeping. Lower your voice." In the same volume.
Dude, and then he got mad at me. And then he got mad at me when I was like, "Why are you still talking at the same volume, brother?"
Oh,
you're talking
shit.
about this?
That took me out,
Here
man.
we go,
Dude,
man.
oh my god. There's so many jokes I made where I'm like, Omega would laugh at that. I know my bitch would laugh.
Aw. God damn it.
Seen an anti-union training video from Wait, is Amazon? It's okay. Whoa, is Amazon not unionized?
No. Right? Are they? I thought they weren't.
They even say we do not believe unions hold the interest of our shareholders in mind, and anyone with half a brainstem will go, yeah, that's the fucking point. Yes, of course. Wait, that's crazy. I thought, okay, maybe this, like, see, maybe I made this up in my head, but I thought Amazon got unionized when it came out that they were, like, had a bunch of, like, really fucked up, corrupt business practices.
Nope.
That's evil as fuck, bruh.
Yeah, no, working in a warehouse is fucking ass.
Oh, they tried to unionize, but it failed. Shit.
Uh,
Allah Coruscant. Oh my god. I pray for all the people that work for these big ass companies. They dead ass like
The
just
delivery
don't care
drivers.
no matter what happens to you.
like, how did the delivery driver deliver like 20 packages, not 200 packages a day? That's impossible.
Scary.
True.
Yeah. But then I get
Dude,
mad when
have
I
you
don't get
guys
my
been
delivery.
You know what, we gotta start. I was gonna say something else. Can someone make a list right
We
now?
gotta
Write
start,
it down.
Aruuu.
Tomorrow, can we talk about that Google AI thing?
Sure.
Those
Oh,
videos are
okay.
fucking terrifying. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Let's talk about it tomorrow, though. We'll start now, but write it down so tomorrow we can talk about the Google
Alright.
AI thing. That shit is
I
fucking
wrote it down.
scary. Holy shit.
Terrifying, bro. Holy
Dude, the
shit.
Taco Bell AI thing scared the fuck out of me, unironically.
That's enough to give fucking people nightmares, bro.
I don't know if you guys were watching the IRL stream yesterday, but we went to Taco Bell and it dead ass, I kid you not, like I got scared. The drive-through had an
Yeah.
AI voice and she's like, "What would you like to order today?" And she's like,
That's
"Okay, do
crazy.
you want a chicken with that?" And we're going to add chicken and a large Coke. Great. I'm like, "Oh." 99 tacos,
Yeah, I was
99
taking over.
Doritos, 99 rices, 99 sour creams.
Please, let me go in front of you. I'm doing something.
Please. Like, yeah, I love that guy. I love that video. That video is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I want to memorize it. I'm going to memorize that instead of trying to take my driver's test.
Oh, that's crazy. Come on, man. You gotta drive.
All right.
Or you're never gonna get behind the wheel of a car.
I actually did get behind the wheel of the car. Tell them I drove the car.
You did. She drove up to the stop sign.
Tell them what happened to your body.
She fucking smacked my stomach, bro. Because she breaks like a cycle.
Nice.
I didn't know you weren't supposed to slam the brakes of a vehicle. And
Oh,
you didn't, huh?
it's taken quite a bit for me to not slam the brakes. So I
Our
slammed the brakes.
big
like-
toe.
Yeah, I slammed the brakes like fucking 5 times in a row, and Fidel didn't have his seatbelt on in the back seat.
Oh
That's
well,
crazy.
that's his fault.
Yeah.
I
She's not wearing a
I
seatbelt.
didn't
It's his own
know. I
fault.
deadass thought that you had to just, like, put your foot all the way down on the brake when you brake, but no, you have to be very
No.
gentle. Very
To the
gentle.
floor.
A long time ago, yeah, but right now we have like power steering, like power brake fluids and stuff.
Can I just
Nice.
get a self-driving
Nice.
car?
I'll get a Tesla.
You can, but I don't know how accurate it is. They still get into accidents.
I wish I
time to
could tell
time.
that. I wish I could tell that story, but with everything that has transpired, I can't. Because it would just add fuel to the fire.
What story?
About cars.
About that time I was on the freeway.
Huh?
Hold on, I'll message you guys. There's one story I really
Okay.
want to tell you guys, but so much has transpired that it's like it would just add fuel to the fire.
I don't know this story. I want to know.
Yeah, I don't. Let's see.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think.
It would be
I-
God's
Oh,
forsaken timing.
ah,
It would be
where?
God
I
forsaken
remember.
timing.
I remember.
Wait,
Yeah.
where?
listen, I-
Where?
Streaming
Streaming
channel.
Oh,
Mhm.
I'll tell this
Yeah.
story another time.
Oh my
Yeah,
That was funny.
It was awesome. Gonna have to call it a night. Hope you all can have a good one. See you later, Irish DC. Thanks for the biddies. I love you. Take care. On the freeway with
Thank
knowledge
you.
that she doesn't know how to brake is crazy. No, I wasn't driving on the freeway. Oh my god, if I was driving on the freeway, I think I would die.
Yeah, you're not ready yet.
Yeah.
Dude, my mom made me
In-
go
in
a
the meantime.
roundabout. My mom made me go around a roundabout. Okay.
Round and round it out.
Just start the video.
Around a roundabout, and it literally, I was screaming. It made me so nervous.
Did you hit the curve?
It still scared me. No, I didn't hit any curves. I'm actually really good at driving.
Oh, you
I
good?
just
then.
imagine you when you're fucking driving in a parking lot, like the fucking scene in Bob's Burgers where Tina's just going
What's your
driving
dream-
directly
what's your-
into the fucking car.
wait,
What's your
where's
dream
the
car,
sync
Byron,
to?
or-
Sync
I
to?
sent you guys a SyncTube link already. Didn't I?
Oh, I have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
All right,
I
I'm
did,
in.
okay.
Needed.
Okay, are we
Start this
ready?
up.
Where's
Yer.
Typhony?
Oh,
Oh. So Typhon just fucking hates me now. New developments.
Yeah, everybody.
Where's Johnny?
He was in-
Not
Oh.
here either.
Okay, Johnny wants me fucking dead. That's a new development.
He's a health nut now.
They couldn't have said
That's a
that.
new one? I don't know, man.
It all felt way too real.
ah, shit. Rebirth spoilers can't watch. Sorry, guys.
What a hard scene to get through. I feel like I already want to cry. I know, but it's...
Aruuu, nothing's happened.
The music's so sad.
Can I say though, when they like made Aerith, like memories of Aerith, make Cloud snap out of Sephiroth's control, I felt for me that was like, that was it for me. Do you know what I mean? Like after that happened, I really in my soul knew like nothing could change my mind. Yeah, this moment right here, I was like, it's wraps.
But people will still deny it.
Somehow. Stamiria, same. Dude, that edit is fucking insane.
What do
Subtext
you
should just
make of
post
this,
that on
Cloud?
Twitter. That'll go so viral.
Is any of it real? Or is it all just a fever dream?
At this point, nearly a year from FF7 Rebirth's release, there is a good chance you've listened to a whole lot of other analysis videos and discussions about FF7 Rebirth and its ending. And odds are, you may believe somewhere deep down that you've heard all there is to hear about it. If that's the case, good. As someone just like you, I've heard it all too. And it's the exact reason I'm making this video, to talk about all the things I haven't heard people talking about. I have fine-tuned, rewritten, and re-recorded this video more times than The Last of Us has been re-released.
I
But
love
I've taken nearly a year
Subtxt'S.
doing it to make sure you walk away from this with a whole new
They're just so,
understanding
like,
of why
wholesome on
FF7
Twitter.
Rebirth ended the way
Like,
it did.
I've never seen
and
them ever
what
be
it means for
toxic
the
ever.
entire trilogy story. I want to make
They're
sure
like a
that
true,
even
like
if you
to their
sucked up
core,
all
like
of the
such an
FF7
FF7
Rebirth
fan that
videos
loves everything
exist
about
up to
it,
this
you know?
point, this video would still make you say, holy crap, I've never thought of that. This isn't to say there aren't good videos out there. There are plenty, and I agree with a lot of what they've concluded, that all of this was done to deepen the depiction of Cloud as an unreliable narrator, and to keep us talking as we wait for the next game, to keep everyone speculating about what may happen in Part 3. Yes, totally, 100%.
Nailed it. I know. Thank you. Moving on.
All of that is correct, but that's not even necessarily a secret. In fact, the developers have already come out and just said that's what they did. That is why this video exists, because that is just barely scratching the surface on why this game ended the way it did. As a writer myself, I have found so many hidden reasons for so many storytelling choices in Rebirth that I haven't seen discussed. Reasons that may be hidden from us even as we stare directly at them. Reasons that may reveal how this game may be changing fate even when it doesn't look like it does. Reasons that, surprisingly even to me, have almost nothing to do with counting rainbows or different dog breeds, no matter how tempting it is to overanalyze those things. The truth is that there is a far bigger picture I haven't seen people talking about, and if there's anything I'm good at, it's catching things most people aren't talking about.
I'm gonna find it. Here it is. So this was from Subtxt'S on Twitter. This is a spoiler. This is a heads up. This is the credits of the game. If you speed up every single cutscene, Subtxt'S did his work. These specific scenes are the weird fucking scenes. Again, the weird scenes are the ones that are missing.
That is the aim of this video, to give you a whole new perspective on not only the story and its finer details, but also many of the big questions that surround this trilogy. Though the 2 hours might seem like a lot, I'm going to cover a lot of ground very quickly. Most topics last around 10 minutes each, with the first half of this video focusing on everything directly related to Rebirth, my feelings about the ending, whether this is all a sequel to the original or not, and some deep storytelling theory that helps answer why the developers focus so heavily on the idea of changing fate in Remake, given that not much of fate seems to be changed by the end of Rebirth. The second half then
remember exactly. It paused for you guys, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly, but I think Subtext once like posted about a clip of me when I was talking about how I want the fate of FF7 to be changed. I just want to make sure it was I think it was. I just want to doubly make sure here. Hold on. Because I'm pretty sure Subtext posted a video. Oh my god, Subtext has interacted with me so much. My fucking go. Yes, there we go. Yeah, so Subtext posted this. The read on the ending of FF7 Rebirth from Deputy Aruuu about what comes next really hits the nail on the head. Some of these conversations, man. And then, yeah, like a lot of people were upset with this clip, but Subtext understood what I was trying to say here.
I think a lot of...
What did you say in the clip?
Not to be like...
Here, I'm playing it because I don't remember exactly what it was.
I think a lot of, like, not to be like... Well, no, I don't care if anybody thinks this way. I don't give a shit. But, like, some of you are, like, really, like, clinging to the OG as if, like, the OG hasn't already fucking deviated. You guys are, like, thinking of this, like, as, like, a mind of, like, from, like, they have to copy the OG. This is, like, I'm sorry, but, like, Sephiroth showed us that this is no longer the OG story. The fact that you guys haven't fucking comprehended that yet, I don't know what to tell you. It's like talking to a fucking wall at this point. Like, how can you still think this is the same as the OG? Damn. Like, genuinely, I don't get it how you guys are saying, like, oh, well, in the OG this happens. Well, in the OG, the third game is like this. It's like, no, it's already deviated from the OG. Like, it's already different. We've got fucking timelines, and Zack fucking Fair is alive and doing fucking synergy attacks and fighting Sephiroth alongside Cloud. What fucking OG are we talking about? The same events are not going to happen. Like, literally, it's multiverses now. There's multiple timelines, multiple eras, multiple Clouds, multiple, like, possibly Zacks, multiple Sephiroths for sure. Everyone in their own respective timeline was fighting fucking Sephiroth.
You sound funny in 2 times.
Acting
That's
like
how
the
I'd be
weapons being a
thinking
major
in my
player in the
head,
full disc
honestly.
before they were in the OG isn't enough of a deviation. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I feel like I'm talking to a fucking wall at some point. Like, yes, I get it. I get what happens in the third part of the OG. I fucking get it, but it's already different.
Yeah, there we go. So I thank God that I remembered this too, because I was like, I'm pretty sure Subtext agreed with me when I was saying this. And so it's so funny now that like Subtext has a video explaining it, because I did, yeah, I remember this because I was saying, like, people were saying like, well, the OG's still gonna happen, it's still following the events of the OG, and I felt like I was losing my mind because I'm like, it's not gonna be the OG. Like, it will not. People still think it's going to be, but I'm so 100% convinced that it's not. It's already deviated too much that it's not the OG anymore.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Exactly. Thank you, Ryan. Exactly. The OG has already happened. It has already happened. It's not going to happen again. The OG is the prequel to remake. That's exactly it. So when people were like saying this to me during my playthrough, and obviously like you can hear that I was crying and I was like drunk off emotions, which I feel like I do get that way. I feel like I do get drunk off emotions. I was already crying and I was already really emotional. So yeah, I felt some type of way about it when people kept saying like the OG's still gonna happen. The OG's still gonna happen. I was like, oh my God, like, use your brain, bruh. Yeah, and exactly, Sino. Cloud is literally getting flashbacks from the OG. What are you people saying? What are you people saying? How could the OG be happening if Aerith is literally telling Cloud, don't fall in love with me? How is the OG happening if she's already acknowledged that Cloud fell in love with her? Do you know what I mean? If she's saying, no matter what, don't fall in love with me, the OG has already happened. If Cloud is literally seeing visions of Aerith's passing, it already happened, my friends. That's what I was trying to convey. But like, the other thing that really pisses me off is people will say, oh, like, don't deviate from the OG only when it comes to Aerith. Only when it comes to Aerith. When it comes to Avalanche, when it comes to Zack, when it comes to the Whispers, all is well. When Tifa has a bigger role in the story than she did in the OG, all is well. Not a problem. We welcome that. But only when it comes to Aerith is it a problem to not follow the OG. Do you know what I mean? Wednesday, carry on. You were saying something.
Oh, no, I was just saying it's like, it's just kind of adding on to what you said. It's like all of a sudden, like, things can change, but her death, that is one thing we're not allowed to change. Don't do that. That's a big no-no. Everything else can change. You could make Red 13 a cat, but Aerith's death, no. Don't touch that. It's like, all right, y'all. I know what y'all are about. You're not slick.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like, what's the point of defeating fate? Because it feels like the entirety of Remake is like the entire, and I've said this before, and then we'll move on after this, but the entire, like, fucking theme is defying fate and destiny. Even Sephiroth has his own way of defying fate and destiny. Aerith has her own version of it, and Sephiroth has their own version of it, but they flash, like at the end of Remake, they flash the ending of FF7, the OG FF7 ending, and Tifa goes, what was that? And I think Red is the one who says that is a vision of tomorrow if we do not succeed today. Do you know what I'm talking about? You guys remember that scene?
Even in the first
yeah,
remake,
okay, good.
I always thought it was a sequel.
I do,
He
sorry.
shows them events that have already happened and they misinterpret it as the world being destroyed. Sephiroth has adjusted strategy because he lost. And I guess he's the force of nature.
Hold on. Exactly.
Okay.
No, exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, I've always said, like, Sephiroth genuinely can't, like, this is not the OG, like, this is not the OG story, because obviously this is Sephiroth, who knows much more than everybody else, and our Aerith like the Omni-Aerith knows way more than everybody else. Do you know what I mean? So you have two powerhouses that know everything that has already transpired, i.e. everything that happened in the OG. So the original game has already happened. But yes, the multiple Sephiroths
The year
are
of
already
the
confirmed to be real in the remake Ultimania. There's at least 4 Sephiroths. 1's Illusion, 2 is Black Cloaked Man, 3 is the real Sephiroth, and 4 is the Edge of Creation Sephiroth. Are you a model? I'm an ass model. Haven't you heard the news?
Oh, no, you used to officially be a model.
I did. I was a
Well, you still are. It's just a different role.
Yes, exactly. I used to work with Express, and now I work with NetEase.
That new skin that you helped them out with actually looks fire. I like it a lot.
Northern Nobody, you better not go. You better not leave. You better not leave.
Get started, bro. Come
The
on.
party
Focuses
is
on the
literally
future,
just getting
looking at
started.
the big themes of the entire remake trilogy and how they may blend a lot of the new and old elements into one cohesive story in part 3. And while this video is mostly about the big picture, the true starting point for all of that analysis was born out of spending months wrestling with my conflicting feelings about the ending.
Conflicting? What does
It didn't feel like the ending was good.
Oh,
You
I
know,
heard
that feeling when you reach an ending to something and you just say, God damn. But it was also hard to say that it was bad. I got a lot of what they were going for, but I was just a bit bewildered. There were so many questions on my mind. What did I just experience? What exactly happens?
Yay,
Why
thank
did
you,
they do it
Northern Nobody.
that way?
Thank you.
And as the months have passed, I've had more time to digest it all. And in that process, I've gotten to do something that I love the remake trilogy for. Something that is, in truth, the reason I started
love the
this whole
editing of
YouTube
the
thing.
video. It's so
On
good.
this channel, my intention is to
professional.
deconstruct the reasons why stories in games are told the way they are. A deep dive into the possible thoughts and intentions of the creative people behind it and what may be going on underneath the surface. An unpacking of the creative subtext, if you will, behind the creativity that we love and hate to debate. And that is because I, as a person, am obsessed with creativity. For the longest time, I wanted to be a screenwriter, and in the years since, I've built a different career in the creative arts. And in my time studying and then working professionally on creative projects, I've come to appreciate all of the thinking that goes into them, even when they don't fully work. That's because there is a real truth to the incredible monologue that comes from a critic toward the end of Ratatouille.
In many ways, the work of a critic is easy. We risk very little, yet enjoy a position over those who offer up their work and their selves to our judgment. We thrive on negative criticism, which is fun to write and to read. But the bitter truth we critics must face is that in the grand scheme of things, the average piece of junk is probably more meaningful than our criticism designating it so. But there are times when a critic truly
they were
risks
spitting
something,
at Disney.
and
Oh
that
my
is in the
God.
discovery and defense of the new. The world is often unkind to new talent, new creations. The new needs friends.
That's why this
That's
video
wild.
isn't
I
about
need to
telling you
rewatch Ratatouille because I just thought it was about a movie about a rat wanting to make food.
definitively whether
Or
FF7
you know
Reboot's
those
ending
movies
was genius or garbage.
always have deeper meanings.
That's for you to decide. And it's not really something I'm interested in doing. Instead, I'm interested in diving into the different dimensions of it and digging deep into things I haven't seen discussed about this ending. Reasons why I feel like the ending can be seen as both a success and a failure, with both conclusions drawn by looking at the story through the lens of classic storytelling principles. That sense of duality, that two things can be true at once, is rampant in both Rebirth and this video. I've seen both positive and negative reactions to this ending, and I myself have experienced both feelings. I also think, and don't hate me for saying this, that's perfectly normal. I hate that we live in this world where hot takes and hard stances are the expectation, and God forbid you have any nuanced opinions about anything. Well, I'm sorry.
Wait, did they
but
say
I
Rebirth
do.
was coming to Switch
I
2 or only
love
Remake?
this game. It is, in so many ways, so much more than I could have ever imagined it to be. I flew through the canyons, dove into the live stream, fought Vincent Valentine as the goddamn Galleon Beast. I even cried, which, honestly, the original never actually accomplished for me, personally. It is gaming at its most peak, but it ain't perfect. It does some things brilliantly, and it does some things kind of stupidly, sometimes within minutes of each other. And that is okay. It's not perfect. But as Robin Williams once said to a young Matt Damon,
"You're not perfect, sport. And let me save you the suspense. This girl you met, she isn't perfect either. But the question is whether or not you're perfect for each other. That's the whole deal."
When I reached the credits of FF7 Rebirth, something happened inside me that didn't happen at the end of FF7 Remake. I was genuinely a bit disappointed. As much as I loved nearly the entire
Dude,
journey,
that's such a good thing to say though, because I feel like a lot of people felt a little bit disappointed. And you know when you have like something that you love so much and it like you're constantly trying to make, I think you're trying to compensate in your head. Do you know what I mean? Like, I hate with all of my being criticizing FF7. Yeah. Even like the characters, like when there's like questionable writing, I hate criticizing it. And I don't know if that's because like of fear of backlash or because I love the game so much that it almost feels like a betrayal to criticize something I love so much. Do you know what I mean? And so you inherently have this like kind of toxic relationship where you're like, well, I really love this thing, so I don't want to criticize it. However, it's very in your face that there's something there that deserves to be criticized.
Yeah. And was blown away by so much of the Rebirth experience as both a story and a video game, something about the ending left me feeling numb to it. I wasn't mad, I wasn't sad, I wasn't happy, I wasn't upset, I wasn't excited, I wasn't even very confused, at least in the moment. I just felt nothing. It felt like the game had just literally thrown everything at me. It gave me saving Aerith and losing her. It gave me Cloud and Zachary uniting and separating. It gave me a heartbreaking goodbye scene and a comforting farewell. And it did all of that in a breakneck, non-stop torrent of scenes where I was hopping into different worlds, flying through singularity gaps, seeing different versions of events at the same time, trying to decode everything being said by the most cryptic villain in gaming history, and getting into a multi-dimensional 14-phase boss fight with literally 12 different party combinations. Not to mention the fact that some of those party members may or may not have actually been alive. All of that was before a...
What Wednesday? Say it.
I think I get what you're saying, but I feel like if you love the characters, then yes, you should criticize the characters. Because like you have a vision of how you feel they are or how you feel they should act, right?
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
like if Kratos did some out-of-pocket things, like if they went a completely different route with the next God of War game, I'd feel some type of way, you know? Like I feel like I'd be able to like openly state, I guess, criticisms towards it because I care about it so much, you know?
I have one,
I mean, for the...
I had like one thing I wanted to say during my playthrough, and I don't remember if I said it. Have you been enjoying Florida? I love it, Defiant Fish. And I think I told you this Wednesday when it happened, but when Aerith wasn't really like picking up that Cloud was like jealous during the Zack scene in Gongaga, and like she wasn't picking up on it and like didn't really try to like comfort him, like when he said like, do you still have feelings for him? And she's like, well, he's never done anything to make me like not have, or I don't remember exactly what happened, but she's like, well, he's never done anything like
the Zack
not
guy,
to.
do you love him?
oh yeah, do you
Yeah,
still
that was
like
it.
him? And she's like, well, you know, he never did anything to make me not like him. It felt so out
Yep.
of character for Aerith. And I really wanted to criticize that writing in that scene because the Aerith we know from Remake is so incredibly attentive to Cloud's feelings and how he, like, kind of how his brain works, that she would know that he's feeling insecure and quite jealous, you know? Like, because, like, even in the playground scene, like, the chemistry between them in that moment felt so real and so raw and intimate that, like, I wish they had written it differently in the Gungaga scene, you know?
I chalk that up to she got thrown off by how direct he was with it.
Yeah, which she even
You know?
says.
Yeah, like I can give her a bit of a pass on that. And plus it's she has just seen the parents of the guy that she was in love
And
with.
that's
The
why I
guy who never came back.
that's what I told myself during that scene when I was feeling that way. I was like, okay, well, like, she's feeling a lot, and this is totally a lot for her because she is, like, she does love Zach, and she's meeting
Yeah.
his parents, and she's also feeling really insecure because even when she's meeting his parents, she says something like, yeah, I'm sure, like, he talked about a lot of girls. Like, she's kind of stupid when it comes to Zach, too, you know?
Yeah.
And I say stupid in like a loving way. Please don't think like I'm calling Eris stupid. She's just I guess I mean silly. She's like a little silly when she thinks like she's not aware of how much Zach really loves her, you know? And like the Aerith we see, she kind of knows, like the Aerith we see, we know that she knows that like Cloud has a crush on her, you know? Like it's so obvious she knows that Cloud has a crush on her. And she like teases
Yeah,
him.
she teases him.
Yeah, she teases him about it. And even like, we get like the OG era saying like, you can't fall in love with me no matter what. So then seeing her when she's like with Zach being like, no, like there was tons of other girls that he probably brought. It's like, no, like how do you know that Cloud has a crush on you, but you think that Zach isn't in love with you? Do you know what I mean?
I think,
and I get it. I get why they write it that way because she was really young when she met him, and she has those like that insecurity too.
and not just that, right? Like she doesn't know that he's dead. At least at that point,
Yeah,
right?
especially because it's like
So
the
to
Aerith that
her,
lost her memories.
yeah. So like, not to, I'm gonna defend Zach Fair for a second. But like, yeah, think about it this way, right? Like he just disappeared one day. He never came back, never responded to the letters. She didn't know how strongly he felt about her. So at the end of the day, she's looking at it like, oh, this guy who really brought me out of my shell, who did all this for me as a human being, he just up and left. It's like, to her, it's like, well, of course, because someone like him can get along with anybody. So why would he have picked me? Like, it's kind of like she puts herself down about it, which she shouldn't.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you gotta look at it from the perspective of this guy that she fell in love with just up and disappeared one day and never came back.
Yeah. Which,
And
like, again,
I think,
it totally, everything you're saying makes perfect sense,
yeah.
But at
And
the
like,
time,
I guess
when
the
it
final
first.
thing.
No, you go. You go.
Sorry.
Wednesday. I was going to call you Zach.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep cutting you off.
No, you're not.
I'm not trying
I
to.
like Wednesday. I like hearing what you have to say. I love talking about Final Fantasy.
Okay, fair enough. But the only other thing I wanted to say was like, I think to her, she can't even fathom that he's dead, right? Like that's just like that's a foreign concept that I don't think has even crossed her mind. Because even like when Cloud goes to say it, number one, when he says forget about him, like she gets upset, and then he goes to say she's dead. And he has this migraine thing, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot going into this whole Zach and Aerith relationship, and that's why it makes me sad because it's like one of my favorite trope. It fucks me up constantly, but is right person, wrong time, and that's really just they personify that, and it makes me
Yeah.
sad.
Yeah. 100%. When Aerith says there's liking and then there's liking, it's simply Aerith's way of asking Cloud if he likes her. That was too overanalyzed or distorted when the answer is yes, quite obvious, especially with all the obvious signs in addition to the scene where the two interlace their hands together towards the end of the game, or the scene where Cloud says, so this Zack guy, you still like him? And Aerith responds, I have no reason to dislike him. It just means that Aerith doesn't hate Zack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It just means that Aerith doesn't hate Zack because he never gave her a reason to be hated. It doesn't mean that she still is in love with Zack. She just has to move on. And besides, we were talking about Aerith, the character who feels bad to have dark thoughts against Hojo, because at the time of the beach, she was not sure if it was normal to have these kind of thinking sometimes, and that's why she asked Cloud about it. So I'm pretty sure if Aerith was still in love with Zack at the end of the time, and at the same time having romantic feelings for Cloud, she would blame herself for that. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I do. But yeah, it was like, the reason why I bring that up, it's like, it's really hard to criticize something you love so much. And like at that moment, like when I felt that way, like, even though you can change, like clearly like my mind is changed on it now, right? At the time, I felt Aerith's writing, I was like really confused as the way that was written. But like after like talking about it, yes, it makes perfect sense, you know?
Yeah.
In Japanese, she says, I have no reason to hate him, but Cloud is dense and still gets jealous. Which, you know what the crazy thing is that there are people that still believe Cloud wasn't jealous. Even though in the OG, in that exact scene, it literally says Cloud is jealous. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
he
it's
feels
very
envious.
Yes, he's very envious, he's very jealous. And even like in the Ultimanias, they confirm that like when Aerith is talking about another guy, which was Zack in the playground, literally the Ultimanias confirmed that Cloud was jealous when she was talking about Zack at the playground. So it's like, I don't know, like 2 + 2 is 4 at the end of the day. But yeah,
not to them.
Yeah, obviously.
Final series of scenes with shapeshifters
What are your thoughts
and
on
walking,
localization? I don't think we should be doxing and trying to get translators
and
fired.
If I'm
that's what
being
you're
completely
asking.
honest,
Fuck
I
those
felt like the
people.
devs were cowards for it. Not to say I wanted
Oh,
Aerith to be
shit.
saved, as I'll talk about later, but because it came across like they were too afraid
called
to
them
make a real
cowards.
choice. Sure, the final choice seems to be her death, but they couldn't just do that. No, they instead had to at least give fans the imagery they so desired. Aerith being saved, just moments after establishing that such fate-breaking events could conceivably create alternative worlds that may not even matter, given the apparent pointlessness of Zack's different worlds, a plot device that seemed at the time not like a multiverse of madness, but rather a multiverse of meandering nothingness.
Also, not to stop here, but like, this reminds me, watching this also reminds me, like, they still haven't explained the point on why Cloud was able to remember Zack himself. You know?
Yeah.
Which is like huge. I mean, it's fucking massive.
No, they do.
How? What was the point of that scene?
He gets his memories. He remembers.
No, but like even like in the beginning. But like, no, like even in the beginning where, remember when, like they make sure to let you know that things are like, there are tiny little changes everywhere, like Aerith confiding in Tifa about the whispers and stuff. And we know now that she did that because they showed us that because Tifa has that whole entire scene that like they are establishing Tifa's role is far, far bigger. Right? And so we know why they showed us that scene in the beginning with Aerith and Tifa, with Aerith confiding in Tifa. We still don't really understand fully, like, what Zack's role is at all. Yeah. At all.
In short, it felt like the creators didn't really make any choices and instead kept every possibility on the table, keeping Aerith around just in case fans rioted around her death, and keeping Zack in the background until they could maybe finally do something impactful with him in part 3. And in that way, it didn't even feel like a cliffhanger. It felt like a cop-out, a way to throw every possibility and every emotion at us in an attempt to get us talking without providing any
like
resolution.
kind of perfectly
And in so
describing
doing,
about
it
like
failed
how
at delivering
most
what
people
most
felt
of us
about this.
expect from an ending to practically anything. In a bit of irony, given his inability to finish the Song of Ice and Fire books to the point that it led to a pretty awful ending to the Game of Thrones show, George R.R. Martin once said this about endings. Quote, "A good story should make you feel something, whether it's joy, sorrow, or even anger. If you reach the end of a story and feel nothing, then it hasn't done its job." And that is a big reason why the ending didn't connect for me after my first playthrough. I didn't know what to feel because the game went out of its way to make sure I couldn't be sure of anything. My emotions were standing at the control panel, stumped as to what to do. And it's hard to know how you feel about an ending when you don't know what to feel.
But it's not
That
the end of
sense
the
of
story.
narrative.
But the problem is, remember how the end of Remake made you feel versus how the end of Rebirth made you feel. And I get that Rebirth is like smack dab in the middle, but it's still a shitty feeling to feel nothing. Do you know what I mean? Like, that shit sucks.
You said that's how you felt during your first.
Narrative indecisiveness. The feeling that the writers didn't really make any choices and just kept every possibility on the table may have been amplified in my head because of interviews that dropped right before Rebirth came out, where producer Yoshinori Kitase talked about potentially changing direction on Part 3 depending on fan response. Quote, "Well, we've of course
that's
already
crazy.
gotten started with Part 3 at the scenario and plot level. We have a tentative first draft for the scenario and it's in a finished state, so things have gotten started. That said, although we've gotten some work done, there will still be parts we create by combining players' responses and reactions and going over that feedback. So after the release of Part 2, it's possible that the things we're coming up with for Part 3, the concept, etc. will change. Therefore, I hope
hate
everyone
this.
will play
I'm
Part
gonna be
2
so
before
for real
Part
with you. I
3
fucking
and
hate
keep
this.
providing us with your reactions to it."
I do too.
At the time,
I do
remember
too.
this being a giant red flag for some fans. But for me, at least when that quote first
That's
dropped, I
that's
wasn't
cowardly.
bothered by it all that much because, to some extent, of course, you would probably alter some things based on fan response. What if people missed an important detail? Well, then you might need to clarify that in the next game. What if people figured something out early? Then maybe you would need to throw that into doubt a little bit. What if you rush past a critical plot point so quickly that people didn't even realize it was talked about?
I'll stop the meteor.
This is so weird. This is so
Frito,
weird.
I agree with you.
Why say that? Like, have we even talked about there being a meteor yet? Have we even talked about what the black materia does? I don't think we have.
Long story short, there were a million reasons why fan feedback could have impacted the draft of Part 3 scenario. But while sitting on my couch at 2 a.m. after beating the game, it felt like they had opened so many potential plot doors to walk through that it seemed like I was facing the worst possibility. That maybe they really didn't have all of this planned as much as I had hoped. If true, that would also mean that their ambition was something far lesser than what they had implicitly promised with the ending of Remake. It felt like they had mostly made these changes just so they can lay on some thick fan service without actually making any bold choices or risking anything real and consequential about the story. Fans are divided about killing or saving Aerith? How about both? You want to fight with Zack and Cloud? You got it. You want to say a proper goodbye to Aerith? How about we do that 3 different times? In the direct aftermath of the ending, it felt like the only thing they were certain about was giving us dream scenarios that would make fans happy, regardless of how little sense it made. I even sent a defeated message to a friend of mine the day after beating Rebirth that said simply, the only concept for any kind of video I can think of right now is, maybe it's just fan service. But as someone who spent a lot of time digging into the narrative construction of Remake, the idea that they didn't have all of this planned out felt almost impossible. Of course, details would change, but it felt like the idea that they didn't have an overall ending in mind just didn't make sense to me. It wasn't like the Star Wars sequels, where a different director and writer headed every project. It was
Me and
mostly one
Wednesday
unified creative team that had been working together for decades.
Said this.
So after several
we
months
have no
of
idea
thinking
how they're
about
gonna
it
wrap
and a full
up
replay
everything
of the game
in
later,
Part 3.
it does
Like,
seem
it's almost impossible.
That feeling has almost
to
completely subsided. In fact, this ending that I
wrap
just
this
spent
all
several
up
minutes
in one
criticizing
part.
may be an ending that I
Yeah.
actually love.
There's so
And
much
that's
to do.
because I may finally understand what it's really about. To help explain what I mean, I will need to dig into a few meaty questions about why they built the story of Rebirth the way they did. Of course, the most obvious reasons as to why they ended the story this way are clear. To keep us all talking for the next 3 years, and to mess with Cloud's head, to further disrupt his sense of what's real. All of this has been much discussed, and I agree. But that answer isn't quite satisfying
They haven't.
enough.
They haven't.
All their goal is to depict a mental collapse that
Let's call
already
a spade a
happens in the
spade. They
original
haven't.
game without all
I
of this
agree with
multi-role
Wednesday. I don't think they
nonsense.
have.
Then why do it this way? Why was that worth such a big change to FF7's?
When?
They said in an interview that they know the ending now.
Yeah, but they've also said that there were not going to be multiverse timelines, and here we are.
That's I also agree with. See this. We've also talked about this. It's hard, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way. I mean this in the most respectful way possible. But like, it's hard to trust what the devs are saying.
No, for sure. But like,
You know, because sometimes I feel like things are just said to be said.
yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, no, I think that I'm a bit of a doomer. I won't lie. Sometimes I do
I'm the
get
opposite.
I become a little bit of a doomer because I get really scared. It's something that I'm the same way about Lord of the Rings. Like when someone touches Lord of the Rings, I'm like, oh no, don't do that. You know, and I feel like sometimes I feel the same like here, like this final part is like the biggest deal, right? It is like the finale to something that you love so much with all your heart that like you do get scared, and it's a little hard not to doom sometimes. They get asked questions so many times that they just try to phrase it 100 different answers. Yeah, I guess that's true too.
Yeah.
A lot of times Nomura and others are sarcastic and kind of tease stuff, but it shouldn't be taken seriously, and journalists do. Yeah, that's also like one thing that I haven't considered is that there could be mistranslations, you know, 100%. That's like a really good point, Anthony.
Most iconic moment, Final Fantasy VII's most emotional scene, a change that seems to prioritize confusion
someone has
over
background
emotion
noise, by the
when
way.
emotion should arguably matter most. And why was it worth introducing the whole idea of changing fate if the Fate fans care about most wasn't changed? That question is where we'll start, because it's at the heart of a question I've heard asked constantly since FF7 Rebirth came out.
Okay, you have to justify now why you're making these changes.
I love Gene.
And I almost don't feel like that was answered with how Remake ended
Really?
in some instances, because I was like, okay, your answer to changing things is to change nothing.
Like, I thought the Rebirth was going to be like, hey man, it's a new adventure. We might go
like
to
10 hour, both of us 10 hours in, coming to each other with like theories of how off the rails they were going to go, and then
They just did it,
Yeah.
which I think is a surprise.
This, if we fail, that's what's going to happen. If we don't change fate, that is what will happen. So that is the original fate that they were going to change. And if that's true, then why did Aerith die? Like, they aren't changing the game.
My theory is that they backed off a lot of the changes they were going to make in Rebirth when they got reaction to what happened at the end of Remake. I think Zack was probably a lot more involved in that original script idea, and then he is in the final game. I suspect they're also looking at like reactions to Rebirth as they're making whatever they call the next game.
I sort of felt like that almost happened as I was playing through Rebirth, where it's like, oh, it seemed like this was all setting up for this, but then it didn't, and it did something completely different, almost to like go against the expectations that people had, you know? And you have to realize that all these big plot devices and how they eventually work out, regardless of what everybody's theory is, are 100% subject to change over the next 3 to 4 years.
I hope everything in part 3
It's
is
not surprising that a lot of people walked away from FF7 Rebirth feeling like the developers backtracked on the idea of changing fate,
nothing in
which
part
seems to
3
be
is like
the main point of Remake's ending.
the same as the
Hell,
OG.
it even
Maybe
seemed
the
like they had
slapping
backtracked
game, and
on
that's
wanting to
it.
include Zack in the game, despite being on the cover. I mean, why promote him so heavily and then only give him roughly 40 minutes of gameplay and cutscenes in a 40-plus hour story? In
Oh, you
fact,
only had 40
before getting
minutes?
into the bigger fate question, let's start with Zack.
Felt like
If there was a
more.
decision to scale back his role in Rebirth, as I've seen a lot of fans speculate, then why put him on the cover? It's not like they revealed the cover very early in development and were locked into it. They revealed it just 5 months before release, and Nomura gave an entire logic to it that made Zack as equally as important as the other two cover stars. But even more noteworthy In an interview with Game Informer in December, roughly 2.5 months from release, director Naoki Hamaguchi
Oh, I
said
remember this
quote,
interview.
"We have used the character Zack to depict the combined view of writer Kazushiki Nojima, creator-director Tetsuya Nomura, and producer Yoshinori Kitase, the original creators, intents of how this world of Final Fantasy VII came to be, and its policies and rules governing this world. This is going to be depicted through the character of Zack. As much as the whispers within the story, Zack is an equally immensely important, crucial key character to this story that I believe fans will enjoy in Rebirth." With this quote, just a couple of months from release, we find more evidence of the confusing dualities within Rebirth. The developers say he is an immensely important, crucial key character, yet he gets surprisingly little screen time and is practically ignored by Sephiroth more than once.
You want a piece of me?
No, not you.
I mean, this was shocking, wasn't it?
Yeah. What the hell happened to you? You were a soldier.
Like, yeah, you
How
definitely
could you turn
thought
your
like
back on everything we stand
half of the
for?
game was going to be
Easily.
dedicated to Zack.
He actively disrespects Zack's presence in one moment and casually slops away a piercing question in the next. Sephiroth treats him like a mild irritant more than an important character. And it's not just Sephiroth that seems to treat him this way. The game itself does by giving you the option to just turn off his scenes in New Game Plus. His presence doesn't seem all that important,
What
yet
the
it
fuck?
apparently
I didn't know
is.
you could do
Hell,
that.
a Zack moment is what opens the game and serves as Rebirth's title drop. So then, why feature Zack so prominently and say his presence matters so much? I mean, sure, maybe because of marketing, given Zack's popularity, but I think that's too cynical and kind of backfired from talking to a few Zack fans who were disappointed with how little there was of him in the game. And if it were only for that, I don't think the game's director would call him an immensely important, crucial key character. Of course he'd hype him up, but that description goes a little far considering how much of the game he's in. I think the reason is because the developers are truly thinking about the entire 3-game experience of this story. There were multiple moments included in Remake that don't really make much sense until Rebirth, and it's because the developers are far more concerned with the full trilogy experience than the experience of each individual game, for better or worse. And there is no greater example of that than how they're handling the concept of changing fate. The idea was clearly on the minds of every player as they walked up the steps to the water altar, the setting of the most famous death in not only all of Final Fantasy, but perhaps all of gaming. And it's clear the developers wanted us thinking about it a lot. First, there was the marketing cycle. In the lead up to Rebirth's release, the developers clarified as early as September that the game would conclude at the Forgotten Capital, where, quote, the greatest fate of Final Fantasy VII awaits you. They did a global media tour saying, quote, the whole of the story of Rebirth is building up to that dramatic climax, and believed Aerith's fate would, quote, shock even the players who have played through the original scene multiple times.
How do you think people are going to react to that scene? You know the one.
They even got major mainstream publications like GQ and the New York Times to write features all about the impact of the original death and if it'll be recreated in Rebirth. But let's give that a pass. Let's just say that's marketing doing its job. If you look at the first 2 games themselves, they also funnel the player into focusing on what may happen at this pivotal point. Let's recap. Remake builds an entire game around the idea of changing fate and hits us over the head with the concept that Aerith knows everything that is to come. She knows the potential consequences of Sephiroth's offer at the end of the highway. She knows the consequences so well that she even hesitates. But in the end, she chooses to accept Sephiroth's offer to follow him into the singularity and change fate. Sephiroth wants to change what's to come, and so does Aerith. And so, at the end of Remake, for everyone other than the most stalwart originalists who believed and still believe nothing major will change, it appeared that the die was cast. Both the party and Sephiroth worked to change fate, to change the future as they knew it and we knew it. And the cliffhanger text doubled down. The unknown journey will continue.
I got them.
The implication was clear. Nothing from this point onward was guaranteed. So, how does Rebirth start?
But see,
Not in the
can I say something? I feel like since
What's up?
because Remake ended the way it did, I feel like Rebirth should have been more unique in its events. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we got a couple of new like events, but I definitely thought it was going to be a lot more different. Do you know what I do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like what he said here, like everybody thought it's confirmed that it's a sequel now, but then it's like we just went back to the same old shit in Rebirth, where it's like, oh, look, same thing that happened in the OG. Look, same thing happened in the OG. One tiny little change there, but overall same thing. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, there's still
Whereas, like,
changes.
I feel like the height that we finished Remake on, like, the moment they showed Zack, it was like them opening a fucking jar that was full of endless possibilities. And so I think everybody's expectations were really... Yeah, it was like opening Pandora's box, exactly. And I feel like everybody's expectations were really high. And then in Rebirth, it was like... not what I expected. Do you know what I mean? I still loved it, don't get me wrong. I still loved it, but I was just expecting something different, if that makes sense. And that's on me for my expectations, but when they say the unknown journey continues, but it's very much a known journey, it's like, well, okay. But yeah, I mean, obviously we're still in the beginning of the video, so I'm, like you said, like maybe my mind will change, but I'm giving my perspective. Corn, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. I will entertain you for the next 30 days, inshallah. But yeah, marketing as changing fate and such gave us some expectations as well. Exactly. Exactly. Like the marketing, the ending of Remake, like everything was like building up to something. And then when it didn't build up to it, it was like, oh, this wasn't what I was expecting, I think.
The security of the world we know. No. It starts in Zack's reality with an opening sequence where everything we know is thrown into question. And leaves
Yeah, exactly
us with a
like
visual
this. Like this
that
was when we
teases
saw
Aerith's
this, like
death.
the marketing
Especially
here
for
when we
longtime
saw this
fans
trailer for the
who've had
first
the
time. That
image
was
of the
fucking
fallen white
crazy.
materia seared into their
You should have been
brains
on
for the
Twitter
past
that
27
day.
years. Right from the start, from before the first moment we ever control Cloud, the idea is planted in our minds. Aerith's fate is on the line. Throughout the game, there are moments of foreshadowing, some that they even sneak in quite nimbly.
And what about our fourth match? Aerith is in trouble. Will she survive?
While others are far more in your face.
Seek, and you are sure to find. But alas, you shall forever lose what you cherish most.
The stars
Comes
work in
true, by the
mysterious
way.
ways.
Yeah.
There are also moments that are aligned to what's set up in Remake. Moments that are made to feel like they can be interpreted as a sign that perhaps her fate can change. From Kate Sith talking about a last-minute twist that may pleasantly surprise you, to Marlene outright telling Zack that he needs to help Cloud save Aerith. The most important words, however, come from Aerith herself during her speech in the penultimate chapter of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Right after the emotionally tortuous Temple of the Ancients trials, Aerith says the past is set in stone, but the future, even if it's been written, can be changed. This has been an idea Aerith has repeated over and over since back in Remake, when she did indeed have confirmed knowledge of the future.
It might sound crazy, but back in Midgar, Aerith and I could both see the future.
And you're asking me this? Just had a feeling you'd know. Probably did at one point. All that stuff was taken from me, though. Or maybe erased?
That means she had seen the future and believed it could and should be changed. If this came from any other character, perhaps it would be easier to dismiss. But coming from Aerith, it feels significant. And if she hadn't said it in Rebirth and only said it in Remake, then I could argue, yeah, maybe they did change their mind. But instead, they made her double down right toward the end of this game. But putting myself in your shoes, I can tell you may not be fully convinced yet. Maybe I'm just a dude who is way overanalyzing a few lines of dialogue. Maybe there is something the developers know that I don't. a fact about how FF7 Remake's ending was received that made them change their mind about this whole changing fate thing. For example, hard data that showed that most players outright hated the direction of Remake. Well, as far as I can tell, that didn't happen. In fact, the data I found seems to say quite the opposite. In one poll of Japanese players conducted by Famitsu in August 2020, 75% of players said they were, quote, very satisfied with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Another 17% said they were quite satisfied, adding up to a whopping 92% of players saying they were satisfied overall. In fact, only 4.3% indicated that they were at all unsatisfied by Remake. One of the player quotes noted by Famitsu demonstrated that Remake accomplished exactly what the devs were going for. Quote, before I played it, I did not want them to change anything. But when I actually played it, I found myself engrossed in the story. I had not been into something this much since playing FF7 as an elementary schooler. In another poll conducted by Final Fantasy Union, there were similar results, with players scoring the overall game at an average of 4.45 out of 5, or 89%, almost 90%. And though scores for the ending were slightly lower, it still averaged out to effectively a 4 out of 5, almost 80%. These polls aren't necessarily something to sniff at either. The Famitsu poll was conducted with nearly 3,000 participants from perhaps Japan's most well-respected gaming publication, and the Final Fantasy Union poll reached over 14,000 respondents. To put that in perspective, the average sample size of the top polls tracking this year's presidential election is just over 2,300 people per poll. In
Well,
short,
he's probably
it
going to
seems
say
most
they did the
people
same
were
polls
very
for
satisfied
Rebirth,
with the game
and
the way it ended. If anything, these results are a flashing green light. And it's fair to say that given one of the polls was done by a legitimate publication that does these kinds of surveys all the time, and the other had a sample size bigger than many small towns in America, it is highly unlikely that any research done by Square Enix themselves would have produced vastly different results. To top it all off, as I was in the middle of editing this video, the developers gave the clearest indication yet that they are still crafting the overall story they want regardless of reaction. In an interview with Young Jump, creative director Tetsuya Nomura said this when asked about how much creators should listen to fan response on social media. Quote, players' perspectives are very interesting, and I find myself learning a lot from them, so it's certainly something I look closely at. As for reflecting those opinions in one's work, I don't think doing so is necessary at all. The key is not just to go along with players' opinions, but to think about the scenario clearly with intent. And in another interview with Anime News Network, in the same week, Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi said this about the ending. Quote, in terms of the fan experience we anticipated and also desired, I think we are satisfied in that there are both negative and positive reactions to this scene. Given all of the in-game evidence that they're still playing with the concept of fate, some fairly reliable signals that Remake players largely approved of the new direction, as well as the lead creators behind the project saying they don't fully follow fan feedback and were anticipating and willing to receive negative reception to the way they handled FF7's most iconic scene, it seems to me that there is no reason to believe the developers changed their mind. And just in case you still think I'm wrong and feel like they've backed away from changing fate, then I ask you this. Why did the official story recap that was released a week before launch and included right on the home screen ends by talking almost exclusively about breaking fate?
This was Destiny's crossroads. Every moment, every action, every step taken had all been as the Whispers willed it. To fight them was to break free. On the other side of fate, Sephiroth waited, the Whispers undulating within him. Cloud brought his blade down upon his rival, sundering destiny. With the fight won, and the shackles of destiny broken, we stood before the unknown, a world of boundless freedom.
I mean,
It
I
was
agree
there,
that Remake's ending
beyond
is perfect,
where fate could
you know?
follow, that a new journey began.
So, if they still plan to create a new journey beyond where fate could follow, then why did it feel like Rebirth ran away from the idea of changing fate?
Yes, thank you. That's what I was saying. Oh my god. That's what I was saying.
Oh, this should be good.
So this is really not a sequel. It's the second act. It's of an ongoing story. It's not even a series as such. It's just a story that we show in parts.
Aside from the simple fact that it's also the middle installment of a trilogy, there is a good reason people have been comparing Rebirth to The Empire Strikes Back since before its release. Empire has a famously unexpected ending that feels like a low point for the characters, and it is a clear cliffhanger that leaves audiences waiting for the full payoff of taking down Darth Vader. Again, in case you aren't a big Star Wars fan, Empire Strikes Back constantly comes up as the top-rated Star Wars film among fans, and while I surprisingly couldn't find any poll about Star Wars endings,
the best one.
it's often listed among the best endings and usually comes out on top of most lists. So, given the similarities between the two, why isn't Rebirth's ending as revered as Empire's? Well, for one, when actually...
I got lost here. Why do they compare Rebirth to Star Wars?
Because he's saying The Empire Strikes Back was also the middle movie that ended in a way that wasn't conclusive. Like, it's like the characters are at a bad point.
So then how is it the top rated movie?
Well, that's what he's...
Because, yeah, that's...
Oh.
Because the movie is still incredible, but that ending is like... People, that's what he's trying to say is like, how come for that movie that ending hit, but for this game it didn't?
Okay.
But you know what it is? I can already tell you, because Empire is more conclusive. Like, there's not really questions, because you get the Vader is Luke's father reveal.
Uh-huh.
Han gets put in the carbonite, or whatever it is. And each character has like a route that they're going, and they explicitly state that they plan to go, and then we're all going to reconvene for the last movie. Whereas with Rebirth, you have Ghost Aerith, you have the stuff with Rufus and Glenn was the guy's name.
Yeah.
There's too much weird stuff, whereas Empire's very a conclusive ending. At least that's where I think they're going with this.
Digging through the history, it turns out that the ending of The Empire Strikes Back wasn't as universally loved in 1980 as it is now. At the time, lots of critics gave it some pretty harsh criticism. The New York Times review led with the title, quote, "The Empire Strikes Back strikes a bland note," and said, "The Empire Strikes Back isn't even a complete narrative. It has no beginning or end. After approximately 2 hours, Han Solo, Leia, and Luke are no better off than they were at the beginning," which led them to conclude that it was, quote, "simply another chapter that appears to be continuing not onward and upward, but sideways." The Washington Post said it had, quote, "no plot structure, no character studies, let alone character development, and no emotional or philosophical point to make." Pauline Kael,
well, these people are stupid.
The most famous critic at the time, was much more positive about it overall, but did critique that it felt weighed down as a, quote, "middle bridging film chained to an unresolved plot." This fairly widespread criticism was such a known element that it became something reporters asked fans as they were waiting in lines for the movie across the country.
Think this is going to be as big as Star Wars? Bigger. And yet a lot of the critics are panning it.
Well, what do they know?
Although the critics are disappointed,
that guy
consumers
gets it.
looking for an escape into fantasy this summer will have the last word.
And sure enough, fans themselves walked out saying they really enjoyed the movie as a whole, but didn't quite have the same feelings about the ending.
Left me confused. Didn't understand the ending of it.
Oh, I thought it was pretty good. I didn't like the ending. It could have been a better ending. Okay, you just came out of the movie. What do you think?
It was a fantastic movie. They cut it short, though. There was no real ending to it, but it was a great movie. Great movie. A lot of things happened fast. A lot of things happened very fast.
As it turns out, the ending for Empire Strikes Back may be something that people appreciated over time rather than in the moment.
Even their voices.
And a big reason for that is because, much like with Rebirth, some fans walked in with certain expectations out of what they expected from the second installment.
I will be back.
It didn't end up right. You gotta see another one. It might be a Star Wars 3, you know? They didn't kill Darth Vader.
People were expecting certain things. They wanted and expected even more out of Han Solo.
We don't have
they
another
were
monitor,
expecting
so we have
a
to
more
watch
classic love story between Luke and Leia, not yet realizing that they were siblings. And of course, they were even expecting Luke to win, rather than end up like this. But as Vincent Valentine so wisely and appropriately put it before entering the Temple of the Ancients,
expectations often lead to disappointment.
That said, while Empire's ending may not have been so beloved at first, it did do something that FF7 Rebirth did not. In Empire, Luke Skywalker spends the movie wrestling with both his destiny and his past. The question of who he is, who his father was, why he's special, and what he will do with his gift is central to the story. By the
I've
end of
never seen
Empire,
this movie.
he's
Is it
given an
good?
answer.
I think I watched it when I was like really, really young, but I like watched one scene and then I don't remember anything else.
He told me you killed him.
I've only seen episode 7.
I am your father.
It's the one he and the audience least expect, but at least
never seen
it was an
it.
answer
Well,
to the
me
story's
neither.
main
Yeah.
question. Who is Luke? Where is he from? And how might that impact his future? In Rebirth, the central question seems to be, as reiterated at the start of the game, middle of the game, end of the game, and even in the marketing, will Aerith live or die? And while there is seemingly an answer, it is one that is deliberately obscured. It is not as clean as this.
Luke.
Father.
Son, come with me.
And by that measure, it isn't very satisfying, even among fans like me who have changed their mind over time.
I just missed the end. Hope you enjoyed the ending. I didn't. I don't know if I liked it as much on first view. I was more confused and I'd say dissatisfied. I didn't hate it, but my interpretation was I was fucking confused. To me, it was like too much information hit me way too fast. I don't know what's going on, man. It almost doesn't feel like an ending. I'm super in. I fucking.
Max is so naturally
I'm
funny. He
super
doesn't
in.
even need to try.
Wrestling with the ending in that way isn't flip-flopping. It's just the outcome of handling a story, especially a story that we know, this way, and giving us a cliffhanger that doesn't work like a lot of traditional cliffhangers. That's because while cliffhangers can't answer everything, they aren't typically so open to interpretation. They usually leave you wondering what will happen next, and not what just happened. Or, as Zach put it,
What in the hell is going on?
but here's the thing. So much of that confusion is about the events surrounding Aerith's death. But is Aerith's death really what Rebirth is all about?
No, absolutely not.
However, you'll never see the truth with such clouded eyes.
Shut up!
After all, you're just a puppet.
He's got to work on his fonts.
Most stories contain many different plot lines, A plots, B plots, C plots, and so on, and their designation usually reflects their importance. In Empire Strikes Back, the A plot is clearly about Luke's training and the showdown with Darth Vader, while the B plot is about Han and Leia. They intersect and impact one another, but the questions about Luke are at the heart of the film, and it's the questions about his plotline that are the focus of the end line. That are in Rebirth, the A plot starts out about Cloud, but seems to end up being equally about Aerith, despite the final scene truly being about Cloud's mental state. On paper, lead writer Nojima did the right thing. The true opening, minus the prologue, is a questioning of Cloud's memory, and the ending deepens that suspicion, going so far as to drive distrust and fear of Cloud's mental state.
And people came after me when I said Aerith is just as important as Cloud. Ain't that fucking crazy? Ain't that fucking crazy, I say.
Both the players and the party. But the larger meta story of Remake has shifted all of our focus as fans. We've become obsessed with the idea of changing fate, and for good reason. And so the hanging question over this trilogy has become, how will fate change? And the number one fate fans are concerned with doesn't really have to do with Cloud. In the long run, he'll be fine. He may be depressed for a couple of years, but he'll be fine. But it isn't really even about the end of the game. Sure, stopping Sephiroth and the meteor in the same way comes with some unintended side effects, but it's eventually dealt with and everyone is cured. No, the main concern is with Aerith. With her fate already on our mind since the end of Remake, and with so much build up to the final moment that includes an all-out assault of foreshadowing, multiple goodbyes, a seemingly omniscient Sephiroth hinting that he knows what he's about to do, and a literal pause in the action for the game to say, yeah, that shit's coming. We finally reach the altar, and what do we get? Fate isn't changed. And as seen through the lens of Zack's story, perhaps it never can be. Perhaps we're all doomed to our fates one way or another. Perhaps the big bombastic ending to Remake where we fought the granddaddy of Destiny was just a big fireworks show with no follow-through. Perhaps what people have been seeing as this bold, ambitious meta-sequel masquerading as a remake really is just a remake, with a few extra sprinkles on top. That isn't to say that my personal hope was for Aerith to survive. Personally, I wasn't one of the people cheering when Cloud parried Sephiroth's attack. Even though there was enough talk of changing fate to justify it, it felt like they hadn't fully earned it. So I was a bit relieved when events were flipped on us moments later. That said, it turns what should be a very emotional moment into a rug pull. It's like, we're not actually gonna let you save her. And in turn, it makes the whole premise of changing fate and the very in-your-face narrative focus of the first two games of this trilogy feel equally like a red herring. And while many people, including me, believe the truth will come back around in part 3 for a big reveal that impacts the primary plotline, the Cloud-censored A-plot, it will simply do so in ways that will lead to a similar, if somewhat different, mental breakdown for Cloud, just as he experienced in the original. At this very moment in time, that makes it feel like all of the new stuff that has driven so much conversation and excitement for nearly half a decade has been much ado about nothing. Sephiroth and Aerith knowing the future in ways they never did in the original, Cloud remembering Zack appearing to survive, Tifa falling into the life stream, all of the conversations about changing fate, the literal creation of new worlds upon breaking fate, self-aware references to Advent Children, all are just in service of keeping us fans on our toes while adding a bit of perspective to original plot points. In fairness, that is what the developers have said is the purpose of all of this. But if you're like me, that feels like an underwhelming payoff to all of this potential, and it feels intuitively like some kind of betrayal of the way stories are supposed to work, even if you can't quite put your finger on exactly the reason why. If you feel that way, it's for good reason. And so let's break down the real question this video has been building to. If I'm right that the developers didn't change their mind about changing fate, then why did Rebirth end the way it did, with Aerith still dying? Why did they create the world's most obvious Chekhov's gun if there was no plan to fire it when it would have seemingly mattered most? Especially after Rebirth, there has been good reason to believe things may all just play out more or less the same as they did in the original. A lot of these new elements, like Zack being alive, appear to be constructed in a way that makes them temporary. For example, the worlds we've seen him in are said to inevitably fade away, and may only exist in live-stream realities that aren't as fully tangible as they seem. So much so that he doesn't even appear in the pause menu while he's in your party at the end of the game. And while Remake and Rebirth have been awash in Advent Children imagery, moments, references, and even music, perhaps they are all just knowing nods to longtime fans and not evidence that the events of the Remake trilogy are a direct consequence of those future events. Just so everyone watching this is fully caught up to speed, there has been a long-running theory that FF7 Remake is effectively a sequel to the original compilation of Final Fantasy VII. This is based on the clear evidence that Sephiroth and Aerith in the Remake trilogy are working with knowledge of future events, which didn't happen in the original. I mean, perhaps Sephiroth knew some things, as he seemed to indicate at the Temple of the Ancients in the OG, but there wasn't any evidence Aerith did. In fact, Tifa even refutes that notion later in the game. Because of that, interviewers for the past 4 years have been asking the developers how the Remake trilogy will connect to Advent Children, and the developers have used some shifty language. In an interview with The Guardian in 2023, creative director Tetsuya Nomura said, quote, "If you play right through to the end, it will link up to Advent Children, so you don't need to worry about that." And in a bit of interesting editorializing, the newspaper noted that he said this with, quote, "a knowing smile." In an interview a couple of months later with Eurogamer, producer Yoshinori Kitase said this: "The overall storyline, the developments, will not go wildly out in a way that will not add up to Advent Children in the end. I don't think anyone wanted that. That's not what we're looking to create here." Interestingly enough, neither of those interviews stopped the speculation amongst fans, especially theory crafters, who pointed out that Remake technically already linked up to Advent Children. In the final chapter of Remake, it was already confirmed by the devs that the party fought the 3 Advent Children. who were described in the enemy intel as, quote, an entity from a future timeline that is manifested in the present day. It fights with a sword to protect the future that gave shape to it. So not only did it seem like Sephiroth knew the future, but literal future entities from Advent Children showed up in order to, quote, protect the future that gave shape to it. So even within the canon of Remake, Advent Children happened in the future. It had to have happened in order to actively protect itself. Not only that, but every future scene shown during the Whisper Harbinger fight was ripped right out of Advent Children. Even the scenes that were technically in the original were represented by their Advent Children version. So yeah, it already linked up and added up with AC, but it didn't mean that it would still literally lead up to it within the same chronology. After all, the Whispers fought to protect the future, and we fought to change that future.
I'm back. What have I missed?
It's a compelling argument, but
he's talking about when you fight the Advent Children and how like it already leads up to Advent Children, you know? Like even
What was his point with Empire?
To be fair, I kind of forgot already.
I can't hear.
What were you saying? You said even in Remake?
His point with Empire was just basically like, honestly, I really forgot, if I'm being honest.
It's fine. It's fine. What were you about to say?
What was his link with Empire?
His whole point is that they're both like middle movies or like middle things, and they both left people.
Oh yeah, character finding. Yes, character finding. Like point A, plot point A, plot point B, plot point C. Where he's like, you know, like Luke's plot point A is like finding out who he is, like messing with his past and his present and what he's meant to do, like his destiny. Then plot point B is his relationship with like Leia, and plot point C is like something else. And so he was saying like how in, you know, Final Fantasy VII and the remake series, it's like plot point A is Cloud, obviously, you know, with like Sephiroth in the beginning, and then it's kind of plot point B is like telling us that Aerith is just as important as Cloud. She's like the other main character of the series, and then plot point C was something else, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, stuff like that. And now he's like talking about how this is basically, is it really a sequel? And then he was talking about the interviews where they're like, it's going to link up with Advent Children, and we want it to link up with Advent Children. We're not trying to create something that won't link up with Advent Children. Yeah. And so he was saying like, but if you think about it, Remake has already linked up with Advent Children. And it says like the Advent Children that you fight in Remake are, it's literally, they're called harbingers of the future, you know? And they're like, their blade is to protect the future that manifested them.
Yeah.
Reason there's been so much disagreement among fans is that there has continued to be evidence pointing toward the opposite belief, coming directly from the developers themselves. In the behind-the-scenes featurette before the theatrical re-release of Advent Children,
they didn't even need to confirm that in an interview. It was like, I feel like they made it obvious in Rebirth that Tifa's like role is going to be massive.
Follow the remake trilogy. Advent Children itself depicts a world after the original FF7, but the remake project essentially also follows the major elements of the story of the original FF7. So timeline-wise, Advent Children's story should be positioned as one just beyond the story within the remake project. That mention about where Advent Children sits along the timeline has been, so far, the most damning evidence that perhaps it still does come after the events of the remake trilogy, which would mean this whole remake fiasco won't change fate and everything will essentially play out the same way. And given how things in Rebirth more or less played out the same as they did in the original, and everything so far seems to be building toward Cloud just losing his mind once again, it would appear that the cards are stacked very differently as we sit here post-Rebirth compared to how things seemed to be at the end of Remake. In 2020, it really felt, to a lot of fans, like they were going to go wildly off script in Rebirth. And while there were some wild moments for sure, most things played out essentially the same. And when looking back on everything the devs have said, it feels like maybe they weren't trying to pull the wool over our eyes or misdirect us. Maybe they just really wanted to, quote, introduce new mysteries without straying from the original, as they've said repeatedly. Yet, something about that hasn't felt right to me. And I know, the odds are stacked against me, and I just outlined exactly how against me they are. But so many moments in Rebirth feel written as if to lead up to a new grand conclusion to the trilogy. You may be thinking, that such a belief is coming from a place of personal preference, and I'm sure some of it is. But I'm also someone who has repeatedly said that I think the FF7 Remake trilogy will be more like the original than most assume, even in the days leading up to Rebirth. Yet, I do believe that given how much they have set up changing fate, they have to meaningfully pay off not only that premise from Remake, but all the beautifully crafted moments in Rebirth that seem indicative of a story that will go beyond the bounds of the original. For instance, big parts of FF7 sequel fiction seem to have happened in Rebirth. In the book On the Way to a Smile, Aerith continues to live on in the Lifestream, and describes wanting to get in touch with Cloud in order to warn him of Sephiroth's plans. As the book put it, she tried to think of some way to warn Cloud. As she pondered the problem, all of the other things she couldn't tell him rose anew in her spirit, vivid as life. There was also so much she wanted to tell him, but she never had known what to say or how. She hadn't troubled herself over this for a long time, and eventually she decided there was no point in thinking about it now either, unless she found a way to talk to him. And a bit later it continued, quote, she had seen what she needed to see, a glimpse of Sephiroth's intentions. He would begin by using others to act where he could not. Should she do the same? No, she thought. Even if that's possible, I don't want to appear before Cloud as someone else. I want him to see me as he knows me. Aerith's dream date in Rebirth feels like the ultimate manifestation of that dream. And as we know from the Cosmo Canyon NPC, these worlds are likely created from the unrealized dreams that linger in the Lifestream.
I've been reading a bunch of theories about this alternate world in the hope of going there someday. And over the course of my studies, I stumbled across a fascinating theory. It addressed the issue of what the Lifestream is, arguing that spiritual energy is actually a manifestation of our knowledge and memories. Like I said, it's a fascinating theory, but it's incomplete. What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those, don't we? So what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts?
With that in mind, I believe that dream date is where an Aerith from the Lifestream, one that is different from the one we see with the party while Cloud is unconscious, finally realizes the dream of seeing Cloud again, shares some of those, quote, other things she couldn't tell him as described in the book, talks about the bigger picture, and says something she had previously only been able to say in an indirect way in Advent Children.
I never blamed you. Not once. Whatever happens, don't blame yourself.
It was at this moment that I felt most confident that the grand conclusion of this trilogy would end up, at the very least, in a slightly different place, even if just emotionally. Just as Cloud is in a much different emotional state after Aerith's death in Rebirth compared to after her death in the original, I think that even if events largely play out the same way for the rest of the trilogy, the emotional state of the characters and the final endgame of the story will be notably different than in the original. After all, what's the purpose of manipulating Lifestream realities to finally tell Cloud not to blame himself if he just ends up still blaming himself 2 years later in Advent Children? It would seem pretty damn pointless. But I ask that not just because of the strength of the question itself, but because of a few other quotes from developers that people have potentially overlooked. In an interview in February, just before Rebirth's release, producer Yoshinori Kitase talked with the Spanish outlet Vandal about his mindset heading into the closing chapter of the FF7 Remake trilogy. In it, he said that after spending 30 years with these characters, he realized something. Quote, the more I work on it, the more I start to feel like I want to make all these characters happy. I want to give them a happy ending. Knowing that the end of the original is fairly ambiguous, and Advent Children doesn't exactly depict the characters or the wider world as being very happy after the events of FF7, this is one hint that there may be an intention to do something different. In fairness, I also have to point out that in the same interview, Kitase noted that it's not only up to him. Quote, the rest of the team also have to be taken into consideration, so it won't be all happiness and rainbows. But I just want to make them happy. But just like I don't believe the FF7 Remake trilogy has backtracked on the idea of changing fate, Kitase didn't backtrack on this idea when he once again reiterated this hope for the end of the trilogy in the official Rebirth Ultimania, published 2 months later in April 2024. Quote, On account of my age, this next game will probably be the last FF7 related work I'll be directly involved with. Of course, there's always a chance the world of FF7 will continue on in the future, but for now, this is the end of it. With that in mind, I hope Cloud and all the other characters will finally find happiness. Though we won't know how the story ends until it's actually finished, I'm personally wishing that it will conclude without any unresolved feelings remaining. That note about not leaving these characters with any unresolved feelings just stuck itself into my brain, especially since Advent Children is almost entirely about the effects of the unresolved feelings Cloud carries. Not to mention that he once again says we won't know how the story ends, which seems a lot like the cliffhanger text that tells us no promises await at Journey's End. On the one hand, Aerith literally tells us the ending of the story as we know it, and it's the same one we know from the original game, which they supposedly aren't going to fundamentally change.
I'll put everything I've got into my prayers. I'll stop the meteor.
Yet, we're not supposed to know how it all ends. That doesn't quite add up, does it? What does start to add up, though, is another quote from Katase. Just days before recording the script for this video, he was in another interview with Anime News Network where he said this, quote, "We've always kept the original in mind, and I don't think it's going to be a storyline that will betray the fans of the original game. But also, at the same time, it's been 27 years since the release of the original Final Fantasy VII. There are these things that we feel we can only do now in the remake project that can bring a new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction to the players playing this game now 27 years later. What this will entail exactly is something we hope players will experience soon. If all they're doing is keeping the story mostly the same, then why would he have to clarify that it won't betray fans of the original? Usually you say that if you're planning on doing something that might feel like a betrayal, something that would be considered pretty damn different. And most importantly, he talks about wanting to give people a, quote, new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction for players who have been with them on this journey for nearly 30 years. To me, that is the clearest signal that the end of this trilogy won't just be Aerith stopping the meteor, like she did in the original and like she says at the end of Rebirth. In fact, given how it keeps saying that this remake project feels like a story of dualities, two seemingly different things being true at once, perhaps the true answer is that it will be a bit of both. It will include all of the major elements we know, but then go beyond that point, reaching a new conclusion without breaking what has already been. And there is a quote from a June interview with co-director Motomo Toriyama, where he talks about something that sounds a whole lot like that very idea. Quote, "We would like to bring you a moving and impressive ending, which will answer all the mysteries in Rebirth and exceed the original game." Maybe that's the answer. Maybe most of what we know will remain, but they will exceed what we know about how the original ends. It would be a way for them to honor the original while still taking the big finale of this trilogy into all new territory where they will be free to get a little crazy. So in that spirit of getting a little crazy, let's talk about why I think that Rebirth veering away from changing fate makes it even more likely that Part 3 will finally veer into it. And to do that, we need to talk about the structure of stories.
Sometimes, I don't even know who I am. It's like there's different people inside of me. And the worst part is, I can't even tell where they end and I begin. Soldiers' cells degrade. I think that's what's happening to me. That I'm falling apart.
All right, intermission. What do we think so far?
It's pretty good.
Any thoughts, Wednesday? I have thoughts. I just don't know how to word them, structure them, I
Articulate.
guess. Yeah, articulate them.
I think he is. I was Wednesday talking.
No, Wednesday's not talking.
Hmm.
Wednesday, do you have to say anything?
I'm thinking.
Have you changed your
What
mind?
was...
Not really. I haven't really changed my mind yet. I understand, like, what is being said, right? But it still doesn't fully explain why they did the ending the way they did.
Yeah.
Other than like they wanted you to talk about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It feels like the first half has been putting out like all the cards on the table.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He still is setting up the video. Yeah, I guess this part is like now this is all the stuff that if my mind is gonna change, it would be the second half of the video that's gonna change it.
Because so far when we're watching, it's just kind of all the stuff we've talked about in calls.
Yeah,
Where it's like,
exactly. We've all had these conversations in
where
calls.
it's like, okay, it's still clearly gonna be faithful to the original, but it's still clearly trying to do something new.
Mhm.
How they have to find a balance between like old and new, satisfying old fans and new fans.
When he explains the story structures, it's gonna make a lot more sense. Wednesday, shall I continue? Anything you want to add?
No, not really. I mean, yeah, no, I kind of got nothing. I can't think of a way to put it. Yeah, you're good. Just hit play.
But
I'll
I
think
will
of something
say,
later.
I mean, the video is incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible setup, incredible editing, incredible script. I really love this video. This feels like a.
Go subscribe to the person.
I really enjoy group chat streams. This is S tier. Yay! Feelings about the ending similar to the OG but happier. I see, like I'm one of the more progressive, I guess, fans where I'm like, yeah, fuck, just change the OG. Like, you want the OG, go fucking play it. But like that's the problem with like I think that's why like people get mad at me because I'm like very much like if you want to play the OG then go play the OG, but it's very clear they're changing shit.
But it's like you can see how they can bother people. Like again, we're seeing the little Lilo and Stitch, right? Like it's easy to say, like,
yeah,
go watch the original, but like,
that's true.
Seeing things change.
But see, I'm simple. I'm simple in the fact that I found out that they did that in Lilo and Stitch, and so I won't see the movie now. But and that doesn't affect my life. You know what I mean?
You don't want to feel that way. Like I would have. It's like it's one of those things of like you want something you love to be respected.
No, because I'm like in my mind, like when you told me what they did in Lilo and Stitch. I won't spoil it for you, but they changed something in Lilo and Stitch that was really fucking crazy. And so when you told me that today, I was like, oh, I'll just watch the original then. I literally said that to you.
But like, the problem is like, the movie is set to make crazy amounts of money, which means like, this is gonna be, like the bad behavior is gonna be like,
Rewarded? I see what you mean.
It's set to be like the biggest opening for a Memorial Day weekend movie ever.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, it's easy to like, it's one of those things of like, yeah, it's cool. It's good that you're okay with batting an eye.
But see, I agree. I agree with fans. It's either make the exact same game, and if it's gonna be a remake, then literally remake it. Or if it's a sequel, then commit that it's a sequel. I don't like the fence sitting, and even like Subtxt'S does a way better job of articulating the feelings than I do. But like, yeah, like it's like what Subtxt'S says. It almost like feels cowardice. Yeah. You know?
I mean, that's like, I really feel like Game 3 will change Rebirth entirely. You know, like, Game 3 will either make it so that Rebirth's like whole thing was like, holy shit, this was big brain.
Yeah, like either full send it or don't. You know? But that's like before before we even started this video, I said it's almost like they're trying to make everybody happy and it almost comes off as fan service. So I'm so genuinely like I genuinely am really looking forward to the second half of this video to see how my take on the ending changes. Yeah. You know?
I think I'm of a mind that you can agree or disagree. I don't think they have the whole thing mapped out. I really don't. I think there's too much that they're throwing. There's too much stuff they're just throwing at the wall.
See, that's what like.
And I feel
like I said that you and I have talked about it, where they're like, how in the fuck do you tie all these loose ends? Because what it feels like nothing but loose ends.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like nothing, literally almost nothing. Maybe one or two things was answered in Rebirth, and that's it.
A game is different than like a movie. A movie
It
is
is.
like, you have
Games are
a
different.
movie, you have like an hour, like you have 2 hours to wrap like a whole thing, so it's hard.
It's literally what they do in Kingdom Hearts. But no, at least like Kingdom Hearts endings feel conclusive. Like you come out of a Kingdom Hearts ending
to an extent
feeling
Yeah.
feeling something, you know? Not in 3.
Yeah, it's like to an extent.
I feel like in 3, but I still remember when I ended, because like in 3, I still felt sad. Like I was sad. I was devastated, but I didn't feel empty. Like with Rebirth, I felt so much worse during Rebirth ending than I did with Kingdom Hearts 3. I was just devastated in 3 because it felt like Sora sacrificed himself for all of his friends to be happy, you know, and for all of his loved ones to live a good life and be happy and be together. And Sora had to grab the shortest stick.
Yeah.
And he knew that that's the decision he made. It felt very self-sacrificing, you know? So I like Kingdom Hearts 3, I still felt something. And I was devastated. You know?
Yeah.
But I didn't feel empty.
It had an ending note.
Yes, it had an ending. It had an ending, whereas Rebirth doesn't feel like an ending. But so far, video's really fucking good. I just wanted to pause, like, intermission, just to see where everyone was at. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, Sora, and again, exactly. That's why I say Sora is Aerith's son. You can't disagree with me because it's fact too. It's a 30-year cook. Bro, the steak is burned. Take it off.
Oh, it's fine aged. It's fine aged.
Oh, shit.
Earlier in this video, I said the developers are far more concerned with the full trilogy experience than the experience of each individual game. So let's talk about the full experience of this story. Most stories are divided into 3 acts. The 3 acts are often categorized as Act 1, the setup, Act 2, the confrontation, and Act 3, the resolution. Within each of those acts are a few major tentpole moments. The inciting incident, defined as the event that introduces the main conflict of the story and sets everything in motion. The Act 1 break, a significant event that could often be seen as the moment where our heroes cross the threshold. The midpoint being a crucial moment that changes the direction of a story. Then there's the climax, the falling action, the denouement, and so on and so forth. Odds are that nearly any story you've witnessed in any form, but particularly TV, film, and story-based video games, more or less follows the structure in one way or another, especially since it's a bit intuitive. It essentially boils down to the classic once upon a time structure, where a hero is living life one way until a certain event upends everything and pushes him on a new journey that has significant challenges and setbacks until he grows and reaches his happily ever after. Interestingly, the construction of the FF7 Remake trilogy doesn't neatly map to the 3-act structure in the way you would assume, with Part 1 covering the entire first act, Part 2 covering the entire second act, and Part 3 covering the entire third act. Way back in 2017, Cosmo Canyon Observatory made a video where it tried to predict how many parts the FF7 Remake trilogy would be. And to help guide their thinking, they mapped the original story against the traditional 3-act structure. And spoiler, they correctly predicted it would be 3 games. In that exercise, they had categorized Aerith's death as the midpoint of the entire story, and the reunion at the Northern Crater as the Act 2 break, also sometimes referred to very plainly as Plot Point 2. Because of that, they thought Part 2 would end at the Northern Crater, which is something some fans, such as myself, hoped would serve as the ending of Rebirth, given that it would perfectly bookend the game by starting out with Cloud telling his version of what happened in Nibelheim and ending with Sephiroth revealing that story to be a lie, leading to Cloud's mental break and betrayal of the party. It would leave the story at a more natural cliffhanger point, with Cloud's unreliable memory exposed, Cloud himself fully manipulated and lost to Sephiroth, and Meteor summoned, leaving the fate of the planet in question as players looked up at the big death rock seen in the game's logo. In other words, it would be closer to the experience of The Empire Strikes Back, more of a clean closed loop that starts with Luke on the path to become a Jedi like his father, but ends at a point where he's bested despite all of his training, and learns that the path of his father was something completely different. Instead, Rebirth only went up to the midpoint of the FF7 story as we know it, choosing a moment that straddles both Cloud's story and Aerith's fate in a way that doesn't feel as cleanly centered around his arc as, say, Luke Skywalker's. Unpacking the thematic reason behind that, beyond the obvious fact that Aerith's death is FF7's most famous moment, may provide some interesting insight as to what they believe.
Does Darth Vader kill Luke?
No.
Oh.
The broader theme of
Cuts
the
off his hand.
trilogy is, and why the handling of the altar scene may turn out to be brilliant by the end of it all. Specifically, there is something very interesting that tends to happen at the midpoint of most stories that is in line with why FF7 Rebirth didn't change fate in the way fans expected.
Darth Vader kills Aerith. Fuck you.
I forgot about this fucking transition.
Yeah. There's no reason for it.
The horror farming.
Called The Turn.
I know that movie. Peak.
Magician takes the ordinary something and makes it do something extraordinary. Now, you're looking for the
Prestige,
but you won't find it. Because, of course, you're not really looking.
Looking for
you
it.
don't really want to know.
Want to be fooled. I love this
To help
movie.
understand
That's not
why
black and white.
Rebirth
That's just how they do
even
it.
better sets up a part 3 where fate may change.
Peak movie. I love that
we
movie.
have to reference something from 2,300 years ago. Aristotle's Poetics. Don't be scared. I know, I'm going into Greek philosophers and I'm already probably 40 minutes into this video, but I'll keep it brief. In Poetics, Aristotle's seminal work about the structure of stories that many writers still reference to this day. He wrote that a plot has artistically constructed incidents, the most powerful of which are reversal of the situation and recognition scenes.
Yes.
He goes on to describe them this way. A reversal of the situation is a change by which the action veers round to its opposite, while recognition, as the name indicates, is a change from ignorance to knowledge. In layman's terms, a reversal of the situation is as it sounds.
Gone
It's
Girl.
a reversal of where we think a story is headed or is about, while recognition is a moment of profound realization by the protagonist. Both sound like a perfect description of the two moments we're facing. The end of Rebirth, where the concept of changing fate is reversed on us, and the moment we're looking forward to most in part 3, when Cloud recognizes the truth of everything in the livestream sequence. As an interesting little factoid, the title for FF7 Rebirth in the original Japanese katakana also literally means the word reverse. And the idea of using a reversal in the middle of a story to challenge the story's main idea is found in so many lessons and conversations about storytelling amongst writers. The famous screenwriting instructor Robert McKee, who literally wrote a book titled Story, calls this the counter idea, which he describes as the contradictory voice of the primary theme. As he puts it, this is basically about showing both sides of a theme, which he describes as, quote, a controlling idea, one clear, coherent sentence that expresses a story's irreducible meaning. But to reach that ultimate meaning, a writer has to take the audience on a journey where that true idea, the real meaning and whole point of the story, comes through only at the very end, after it's been put to the test and earned. Quote, you have to build a bridge of story from the opening to the ending, a progression of events that spans from premise to controlling idea. These events echo the contradictory voices of one theme. The positive idea and the negative counter idea argue, so to speak, back and forth, creating a dramatized dialectical debate. At climax, one of these two voices wins and becomes the story's controlling idea. While controlling idea is kind of a strange phrase, it is ultimately what a story is about. Perhaps an even clearer articulation comes from the Chernobyl and Last of Us writer Craig Mazin, who calls it a story's central dramatic argument.
Theme is your central dramatic argument. Then the important thing is that the argument has to be an argument. I think sometimes people misunderstand the use of theme in this context, and they think a theme for a screenplay could be brotherhood. Well, no, because that's nothing to argue about there. There's no way to answer that question one way or the other. It's just a vague concept. But men and women can't just be friends? Well, that's an argument. Better to be dead than a slave. Life is beautiful even in the midst of horrors. If you believe you are great, you will be great. If you love someone, set them free. Those are arguments.
Just like McKee explained, that argument is then debated back and forth. McKee called it idea and counter-idea, but different storytellers and even different storytelling traditions call it different things. Mazin, for example, explains it this way.
You take a thesis, that's a statement. Something is true. And then you apply to that an antithesis. No, that's not true, and here's why. Those things collide, and in theory, what results from that is a new thesis called the synthesis.
In truth, neither the thesis nor antithesis are correct, but exploring both extremes is necessary in order to drive both excitement and doubt in an audience.
It's amazing.
That's essentially what's
it won
happening in
Omni-Man as Oscar.
Remake provided us with a thesis. It's possible to change fate. And Rebirth explored the antithesis. Perhaps fate can't actually be changed. If the remake trilogy is following this fairly universal exploration of theme, then it's unlikely either idea is fully correct, and will instead come to a head in part 3, where a third idea emerges, the synthesis, which is defined in this way. Quote, the synthesis is the resolution of the conflict between the thesis and the antithesis. It combines elements of both to create a new situation, idea, or understanding that transcends the original conflict. The synthesis often represents the character's growth, a new equilibrium, or a transformed worldview. That is what I believe we are bound for, some unseen middle ground that comes out of the debate between whether fate can be changed or not. The unseen part is incredibly important because all good endings must feel unexpected even if they appear inevitable in hindsight. So it's important that the antithesis, aka counter idea, seems almost immovable and impossible to overcome. McKee describes that idea this way, quote, if your film ends up favoring one particular side of the argument, amplify the sequences that lead the audience to feel the opposite. If a story is about the idea that justice will triumph, then enhance the sequences expressing the idea that crime wins. Everywhere you look, you will see these moments of thesis and antithesis playing out across all kinds of stories. As an example, at the beginning of the original Star Wars trilogy, there is a new hope that the Rebel Alliance may have enough people power and belief to overthrow the Empire, especially with the help of Luke Skywalker, until the Empire Strikes Back reverses the forward momentum of the story, showing how difficult it would be to actually take down the Empire, especially if Vader is able to convince his son Luke, the Rebels' strongest asset, to join the dark side. But ultimately, Luke helps usher in the return of the Jedi when Vader comes to recognize the worst outcome of the path he's chosen, the potential death of his son, and makes a decision to kill the Emperor, thus dissolving the Galactic Empire itself and finally delivering on the hope the Rebels held at the start of the story. And if you notice, Luke didn't actually have to beat Darth Vader to topple the Empire, the thing he tries and fails to do in the second movie. Instead, he needed to save him. It's a new idea, a synthesis. I know it's been a lot of Star Wars, but I figured I would keep up that comparison for consistency's sake. Another example that may be even more appropriate might actually come, weirdly enough,
that's Vader under his mask.
Before I get into that, however, a couple of quick caveats. I know Star Wars and The Matrix aren't exactly high art, but since they're mainstream movies largely about fate and identity that most people have seen, they work really well as comparison.
How dare you disrespect my
It's also important to note that while I've been referencing a lot of
First
Western
Matrix movie is a
storytelling
masterpiece.
theories, Final Fantasy is a Japanese story, and there may be some potential cultural differences. While I can't speak to them in great detail, I did look into it a bit while researching this, and while there are certainly some differences, particularly in how Japanese stories may sometimes be more contemplative than conflict-driven, there are similarities between the overarching structures as well as concepts that are very similar to the ideas I've talked about, like reversals and antitheses, such as the idea of the Ten and the Kisho Tenketsu story structure. Now that I've gotten those caveats out of the way, let's talk about The Matrix. At the midpoint of that movie, the antithesis is presented. Neo visits the Oracle that Morpheus so believes in, and she tells Neo that he isn't the one. That throws the premise, or thesis, from the start of the film, that Neo is the one who will control the Matrix, into potential jeopardy. But just like when Aerith says the line, quote, the future, even if it's been written, can be changed, in a way that feels like it leaves the door to change cracked ever so slightly open, the Oracle also doesn't fully shut the door on the idea that starts the movie.
Sorry, kid. You got the gift. But it looks like you're waiting for something.
What?
Your next life, maybe. Who knows?
As we all know, Neo does in fact become the one, but it doesn't happen until all belief in that destiny is ripped out of almost everyone, including Morpheus and the audience, when Neo is shot dead, because that's what stories do. They aren't worthwhile if the ending we expect is easily obtained. The challenge with Rebirth is that people were expecting to reach that point with this ending, but this isn't the ending to the story. This is just the midpoint. This is the Oracle telling us that the idea we walked in with isn't quite right. And saving Aerith's life isn't the fate that needs to be changed. In fact, Aerith tells us this herself.
This isn't about me, though. It's about saving the world. And you.
What's the point of saving the world if
So
you can't
thank you, Cloud, for everything.
I guess her people have a higher purpose.
No, grab her! Bring her with you, Cloud! Grab her, you fuck!
I still remember your fucking face when she shoved him the first time you played it.
Dude, when I tell you, I first experienced this scene, and I could cry talking about it, my heart literally dropped to my fucking ass.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like, my heart broke. I mean, it like actually shattered.
That's a long fall.
Yeah, it shattered. I mean, it was one of the hardest things like I had to watch, I think. Imagine like loving a character this much and you know it's coming, but you just can't. You're not ready no matter what, you know?
Yeah.
Eric!
Careful now. That which lies ahead does not yet exist. Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end.
I remember my crack theory that Sephiroth was actually a good guy.
This is...
It's still possible.
The edge of creation.
Yeah, I thought that like a version of Sephiroth would be like a hero.
Although most people are confused about what happened with Aerith, there is generally very little confusion about the reasons for this ending. The biggest reason is not only glaringly obvious, but also something the developers have openly talked about even as recently as in the days leading up to the recording of this video. It's to keep us confused and talking for the next 3 or so years.
Hey, we know that guy.
The reason that we can all agree is that this ending is meant to deepen the unreliable nature of Cloud's mind, to make him believe not just a false version of the Nibelheim events, but also a false version of what happened at the Forgotten Capital. But as I mentioned earlier, if the reason is just to send Cloud into a mental breakdown, an event that already happened in the original solely with the misremembered events of the Nibelheim incident, then why would they have to make Cloud also misremember Aerith's death? I believe it relates to what may be the primary theme of the remake trilogy, the central dramatic argument or controlling idea or whatever you want to call it. Sitting here right now, I don't know what that will be exactly, but this is my current best guess based on the ideas the remake games have been exploring. As of today, I'm pretty certain the overarching theme of this game will involve at least one or all three of these elements: strength, control, and acceptance, and they may all intersect in some way. We will end by talking about acceptance, which is probably the primary idea at the end of all of this, and partially the most obvious. So let's start with the other two first: strength and control. The concept of what strength is seems like it will be core to the FF7 remake trilogy. For one, Cloud's insecurities and challenges are driven by perceived weakness. In the original, his failure to make it into Soldier is a defining moment. He saw Soldier as a way to become someone, a hero like Sephiroth, but he fails and guards that secret with great shame. And yet, despite not having the superhuman, alien-enhanced strength of Genova cells like other soldiers who challenge him, despite not even being seen as fit to be a soldier, it is Cloud who accomplishes what no one else can by facing and killing Sephiroth in Nibelheim. Still, it's this internalized weakness which Cloud carries that Sephiroth keeps digging into. In Remake, right after the fall of the Sector 7 plate, Sephiroth pierces this topic very directly.
You have failed again, I see. But through suffering, you will grow strong. Isn't that what you want?
And then later, at the edge of creation,
Sephiroth talks to Cloud like my older brother talks to me, bitch.
Awesome.
That's how my older brother be talking to me, I swear to God. It's crazy.
Cloud challenges Sephiroth, perhaps emboldened by his success in the fight
Holy
against him in the
shit.
Singularity, but fails. He isn't strong enough. In the Gongaga scene with Tifa in Rebirth, we see Cloud truly question himself for the first time. How could he be a hero, the embodiment of someone who is strong, when he is so weak that he can't save Tifa seemingly at any point, either from their fall from Mount Nibel as kids, or even from himself after being influenced by Sephiroth? That's because Cloud has a very specific idea of strength, one that doesn't really apply to him. In fact, Nomura goes so far as to marvel at Cloud's weakness in the behind-the-scenes documentary for Advent Children.
クラウドってめちゃめちゃ多分弱い男なんで、子供の見るものの大半っていうのはすごいヒーローっていうのは強くてかっこよくてっていうその弱いところはないっていう、なんてこう情けないんだろうっていうふうに。
Another reason it feels like this idea will be explored toward the end of the remake trilogy is because it's currently being explored in the new Ever Crisis episodes about young Sephiroth. There is a surprising amount of conversation about strength and weakness. Sephiroth bemoans those who are too weak to do what's necessary, and toward the end of the Rador arc, Rosen says something very similar. Becoming stronger is celebrated in the world of FF7, so much so that Cloud seems to consistently view it as the solution to everything. He even thinks it can help the lifestream.
Got a question. Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies, right?
Yes.
There any way to avoid this? Like, making the spiritual energy stronger?
Shame's apparently
There
lagging.
appears to be a misunderstanding about what strength is.
What, Typhon?
Shame's apparently lagging? Like the stream got fucked up.
Is it back?
No clue.
Oh, it's
Okay, yeah, it's good.
It looks like. Yeah, it looks good.
How bad is it?
It's back. It's green again.
Can you tell everyone to refresh?
Yes.
Good?
Yeah, I think they're good.
Okay, perfect.
As Aerith talks about at the Temple of the Ancients. Interestingly, the localization of this speech differs quite a bit from the source Japanese, as illuminated by my friends over at Shinra Archaeology Department. While the official English localization has Aerith define strength as forgiveness, a more direct translation of the Japanese dialogue talks about something a bit different. Quote, sadness and anger may make us stronger, but they change who we are. I believe true strength is different from that. It's something we carry in our hearts, something soft but unbreakable. That's what I think. So focus on the future, not the past. We can become even stronger than Sephiroth, far stronger. Soft but unbreakable may be the
She be talking like her son, I swear to God. She be talking just like her son. They're literally related, guys. Come on.
truest, may be the truest description of Cloud. In On the Way to a Smile, Aerith talks about needing to get Cloud's help to stop Sephiroth once again, but fears doing so could hurt him. Quote, Cloud will help me, I know he will, but I also know it will end up hurting him. The Cloud she knew had a heart so very easily wounded. That soft underbelly of Cloud is what gives him the strength he needs when he is pushed to the brink. When his town is burned, his friends are hurt, and he is on death's door, that soft, loving heart is what gives Cloud the willpower to do the impossible. But it also has the opposite effect. It can lead him to tremendous despair. But facing your darkest moments and thoughts, being pushed to a point of wanting to give up, is what makes Cloud such a genuinely human hero that we can all see ourselves in.
Same people say that Aerith doesn't know the real Cloud. Fuck you. Fuck you. If that's not Aerith knowing the real Cloud, I don't know what is. Fuck you. The writing is so fire. It's so peak. I can't. It is. Cloud is so soft. And she knows, like, when Cloud does what he needs to do, in the end, it'll ultimately hurt him. Because she doesn't want to change the soft man at heart that he truly is, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's not like a first-class soldier, and he never was. He's still, like, so sweet and kind and gentle. God, it's so peak.
んだろうっていう風に思ってしまう面もあるような、まあ、ある意味すごい人間らしい人間というかキャラクターなんで、そういうヒーローっていうのはまああれでも一応ヒーローなんで、そこまでこうちょっと弱いリアルなヒーローっていうのはなかなかいないと思うんです。それを見た人というか見た子供たちがともすれば情けない男でも周りの要は仲間がいたり、その自分が大事なものっていうのが見つかれば強くなっていけるというか。
It is that softness, that love for all he cherishes, that Sephiroth views as an illusion. It is diametrically opposed to Sephiroth's philosophy, which is a dynamic you always want between your hero and your villain, characters who are living, breathing embodiments of opposing viewpoints. In Cloud, embracing who he truly is and seeing that as a source of strength rather than a source of shame is, in my opinion, the key to him doing what he couldn't do in Rebirth, finding a way to change fate, or rather, control it. The essential and defining moment in FF7, and certainly in Cloud's journey, is the realization of who he really is in the livestream sequence. Because in addition to being a story about life and death, FF7 is a story of self-actualization. And just like in our everyday lives, it is only possible to take control of your life once you come to terms with the truth of who you are and find strength in that. Yet while strength and weakness are directly discussed throughout the compilation and remake trilogy, the idea of control is found when you analyze the first two games a bit more closely. When looking at the long arc of this three-game story, we start to see the first intersection between the concepts of strength and control way back in Chapter 2 of Remake.
You are too weak to save anyone. Not even yourself.
Sephiroth implies that at his core, Cloud cannot affect the change he wants. Not only will he be unable to save Aerith, but he won't even be able to save himself. Which, given the events of the original game, is true. And though Sephiroth plants that seed, Remake smartly sidesteps it. After all, Cloud is the hero and you are playing as him. The devs needed you to believe in him, needed you to believe you could be a hero that can overcome any odds, so they can strip it away in the second game. And that's what Rebirth does. It begins to prove Sephiroth's point. Cloud can't save anyone. Even after defeating the Harbinger of Fate and creating the possibility of literal, reality-breaking change, Cloud reaches a point of not believing he can.
I'm guessing you can't anymore, though?
Nope. Not even a bit. Whatever we had, I think the Whisperers took it from us when we left.
Huh.
Seems Arbiters of Fate can do whatever they want.
So you told us.
Oh, did I? Huh. I wonder if this means we'll eventually forget they even exist.
We'd be better off if we did, frankly. There's no point in wasting our time worrying about fate if we can't change it.
That lack of belief is likely driven by how Cloud perceives both his past and his future. Every time Cloud has tried to control the outcome of events, at least as far as he remembers, he fails. During the Nibelheim incident, he laments being knocked out by Sephiroth too long to make a difference. He then sees himself crawling too slowly to stop what happens to the villagers, just as he finds himself in the same exact position while trying to stop Aerith from going to the Forgotten Capital alone. And while having to wrestle with that past, Cloud has to move forward on a journey that serves as a constant reminder of his seemingly inevitable future. Cloud spends the entirety of Rebirth following the Hooded Men, ex-soldiers just like him who have been reduced from magnificent heroes to mindless husks. And he sees that transformation right before his eyes. This is his fate, no matter what.
There's no escaping the degradation. My friend.
Even worse, that fate isn't just inevitable, it's damn near imminent. Throughout Rebirth, Cloud loses control of himself, sometimes to a mindless daze, and at other times to the control of Sephiroth, just like the Hooded Men he's been following. And between flashes of the experiments done to him and the explanation by Dr. Sheeran, that future is all but a scientific and genetic certainty, as seen in the reunion vision from the Gap Between Worlds. All of this leads to the final chapter where this belief is truly put to the test. As he stands at the altar and Sephiroth descends from the heavens, Cloud faces the moment of truth. Will Sephiroth be proven right that Cloud can't save anyone? If he were to ever seize control, this is the moment it must happen. And much to his surprise, and ours, he sees himself finally doing it, finally exerting control and saving someone. The thing Sephiroth said he was too weak to do. And it doesn't matter. Even when Cloud thinks he takes control, he doesn't. Which brings us to the final idea, acceptance. It is absolutely critical for Cloud to break free from his illusory world, as he calls it in the original, and the only way to do that is through full acceptance of the truth, of both the events he thinks he knows and his identity. As Marlene mentions to Zack, saving Cloud is necessary to change anything.
Cloud tries to save her, but he doesn't make it in time. He almost does, but he doesn't. That's why you have to make Cloud better. If he's sick, he can't save Aerith.
While her line is specific to saving Aerith, I believe this is a fundamental principle. If fate is going to be changed in any way, it is going to rely on Cloud accepting what has happened and who he is. Even though he comes to accept himself, accepting what has happened to him is a point he doesn't fully reach in the original. And that lack of acceptance is so powerful that it comes back around 2 years later where Cloud struggles with accepting what happened.
Hold on, my AirPods died.
Raise the angle to pause
Hold on, the writing is fire. These are dead completely. Can you go get my other ones from the bag, the beach bag?
This is the worst angle of all time.
They're in the outer pocket.
Oh, which bag?
The
Yeah, why are you
beach
staring at
bag.
me like that, man?
Are you sure I can
Aruuu
use
is
this?
literally taking pictures in this exact pose.
No, it's
Bro,
dead.
so look at the connection thing.
What connection thing? It's dead. I just put it in, the one that I was charging.
No, the one you're. If
Fucking
you charge it like
best.
15 minutes, it'll be fine. I promise.
I am here, Jamiria. I just don't know nothing about this.
Yeah, my man's definitely sent a couple pictures and is expecting a response.
Who?
Looking at his phone, waiting for a text back. Oh wait, how can you hear me? You don't have AirPods.
I do.
Oh no, I'm talking about the guy that the pause angle that you paused on, bruh.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're gross. There's... Haha, this'll totally make her horny, bro.
Oh no.
You like?
I was saying, I was like, Arya's got a couple of pictures like that.
What the fuck?
Oh, I was right.
You're the one who posts them, the mommy dommy pictures. That's you.
Yeah, I bet you know about those.
For Advent
I'm the one
Children
who told you not to post.
Sephiroth's second
I make
return.
photo cards of those.
That's because grief and regret
Yeah,
are
you made people
negative
pay for 'em.
emotions Sephiroth and Jenova feed on. Aerith knows this, and it's why she worked to stop Cloud from having those emotions, as alluded to in the Ultimania. That is why Cloud must accept the truth. Self-actualization doesn't come through denial. There is no curing Cloud's sickness, as Marlene put it, until Cloud accepts the truth. And not only is that something that continually comes up among people making predictions about Part 3, but I believe it is something that the developers are aware people expect. And remember what I said about writers having to challenge the expected outcome with the most extreme opposite. That's where I believe Cloud's Dream World comes into play.
Sleep and dream the sweetest dreams.
At the start of the Chapter 14 Dream Date sequence, Aerith offers a point of clarity about what this world is.
Let's just call it a dream. My dream, to be precise.
I always found it interesting that Aerith made a point to clarify that this dream specifically belonged to her. It's an important detail though, because as far as we can tell, given the appearance of this stamp, this doesn't seem like any of the worlds we've seen Zack in throughout the rest of the game, and it burned a question inside of me. Why would it be important to distinguish dream worlds in general from dream worlds that are specific to someone? And as a note, she specifies that it's her dream in both English and Japanese. I think the importance will matter once Cloud finally reaches the point where he will have to confront the nature of his dream world, the world he created when he saved Aerith. There has been a lot of debate about whether Cloud actually created another world when he saved Aerith, with extra attention being given to the potential symbolism of things like rainbows. From what I've seen as the months have gone by, the fanbase at large seems to have come to the conclusion that he didn't, or that even if he did save her in some other world, it doesn't matter because the true narrative purpose is to portray Cloud in a state of denial. After all, the developers have even said as much. To quote Nomura, when you actually lose someone you cherish in the real world, you aren't able to accept it right away. This time, we strove to depict that inability to accept the loss of someone precious to you. And while that makes sense, the rules of these worlds have been genuinely pretty confusing to me. I still didn't feel clear about its implications, despite knowing that Nojima, the writer of this story, took inspiration from Carl Jung's idea of the collective unconscious, as well as Yogacara, a Buddhist idea most plainly described as a belief that reality is a mental construct. In general, they both made sense given the mental mindfuckery of the remake trilogy, but also even within the context of the original FF7, where Cloud's sense of reality really comes from what he personally believes rather than what objective reality is. In fact, the idea of an illusory world is not only spoken about by Cloud after the livestream sequence, but it's the literal description of the Whirlwind Maze version of Nibelheim, as Shinra Archaeology Department found in its recent retranslation of the original game. In it, Sephiroth says, quote, "The world I have shown you here is reality. This is history as it truly happens. The only one creating an illusion is you." But the reason it's confused me so much in this trilogy is because even if a place like Aerith's Dream World is just a mental construct specific to her, then how can objects like the white materia be transferred to other worlds and seemingly keep their form for good in the quote-unquote real world? I think it's because the things in those worlds are real, even if they're bound to fade away, like Sephiroth explains. After all, the infamous Cosmo Canyon NPC makes a point that the livestream treats things that have happened and haven't happened as if they're the same.
What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those, don't we? So what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts?
And we get potential confirmation that it's real because we see it through the perspective of a third party, Tifa at the Forgotten Capital. While that pesky old Cosmo Canyon NPC dialogue has been referenced a lot as a general explanation of the alternate worlds, I've mostly seen people talking about the part I just played, where she describes the idea that the live stream may not distinguish between real lived memories and unrealized desires. But I haven't seen many people talk about how the final lines of dialogue seem to perfectly describe what literally happens to Tifa.
What if coming into contact with that energy allowed us to peer through the looking glass, so to speak?
And a more direct translation of the Japanese dialogue reads even more clearly. Quote, what if, when people accidentally come into contact with this energy, they see into other worlds? I don't think it is any coincidence that these words were said in a game where Tifa accidentally came into contact with the live stream and then had a moment where she seemed to see two different events.
That's
play
what
out.
I've been
Two
saying.
different worlds.
I've been saying
one
this
with
since the
bloody
game came
Aerith
out.
and one without. If Tifa is peering through the looking glass and seeing into other worlds, then it's likely that what she is seeing is
You're
Cloud's
right, Wednesday. That was from Tifa's perspective.
Yeah,
I know. I've been saying that.
No, Wednesday
People
did
kept
call.
trying to tell me that I was wrong.
Wednesday did call it. I just didn't know what to believe because I was so confused. I said, "Is this coming from Tifa's perspective, or are we seeing this from Cloud's perspective? You know, like whose perspective are we seeing this from?" But yeah, if it is Tifa's perspective, she came in contact with the live stream, which means that she was peering into other realities.
Yeah.
Yep. Because I mean, there's a reason they flash back to her, right? Like after they do the little glitch in the Matrix, no pun intended. But there's a reason they go back to her. It's always been she saw it, to me.
Yeah.
dream world. Just like Aerith had a world of her creation, Cloud has one of his own. He is, after all, the master of his own illusory world, even from the original. But just like the dream of being a first-class soldier is something Cloud had to give up when he accepted the truth in the OG, so too will he have to give up on the dream world he has created where Aerith lives on. It will make the point of acceptance even harder for Cloud and players. While we are all understandably unhappy about the exclusion of this moment where Cloud had to put Aerith to rest, the developers have done something that will make truly saying goodbye to Aerith even harder. By making these illusory worlds into things so real we can touch, coming to terms with actual reality will make saying goodbye so much harder. We will have the ability to have Aerith back in as real of a way as the white materia, but have to give up on that dream. It could make the thematic impact of acceptance even more real and visceral. But I also think
they're about
the
to
path to that
inception me, aren't
acceptance may have to be earned in an all-new way. That's why, from here, I think there are a couple of unknown journeys that developers can take us on. First, I want to talk about the most bittersweet path. The path that would change the events of the third game most drastically, but arguably best serve the themes of life and death from the original game.
I don't agree.
If Cloud did make a reality where he saved Aerith, Sephiroth could use this to his advantage. He could use it to tempt Cloud to accept a reunion of worlds that merges that reality with the one he wants to make. And he could sell Cloud that this new world is a good thing. After all, in Sephiroth's mind, he isn't creating anything bad. He's creating the Promised Land, the place where Cloud, in the original game, believes he can see Aerith again.
So Sephiroth is looking to change the world. He wants to create a world which he thinks will be a better world. He calls it the Promised Land, and that's very different to the kind of world that Cloud and his friends want to create.
That kind of an offer would be brutal for us and Cloud. It would mean getting what we really want, but having to give in to Sephiroth to get it. But giving in to Sephiroth is not something we could do. We would have to deny him and choose not to bring Aerith back. It would turn the act of accepting Aerith's death into an active choice, and a far more difficult one. Yet, as hard as that would be, it would make the theme of acceptance even more profound. By crafting Rebirth's ending the way they have put us in the shoes of Cloud more than ever. We are just as unsure of what's real as he is. Similarly, this approach would make it such that not only would Cloud have to come to a point of acceptance around Aerith's death, but so would we as players. But a major question remains. How would accepting Aerith's death and leaving her to the live stream lead to a new ending that exceeds the original? I believe the answer has to do, surprisingly, with the Gi. Again, let's think about the dialectical debate that happens in narratives, the ideas and counter-ideas, the theses and antitheses. Aerith and Sephiroth represent two different beliefs. Aerith believes in the cycle of life and death. Sephiroth doesn't. He wants to live on forever, which Aerith doesn't understand.
How can you want this, Sephiroth?
Be gone. Your part is played.
How can you want an eternity of loneliness?
This philosophical war continues in the years leading up to Advent Children. Sephiroth refuses to dissipate fully into the lifestream. Meanwhile, Aerith wants to, but she knows she can't, as long as Sephiroth lives on. To quote On the Way to a Smile, she was an ancient. Thus she was able to retain her own selfhood, even within the flow of the lifestream. When she wished it, she could dissolve that self and become a part of the planet forever. But it was too soon for that. Just a little longer, she thought. She can feel an aberration in the coursing lifestream, an implacable will that refused to merge with the planet. She knew it was the man who killed her. Aerith has no issue with dying and returning to the planet. To her, it's the nature of things, the way things are supposed to be. But Sephiroth, well, he's the opposite. Sephiroth doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to be forgotten. He wants to create a new state of things because he believes himself to be special, a descendant of Jenova, a being that can't return to the planet. For him, returning to the planet would mean not being special. It would just mean being yet another soul that can get recycled and stripped of its individuality. A horrifying fate. Aerith understands this and warns that disrupting the cycle would be disastrous.
What you heard just now were the voices of the planet. Those born into this world, who lived and who died, who returned. They're howling in pain. He'd tell you that he only cares about the planet, that he'd do everything in his power to protect and preserve it. But this isn't the way it's supposed to be. There's no greater threat to the planet than him. Sephiroth has to be stopped. He has to be. And that's why I'm asking you to help me. I know that together we can do this. But if we do, we'll be changing more than fate itself.
In the end, the cycle of life must be restored. And to fully do that, the planet must be rid of Jenova and Sephiroth. Sephiroth must be fully consumed by the lifestream and not left to linger on as he does all the way through to Advent Children and potentially beyond. Because if he does, then it means Aerith must as well. It means she must constantly stay and clean up his corrupting influence over the lifestream. Again, from On the Way to a Smile, quote, "She discovered there were many more spirits than before who resisted merging in the life stream's eternal flow. They were not like him, but she sensed the same hate, the same anger in them that led him to reject the planet and its life stream. Whenever such souls enter the life stream, she tried to relieve them of their anger. Beneath the spite and rage would be the memories of an ordinary man or woman. She contrived to free those memories so they can move on and melt into the stream. And soon enough, the empty shell of hate that remained would dissolve too. She was pleased that she could help these souls, but she encountered more and more of them as time went on, and she found that she alone was not enough. For the past 27 years, the thought of Aerith living on in the life stream has been a comforting, if bittersweet, compromise. We never wanted to lose her, but if the consolation is that she is still around even after death, then that is something we've all been willing to accept to some degree.
No.
Yet, this afterlife, one where she has to constantly chase the corrupting influence of Sephiroth, is not right. It's not the way things are supposed to be.
We know what choice Aruu's
fact,
making when they
even
make
if
her
she
make the
didn't
choice
have
in
to do
part
that
3.
work,
Yeah,
living on for eternity would not be ideal. And we know this because all you have to do is ask the Gi. They live on forever, unable to return to and dissolve into the life stream. And for them, that existence is hell.
Which means these dudes can't die, right? They're invincible!
I'm not sure that's something to celebrate. Being stuck as spirits with no hope of
shit's
release
ass.
sounds like a fate worse than death.
All they want, desperately, is actual eternal rest. Such rest is so desired that they came to call the Black Materia the key to complete oblivion, a materia of peace. For me, this illustrates why the developers may have expanded the Gi lore in such a way. Sure, it's incredibly cool in general, and it's something every player I've talked to has loved instinctively. But it made me ask the question, why? Why give the Gi this specific fate? Is it just because it's cool, or because it may have a bigger thematic role to play? I believe the answer is the latter. It even gives greater context to why Aerith nearly derailed the race to the Sector 7 plate in Remake. Why was she so obsessed with helping these spirits, taking a moment in the middle of an emergency to free them and see them off? In a way, that was reminiscent of the River of Lights in Rebirth, because she had known of them since she was a kid, known that they were there with no way to help them. Until this moment, where she had the chance to set them free, to help them return to the life stream as it should be.
Wow. So long.
Sorry, Fidel, are we boring you?
It also may give us a way to come to terms with the fate the Loveless play reinforces as part of the core story, regardless of how much we hope to avoid it.
And yet, all tales that begin with a chance encounter share the same end. A tearful farewell.
While Aerith remaining in the live stream for eternity has been comforting to us as fans, we shouldn't be happy about the idea of Aerith living on forever. Living on forever is unnatural. It's not right. It's what Sephiroth wants, and we know how she feels about that. What we should want is a true conclusion to it all, the final purging of Sephiroth and Jenova so that we can truly save the planet and allow Aerith to return to it, as she's meant to and seems at peace with.
No.
I
Why?
know.
Why? Why do we want that? I don't understand. Why can't we just want her to have a fulfilling life, to actually live her life?
I mean, who's we? It's
Aerith
her.
want that.
Me.
But it's her choice.
Sorry, buddy.
Aruuu, you can't be
What she wants.
Sephiroth.
Okay, but I
Aerith
don't
is
want her to
selfless.
die.
Think about this,
But-
right? You wouldn't do anything for your mom, you know? Right?
Yes.
And it's like, for Aerith, like the earth is like her mother, essentially, you know? So, it's effectively, I mean, it's a really sad thing, but that's kind of how she sees it, right?
I would never die
Like
for my
the
mom.
life
I'll
stream,
kill for my
et
mom.
cetera, and all that, like,
No, but I mean, there's
like that narrative.
There has to be a way where we can just have a happy ending. And her, I mean, I just don't understand how her returning to the planet is a happy ending for her.
I mean, I think it's
even like Tifa herself says that she didn't want to die.
It's kind of like that story from Avatar. Remember the part you like, where there's like the light and dark, and they just can't exist without each other.
Bro's yapping to
no,
yap.
like, you know, like the light and dark, like those two that can't exist without each other, and when one exists, they're always gonna fight. That's kind of what like Aerith and Sephiroth are, you know. Like
I think it's like she didn't want to.
So can she.
What, Typhon?
Like she didn't want to die originally, of course, because who does, right? But at this point, how long? We don't even know how many times Sephiroth has done this process. We have no idea how long Sephiroth and Aerith have been fighting like this. And it's like one of those things. Like if you're fighting for forever, you want it to be over. Like she's hung on too long. Like, of course, she didn't want to die in the first place, but now that she's in that position, she wants rest.
But I still disagree that she has to stay dead. You know, you can have an Aerith that lives her life and dies naturally without being murdered. Because she didn't just, like, die naturally. She got murdered. You know, Sephiroth literally stole her entire life from her, and to be like, to have an ending where you're like, well, we just kind of have to accept that she was murdered. I don't. I rebuke that. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus.
Like, it's entirely possible.
Of like, if you think about it, this just goes back to like the basics of storytelling. Of like, the hero will always do like what's right. You know.
Yeah. It's entirely possible we do get like the goodbye with the OG Aerith, right? We get to see goodbye to the original Aerith, and some version of her lives on. Also, yeah, this is quite literally Cloud's mindset right now.
Guys.
Yeah.
I can't. No, I don't accept that. I really don't. I don't accept that what she wants is to just for us to accept that she gets murdered and let it go. I can't.
Well, that's not what she wants. She wants the world to live peacefully, even if it comes at the cost of her life.
That's my girl.
No.
Sorry, Aruuu.
The entire thing is changing fate, and we gotta change her fate and everybody's and have a happy ending.
Well, I think the whole idea, I think the point that they're making is that changing fate is not about Aerith, it's about the world. The world gets fucked over even when they win in OG FF7. Advent Children still happens, Dirge of Cerberus still happens, the world is still in constant chaos and fighting, and apparently might end up fucking blown up at the end of it, according to the OG ending. I think the idea is that they're going to make a world that actually is peaceful.
You know what? Don't accept it.
You just woke up, Vic.
Yeah, I did.
I did, Vic. I said I rebuke this in the name of Jesus.
Good. There's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Can't wait till Aruuu plays that one game.
You think about it, life and death are just two sides of the same coin. Our bodies may disappear when we die, but our spirits still live on. We return to the planet, rejoin the life stream, and in time give rise to new life.
New life is ultimately what all of this is for. It's what the final shot of FF7 was always meant to direct our attention to. The state of the planet long after our main party is gone. The new life that could possibly be living on 500 years later. And while there has been debate about whether humanity survived or not, and perhaps even a bit of retconning over the years, the original intention of that scene was to convey that the planet and humanity lived on. To quote the lead writer of the game, Kazushige Nojima, in an article from 2003, quote, "For the last scene of the ending, we decided not to harp on about what happened to each character like we've done in the past. Instead, we came up with the idea of suddenly skipping forward 500 years. Though people often say it's difficult to understand, the message is pretty straightforward. Basically, because of the efforts of Cloud and his allies, the planet is still around, and smoke is rising from Midgar, which means there are definitely still humans alive." If you're wondering what Smokey's talking about, it was accidentally omitted from the final animation, which gave the team a good laugh later on. But you actually can see it in the original theatrical cut of Advent Children, even though the smoke was curiously removed once again in Advent Children Complete, where the same updated CG animation appears, but without smoke once again. That is potentially why Red 13 calls that fate a glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today. A future without new life being born may be the ultimate fate that happens post-Advent Children, since ultimately neither Sephiroth nor Jenova were fully dealt with. And working toward an ending about creating the opportunity for new life beautifully fits the story. A story that starts with the Avalanche trying to stop the Mako reactors because they're literally sucking up souls as a finite resource, thus preventing life from springing anew. That's why Aerith and this story deserves an ending where we restore the life stream that Sephiroth and Shenra are destroying so callously that she's unable to return to the planet in peace, truly stopping them, truly ridding the world of Mako extraction and the corrupting influence of both Jenova and Sephiroth, or what's needed to truly save the world in the way they always intended to end the story. Yet, it would also mean that there would be no reason for Aerith to just live on in the life stream indefinitely. It would mean she would be free to move on as part of the renewed cycle of life and death. And as difficult as that ending would be, it would be a conclusion that reflects the quote I mentioned from Katase earlier. Though we won't know how the story ends until it's actually finished, I'm personally wishing that it will conclude without any unresolved feelings remaining. It would be a final true goodbye.
I'll have really unresolved fucking feelings if they do that. No, please. Please don't do that to me. They better not. They really shouldn't do that to people.
He's kind of spitting, Aruuu.
No, please.
Or what are you gonna do when I'm gonna? No, it's just gonna make you sad. Never mind.
Yeah.
I won't say it.
Chat, just because you don't like it doesn't mean it'd be bad.
No, it would be though. It would be very bad. I'll literally kill myself.
Or you can't cry during the analogy video, man.
Game's not even here yet.
You're thinking about something that's not gonna happen in another 3 years. The PS6 will be out.
I really don't want that to happen. They can't do that.
Except they can, and they might.
Aerith's happy ending is returning to the live stream. What is this?
Aerith's happy ending would be after centuries of fighting, returning to the live stream, yes.
No, her happy ending would be giving birth to Sora. No, I don't want your toilet paper.
That's crazy. That's disgusting.
That's what I said.
That's on one ply. School toilet paper.
Aruuu.
No.
You know what's gonna happen, right?
That I don't know for a fact that's gonna happen though. Maybe they won't go that route.
Aerith's
We
gonna
don't
go
know. See, we
Cloud.
don't know. It might not
Maybe
happen.
Cloud pulls a Captain America and tells everybody like, "Hey, I'm really glad we saved the planet, but I have somewhere else to be." And then he goes to the
He goes back in
world
time.
and lives with Aerith.
I just got a funny imagery in my head of
How epic would that be?
No.
That'd be great.
Imagine.
Love that.
Imagine. It's like, Cloud, I have to go now. I'm sorry I couldn't show you the live stream. Starts walking away, and Cloud does the Yuna thing where he runs through her. I just got the funny imagery in my head of Cloud being Yuna. Like the animation.
I would
just
kill
Cloud.
myself. I would actually just fucking kill him. I would die from like a heartbreak.
He stands up and in Yuna's
sorry I
voice he
died.
says, "I love you."
No.
Oh God, modders, make it happen.
Just like another Final Fantasy.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
That I haven't seen the video. I swear, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Fucking crazy. That is actually fucking crazy.
I have not seen this video. I promise.
You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. They was just talking about this scene.
After starting
Is
his
FF10?
Final Fantasy journey, Wednesday has become a prophet.
That's
He is the Final Fantasy
the,
prophet.
I am the numbered Final Fantasy prophet.
Yep.
That's wild.
Gone.
You're
And
a
it would
wizard,
lead
Wednesday.
to a new
What?
Wait,
endpoint
what
that
did he
extends
say
Final
about
Fantasy. It wouldn't leave things in such a way
Can
that
you go back?
unresolved feelings would linger on and create unresolved problems like geostigma and another return of
Can I go
Sephiroth.
back or no?
And we should want that. An ending that leads directly into Advent Children would not only fail to
That's
pay
fine.
off what was set up at the end of
went back,
Remake,
didn't
it would betray everything that's been built up in Rebirth. It would mean
That's
Zack, Aerith, and
Yeah, it's fine.
Sephiroth final theatrical cut so callously that she's unable to return
Alright.
to the planet in peace, truly stopping them, truly ridding the world of Mako extraction and the corrupting influence of both Genova and Sephiroth are what's needed to truly save the world in the way they always intended to end the story. Yet, it would also mean that there would be no reason for Aerith to just live on in the live stream indefinitely. It would mean she would be free to move on as part of the renewed cycle of life and death. And as difficult as that ending would be, it would be a conclusion that reflects the quote I mentioned from Katase earlier. Although we won't know how the story ends until it's actually finished, I'm personally wishing that it will conclude without any unresolved feelings remaining. It would be a final true goodbye, just like another Final Fantasy these creators worked on, and it would lead to a new endpoint that exceeds the original game, an ending that wouldn't leave things in such a way that unresolved feelings would linger on and create unresolved problems like geostigma and another return of Sephiroth. And we should want that. An ending that leads directly into Advent Children would not only fail to pay off what was set up at the end of Remake, it would betray everything that's been built up in Rebirth. It would mean Zack, Aerith, and Sephiroth live on when they shouldn't. It would tether Aerith's fate to Sephiroth's, an eternal future of never dissolving into the live stream and an eternal, unending existence like the Geese. Fighting against that, to find acceptance with the cycle of life and death, a theme we've all said we've loved since 1997, means saying goodbye to not just the things we want gone, like Sephiroth, it means also saying goodbye to the things we wish to cling to, like Aerith. But just like Cloud, we will have to accept the reality, because the past, as Aerith put it, is forever. It can't be changed. Her death in the prime reality, the reality we fought so hard to create at the end of Remake, must persist. It must live on. And in this reality, her death has now happened. But the future, even if it's been written, can be changed. And that future may not be the one we know from the original, where Aerith lives on in the live stream, nor the one we want, with Aerith ending up alive and well. But it will be a future that won't be mired in grief and regret, as in the one we know that emerges in Advent Children, a future with the same dynamic that eventually wiped out the Cetra.
Though in time we triumphed over the calamity visited upon us by the stars, tragedy would nevertheless be our ultimate reward. Abandoned to unquenchable anger and unbearable grief, condemned and driven forth, powerless to forestall the coming of our end. Heed well our warning of that which is to come. The reunion. When our adversaries' scattered malignancy shall converge to plague the planet once more.
We must break the cycle, end Sephiroth and Genova for good, and reach some third possibility, some synthesis that we can't see just yet. It will be what needs to happen as an outcome of this war of possibilities of final possible fates, which is how the developers have described it.
Guys, I don't want that. I mean, I do.
Huh?
I want to be happy. But I actually am crying because I don't think I could ever. I have a very parasocial relationship with her. And I don't.
It really seems like everything is building to a conclusion where we will be discovering which of these realities our characters choose. And though the stage is set, the game said it best already. None can divine the conclusion of every path, and no promises await at journey's end.
You make good points.
But at this point, I'm certain what awaits is a different conclusion than one that leads directly into Advent Children. Because whether this is a sequel or not, it is something more than just a remake. That's because there is one unrealized dream that may matter more than all the rest, and it was expressed by the creative director of this entire project, Tetsuya Nomura, in the behind-the-scenes documentary for Advent Children.
完結した感がないというか、なんかまあこれで終わりじゃないぞという予感的なものでしょうか。なんかそれを言っちゃうとなんか単純に受け取られると、じゃあまた映像を作るのかっていうふうに取られるかもしれないですけど、そういう意味でのことじゃなくて、これがあったから多分できることがこれから増えそうな気がして、なんかそういう、意味で完結したものということではなくて、何かここから先の大きなものの一手目っていう作品になったかなと思ってます。
30-year cook.
Ooh, that was a whole lot. But like I said, there are actually a couple of unknown journeys, and weirdly enough, the tagline for Ever Crisis kind of fits that perfectly. Another possibility for remake. The first, more bittersweet journey that it laid out is one that I think could be beautiful, builds on the ideas they've been playing within this trilogy, and could make the thematic heart of Final Fantasy VII even more powerful and meaningful. That idea that in order to move forward, we need to accept the truth of who we are and the things that happen to us, whether they be tragic or
Rejected.
Approved. And the potential power of that story, if told well, is a big reason why I now love this ending. Even if I'm wrong about the details of where they take the story and how it unfolds from here, I can see
he's cooking
so much
that motherfucker.
intentionality to the narrative choices they've made and see several different ways it can enhance the story and themes as we know them. Hell, Nomura said it himself in that quote I referenced about an hour ago. The key is not just to go along with players' opinions, but to think about the scenario clearly with intent. It gives me not only reassurance about where things may go in the future, but also reassurance about the choices they've already made. I no longer feel as I did on day one, that perhaps it's just too messy, too undecided, or even potentially the wrong stopping point compared to, say, the Northern Crater scene. It also gives me greater appreciation of new moments that I've loved. And I swear I will talk about the possibility for a remake that I teased, but I just gotta get this thought out. Even days after beating the game, a scene that really stuck with me was the goodbye scene in the church in Aerith's dream world. This was the moment that made me cry. As I said at the start of the video, I never cried during Aerith's death in the original, in part because my uncle spoiled it before I got to it, so I knew it was coming.
What the hell?
So to see Aerith use this moment with Cloud, this moment she never got in the original, not as a chance to change her fate, but rather to accept whatever happens as long as she could save Cloud from the grief we all witness for ourselves in Advent Children, That absolutely demolished me. It is such an act of selflessness and generosity, but yet still incredibly human, especially in this moment where she strengthens her embrace just a bit longer and the camera lingers on her eyes. I could feel how hard this was for her. And as a lifelong fan, I have seen how much the death of Aerith impacts Cloud. Since Advent Children came out 20 years ago, the image of him that has been left with me isn't one of triumph, but of tragedy. All he can think about is how he failed her and how he wants forgiveness.
I think I want to be forgiven. More than anything.
And what does Aerith do in this moment?
Cloud, thank you.
What would the Cloud of Advent Children think if he had gotten this embrace 2 years earlier? If he had gotten these words of reassurance? What would happen to him? How would he potentially change as a person? The thing Aerith feared could happen if they successfully changed fate, making this also serve as another hint that we may be headed for an all-new endgame.
But if we do, we'll be changing more than fate itself. If we succeed, if we win, we'll be changing ourselves. I guess maybe that's why I hesitated.
That's why there is so much meaning packed into this scene that did more for me emotionally than a perfect 100% faithful recreation of her death. I know people say that the confusing way they handled her death scene ripped the emotionality out of it, and I felt that way too, but this scene will live on with me more than the death scene ever could.
I agree.
Now that I got all that gushing out of the way, there's still one more thing.
Before we started this, I did say, like, this is one of the best scenes in, like, of all time for me. Like, in gaming history. Yeah. There is so many, I mean, this scene is, like, actually, like, a 30-year cook. Like, straight up. This is, like, one of the best scenes of all time. And I feel quite bad for people that don't fully understand its impact and its weight, you know?
Yeah.
Because you're missing out on so much. It's like watching the finale of Stone Ocean without watching any of the previous JoJo's.
Yeah.
You know? Like, there's just so much that you are missing and so many layers and so much weight that you could never ever fully grasp the gravity and all of the emotions, like, compacted into one scene, you know? Like, I this scene will stick with me more than any other scene, truly.
Agreed. To talk about. While I've thought a lot about Rebirth and feel like I have a lot more clarity on what they did and why, I also can't deny that there are still several loose ends I can't wrap my head around. And the biggest X factor relates back to the same developer quote I mentioned earlier. There are these things that we feel we can only do now in the remake project that can bring a new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction to players playing this game now, 27 years later. Now, while I am a big FF7 fan, and I have love for many Final Fantasy games, especially FF14 and the entire PS1 era including Tactics, I'm not as massive of a Square Enix fan or even Nomura fan as you might think. I haven't even played Kingdom Hearts. And so a big blind spot for me are some of the other titles made by these creators. And one thing I have heard from friends is that Kingdom Hearts 3 ends with, and I should give a very general spoiler warning here, a fairly feel-good ending even for characters who, as I understand, may not deserve it. And there was one in-game hint of a happy ending for this trilogy that I can't shake out of my head. I don't think this Cait Sith fortune has happened yet.
Things are looking up, so throw caution to the wind. Put your trust in others, and a last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you.
Could the momentary saving of Aerith be what he's hinting at here? I'm not sure about that. While it's certainly a last-minute twist, it isn't really all that pleasant, since it's immediately ripped away from us and leads to an ending with Cloud in a really bad mental place and the party not exactly on the greatest terms with him. That's why I believe the fortunes we received were given in reverse order. The last fortune, losing what Cloud cherishes most, was the first one we saw come to fruition. And the second fortune, watching our possessions for the lucky color black, came next. So if they are in reverse chronological order, then it means we have actually yet to see the first fortune. Quote, a last-minute twist that may pleasantly surprise you. As I said, I doubt many people would call the ending of Rebirth a pleasant surprise. And the ending I outlined about Aerith dissolving into the life stream also didn't quite feel like reaching a new happiness, like Atase said pretty recently. Not that I don't think there's something beautiful about it, but it's not really what I would call a happy ending, especially compared to some other happy endings.
I'm about to start kicking your feet.
That's why that last-minute twist that may pleasantly surprise us may be what actually awaits us at the end of Part 3. In fact, one way such an ending could potentially shake out is something I plan to explore in another video, and it's about how the idea of acceptance may actually extend to how we rid the world of Sephiroth in a way that prevents him from returning in Advent Children. But this video is definitely over an hour and a half at this point, so I'll save that for a deep dive video about Sephiroth. Either way, both of these unknown journeys are really born from just investigating questions I have and seeing where they lead me, given what's been shown and explored in these games, as well as principles I've learned about storytelling. And that's my approach. I wondered why Remake showed Zack early in a way that potentially spoiled the biggest twist in FF7, and it led me to the idea of the devs creating an unreliable world. Likewise, everyone assumed Zack's survival would lead him to showing up at the Forgotten Capital to help save Aerith, but I wondered what would even lead him there in the first place. That question led me to speculate that he would never leave Midgar. I figured he would follow her last known location after being captured by Sung. I was wrong about the details. He didn't go looking for Aerith in the Shinra building after talking to Elmira and ends up face to face with Deep Grounds, which I thought was being set up in the DLC, but he did stay in Midgar. And so that's what led me to the ideas in this video. The questions about why they ended the story where they did and how they did, and questioning how that might reflect the story they're telling and what it's really about. I could be wrong, I almost certainly am on some things, but man, does it feel good to be making these videos again. And with that, I'm so grateful to you if you made it all the way through to the end of this video. Of course, I'd really appreciate it if you could like, subscribe, and share this video around. I hate to do the YouTuber thing, but also hit the bell button because it really is the best way to know that I have a new upload, since I upload pretty infrequently. And I hope to hear your takes in the comments. I usually do read them and respond almost too much. Also, I would feel like an absolute jackass if I didn't throw some shout outs to really good friends in the community that have helped me make sense of everything in either direct or indirect ways, including the guys at Shinra Archaeology Department, Turquoise Hammer, Gene and Odie, Schrodinger's Baby Seal, Sleep Easy, Night Sky Prince, Loli Joe, Eyes on V, Blitz, Prof Noctis, and there may be a couple others I'm forgetting, but go follow all of them if you aren't already. Please. Anyway, thank you, and I have at least a few more Rebirth videos bouncing around in my head that I will hopefully drop soon. But in the meantime,
see ya!
Well,
all right, Sonic OVA time, baby.
Yeah.
It was really good. It was a really well structured video. I like all the different analogies he made were very good. Yeah, man. There was one more I thought he was going to make towards the end when he was talking about like letting Aerith go, and he didn't. But yeah, man. I think it was a very well put together video.
Yeah. And he even gave you some hope there at the end.
Yeah.
You still got copium.
Yeah.
I can see in your eyes that was a trip.
Yeah.
What other videos does he do?
Hey, and on with the $5 dono.
I didn't know you had a lot of
Thank you,
people in
Anonymous.
here who want Aerith gone for good, knowing how she's your favorite character, LMAO.
I mean, like I mean, that's like a I feel like at least with my audience, everybody kind of has their own opinions, right? So I think I can understand why people want to stick to the original theme and like Subtext explained in the video, her to a degree having to believe in the way that the circle of life works and be able to peacefully pass on and not have to fight Sephiroth over and over again is her happy ending, right? Like she's the one who chose to make the sacrifice that she did. And so I can see how someone may believe that that's the right way to do it, which is, I think, very valid. However, like, I disagree with that kind of ending. I wouldn't want that for her, but I think either or is valid.
Yeah.
You know, I think everybody should have their own opinion and be able to explore these ideas and these theories however they want. You know, like if someone has that, I don't think that I should try to change those opinions, you know?
I think he makes it pretty clear that like Sephiroth and Aerith are like light and dark, so
I'm annoyed that the deep dive into the female NPC at the Cosmo Canyon, but didn't touch on any of the actual differences that the Japanese lines had compared to the English when he did a lot of other things. Or maybe he just didn't have someone to translate it. I think he did say that, though. He did.
Yeah, he did. And he was like, yeah, in Japanese, this is a lot more direct about it being another world.
Yeah. Ms. Tomo, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Also, we can get like OG Aerith fading into the live stream and also the current Aerith getting to live.
Which they've
Like both
kind
things
of,
can happen.
Yeah, they've kept the door open for that. I mean, they've kept the door open that there's always a possibility that like we will still have an Aerith that is with us and one that will return to the live stream, you know?
yeah.
I mean, I've always said that like I think the most likely outcome is like having like a Noah Mio ending, which makes me like I said like I want a happy ending, right? Call me selfish, that's fine. But I want a happy ending. I want Aerith to, for once in her life, be selfish and have that kind of life where she can just do what she wants and enjoy it. But the realistic possibility is that it'll be bittersweet.
Yeah.
Because she's an incredibly selfless character.
Yeah.
Only one version of the characters can remain, so OG Aerith going away, so remake Aerith and remake world can live on. Especially, like, I don't know, it's obviously it's like highly debated, right? But
yeah,
I'm on the camp that I want her to live. I want her to not be so self-sacrificing, which is also like, again, it's like it's a tough topic to talk on, because one thing that makes Aerith such a lovable and powerful character is that she is so selfless and brave, right? And so that's one of her most defining traits, is doing what needs to be done and being like the most she is the true definition of strength when it comes to Final Fantasy, you know? Like she is the true definition of strength and bravery and selflessness, and that's what makes Aerith Aerith. But at the same time, you just want her to have a break. You want her to finally be happy, because she's always fighing. It's so sad.
It's okay to be selfish. Like I think of like The Last of Us, where like, have you know what happened in The Last of Us?
Can you ban that, Typhon?
I was gonna say
the thing that got held for review. Just ban that person.
In The Last
I
of
got
Us,
you.
like the first game, Joel makes a selfish decision to not let them pick apart Ellie so they can get a cure for humanity, right? And that's kind of how you are with Aerith, where you're like,
The Unititus timing was crazy. Yeah.
that's how you are with Aerith, you know, where like if you would make the selfish move of not letting her die, but like the selfless move for humanity's sake is that, you know.
I mean, we know to some degree that, like, we know to a degree that Cloud did save her, right? Because we have Nanaki Nanaki kind of confirms it to us, and then she also says, like, I saw what you did back there. Thank you, you know?
Yeah.
So the door is, like, slightly opened, but is it most likely going to be a very bittersweet ending? Absolutely. And Tifa, yeah, and Tifa also kind of confirms it. So there is still, like, an Aerith out there, but it's just that kind of worry that, like, yeah, once Sephiroth is truly defeated, does that mean we have to, like, accept that Aerith is gone too? Who knows?
I think so.
Or does the Aerith we save get to live out her life and you know, pass on naturally?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be bittersweet. I'm choosing optimism. The thing is like, the good thing is especially with the end of the subtext video, like, there are multiple possibilities. It's not just one. There are multiple possibilities.
Yeah.
So it's kind of just that thing where it's up in the air. We gotta wait to see.
I'm wondering if maybe they'll do something like crazy, and that in order to get this happy ending for everyone, like the old world straight up has to die. Like they have to sacrifice the original timeline.
You're gonna pull a JoJo's?
Yeah. Like they have to, like the AC Cloud and his gang basically sacrifice themselves.
Yeah, Anthony, I'm with you, and I've said this time and time again, even with, like, other things. I just hate when a character experiences nothing but trauma.
Yeah.
Like, it's nothing. The character experiences just trauma on trauma on trauma, then has one happy moment, like one happy, like, tiny little happy chunk of their life, and then they die. And this is like not just like this is not just like an era thing. There are many, like, stories where a character just experiences trauma upon trauma upon trauma, and then they get killed. You know? It's quite sad. I hate that kind of writing. But it's peak. Fuck.
It does unfortunately lead to some of the strongest moments in fiction.
Yeah. It be what it be. Truly, it do. But we'll see. I mean, we'll have to wait now.
It is what it is.
2 years? 3 years? What do you guys think?
They're gonna time it with
3 years.
30th anniversary.
Realistically.
2027. Mark it down.
I need Ultimate to
It's gonna
step
come out
in
7.
and handle this.
Gonna come out 7/7/27.
7/7/27. No, I want it to come out maybe
Oh.
May
5/25. No, 5/26/25.
Oh yeah, 5/26/25, please.
I need to know. I need to know the ending, man.
The original game. What day was
What?
that?
Well, the thing is, how are they already starting voice recordings?
How are they?
I thought voice
They probably have scripts.
I thought voice recording was the last thing you do in a game.
It depends. Some games do it early, some games do it later.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe they need to start recording early because they're making a whole bunch of different choices.
All right, that's it. Jeff, I need that Summer Games Fest trailer to say dropping tonight. Get on it.
Shadow dropping.
It is in
She's
fact
gonna-
Yeah, what
already
if they
out.
have a crazy FF7 like ending, right? But then in Kingdom Hearts 4, they show you an alternate ending.
Good.
Which is, by the way, there is a Nomura quote that says, like, if you're curious on how things with Cloud and Aerith would have worked out, look at Kingdom Hearts.
Right.
And they also, when they're showing all the Disney couples, they also show Cloud and Aerith together, along with all the Disney couples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
At most, Anthony, it'll be
approved.
the name reveal. It'll be the name reveal. It won't be a full
they'll just
trailer.
do a name reveal.
Yeah. No
Wonder
more
what
will come on screen. Say.
What do you guys think the name's gonna be? Reunion?
Final Fantasy
Didn't they have
VII.
something already called Reunion?
Crisis Core.
Crisis Core.
Yeah, the Crisis Core.
Crisis Core's reunion.
Final Fantasy VII Resurrection.
Resurrection, refund, rehab. I feel like Return is
Final
too similar
Fantasy
to
Redemption.
Rebirth.
Revengeance.
Revival.
Revengeance. That's a good one. Rejoin. That's not a bad one.
Isn't that too similar to Rebirth though? Return.
Don't know.
Rexplode.
Reset. Typhon.
I like
Were
Reset.
you spitting? Redo.
Redo.
Reformed.
Reclaim.
Refurbish.
Retribution. Redemption. Respect my
Re-
authority.
Redirge of Cerberus.
Oh, remember would be nice.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, they can't use Remind because Kingdom Hearts.
Oh.
True.
What about Reload? Ooh.
Persona 3.
Yeah, that's Persona.
FF7 remake Reload. Redirge.
Regenesis.
Redirge of Cerberus. Reconstruct.
Nah, Regenesis.
Oh, Restore. Restore feels very, very
What about
possible. Restore probably is the best one. Restored, renewed. I think Restore is the best one.
Yes.
Re-Advent would kind of go hard.
Because
Even
it
if
has
it
to
is.
be it has to be the two, right? Remake, rebirth, restore.
Final Fantasy VII and Knuckles.
I
That's
feel
a
like,
good one.
Yeah, I feel like Restore is my favorite. Because it has
I
that
do like
two.
Restore.
Those two syllables.
Renomura.
Remake, rebirth, restore.
Relive.
By Aruuu, by Kenshiro. Relive feels like rebirth. It's too similar.
Oh.
Yeah.
Requiem. Oh, that sounds good.
No, because it doesn't
I
have
like
the
Requiem,
two.
but it doesn't fit. Yeah.
And Radiance is 3. Yeah.
What if they
I
just
think
ignore Crisis Core? That's true. Someone here is correct.
Yeah, there's one person here that's correct, but who is it?
We'll find out at Summer
$5
Games
each
Fest.
if it's renew.
Yeah. Regrow.
Are you still getting up at 5 in
Hope
the
you
morning?
like the Sonic OVA. Tomorrow we'll watch the Sonic OVA. Are you guys excited? Oh,
Sure,
Reclaim.
why not?
Reclaim could be a good one.
Claim the Earth.
Rehab. That's a good one. That's a good one. ReZero. Possible.
Telling me to go to rehab. I said no, no, no.
Re-Kingdom Hearts.
Regurgitate.
Restart. That's what I'm
Relapse.
saying. I think restart is possible depending on what they're trying to do with the ending. I think I agree with Typhon. Blow the whole planet up. I don't give a fuck. Just make sure Aerith is
Okay.
alive.
He's floating in space.
Hold on, guys. Final Fantasy versus 7.
Hold on, you might be cooking.
Re-Aerith. Yeah, you know, I just call it Final Fantasy VII Re-Aerith.
The Dark Ages.
Final Fantasy VII: The Dark Ages.
Final Fantasy VII: The Song of Life.
Was it ever explained why
Final
Rufus can
Fantasy
see the
VII:
whispers?
Infinite Wealth.
He's him.
I mean, call me crazy, but maybe it's because Rufus died. Oh, wait. No, he technically didn't die.
Nope.
For some reason, I thought that motherfucker died in Advent Children, but he didn't even die then. They faked us out twice.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Y'all
They
are
faked us out
being
twice
misled.
with Rufus, and we fell for it both times? That's fucking crazy. We're dumb as hell.
Yeah, man, this
Nah,
forever.
and they're faking you out again because it's not going to be a reword. Instead, they're going to add the. It's going to be FF7 the remake.
Wait, so...
No.
Yeah, why can Rufus see the whispers?
Because he serves cunt, clearly.
He's built different.
Who's Glenn? Oh yeah, FF7. Who is Glenn? That will be the title. FF7.
So said FF17.
Final Fantasy 7. Please play our gotcha.
Return of the King.
Re-Glenn.
Final Fantasy VII: The Fellowship of the Sword.
What's the worst title?
Or you gotta be up in 4.5 hours.
Stop talking.
FF7
FF7.3 R. It'll be like Under Night, where it's like Uniclear dash blah blah blah.
Yeah, FF73 Aerith returns.
Oh no,
That
that's
would
some
be
One Piece
fire.
titling.
That would be fucking fire, though.
That is some One Piece titling.
FF7 1.5 plus 2.5 remix.
Remix.
2.8.
Guys, that's it. Final Fantasy VII Remix.
Final Fantasy VII. What was it? In Birth 2.37, whatever the hell that shit was.
FF7 might fall off. Well, we'll find out in what? You guys said 3 years? Was that the most popular one?
Yeah. I mean, let's surely hope we get like some kind of news at Summer Games Fest. Probably won't, but
2 or 3 years? What do you think?
2.
Yeah, because it will have been 3 years since because the game came out last year.
I'll be 42.
I know. I remember telling Ara, I was like, Ara, we're gonna be 30 by the time Part 7 of JoJo's comes
I'll be
out.
31.
Don't tell me that. I'll kill myself. I
I'm
really
sorry.
will. Don't tell me that.
What?
You still look good at 31, though.
We look good for 30.
Guys, I'm not 30. What the fuck? Where's that coming from?
Hey, what's wrong with being 30?
Phil, shut the fuck up and stop being annoying.
Why be annoying?
Our streamer's almost 30. She's gonna die soon.
I'm not even close, man. I'm not even close. That's the craziest part.
You do look 24. I agree with
2
you.
years doesn't just creep on you just like that.
Yeah. Are how old's your niece?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Why would I know this information?
That's crazy.
Bro, aren't you excited to just become a Wynant? Are you kidding me?
She already is.
Why not?
No, like more of a Wynant.
All right, this was fun. I miss talking to you.
Yeah, this was fun. This was very fun.
Same.
I love you guys. I hope that we get
Guys,
Final Fantasy VII Part 3 soon because I can't keep fucking doing this. I really can't keep doing this shit. I hate theory crafting. This shit is fucking... I'm the type of bitch that's just like, just tell me. Just fucking tell me.
Theories.
Get your conspiracy board.
Yeah, I don't like theory crafting. I just want to know.
I don't know how many
now.
Aerith lives I have in me, man.
Yeah, I don't know how many is Aerith alive I got left in me.
3 years worth.
Is the OVA tomorrow? Yeah, we'll do the OVA tomorrow.
This went
3D
longer than
weekend.
expected.
I love you all very much. Be kind to one
Chat, send in your
another.
clips.
And I give you kisses.
Party on,
Take
dude.
care. Love you. Bye. Heart, heart, heart.
Bye.
T, T, T.
Have your dog spayed
Kiss,
or
kiss,
neutered.
kiss.